happenings at the polling unit where he is. Uche, what update do you have for us where you are?
All right, a few minutes ago, Bimbo, we had the governor of Edo State, Governor Abaseki, cast his vote. Just moments, less than 10 minutes ago, he cast his vote in this particular polling unit, Ward 4, Unit 19, Oredo local government area in the heart of Benin City. And what you can see on your screen is the convoy of the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Frank Mba, who arrived this polling unit. I think I call it a polling center because there's more than one polling unit here. He arrived this polling area where you have a number of polling units moments after the governor left, just minutes after the governor cast his vote. So that's the situation here. At the moment the governor arrived, the environment became really rowdy because a lot of persons had been waiting since 8 a.m. expecting him to cast his vote. So that's the update from already local government area. Everywhere it's come, it is raining. We expected the rain. Everyone anticipated the rain. We predicted the rain, and just as everyone expected, it's been raining almost since we arrived at this location. You can see on your screen persons using their umbrellas, to vote, using their umbrellas to stay on the queue. So that's the situation everywhere it's come. Whether it's school, Governor Abaseki cast his vote, managed cast his vote with a crowd of persons pushing to catch a glimpse of the governor. The environment was really rowdy. The supporters, journalists, and other voters wanted to catch a glimpse of the governor, but he's just performed his civic duty and he's departed, I believe, back to the government house. By and large, he appears to be satisfied with the process so far, satisfied with the peaceful conduct of voters, satisfied with the general peaceful conduct of the election so far. DIG Frank Mba has just left. I believe he is also going to move around the city to continue his inspection of the exercise so far. Bimbo.
All right, Uche, talking about the downpour, how has this impacted on the turnout of voters at that polling center?
Here, when we got here, I think kudos to INEC for this unit. I don't know if I can say it was a widespread situation across Edo State, but voting here began at about 8:30 a.m. The governor's polling unit itself, voting began there, and a few other polling units. Here we have units 19 to 28. Yes, units 19 to 28. So voting began here at about 8 a.m. This, what you can see on your screen right now, is the actual polling unit where the governor cast his vote. Voting began here at about 8:15 a.m. As regards turnout was a bit, was quite appreciated, was quite good. The turnout was high just before the rain began to pour, but immediately the rain began to pour, persons immediately seek shelter, and just moments after that, a few persons who had their umbrellas, returned to the queue, and voting continued. So right now, the crowd has dispersed. We have pockets of persons coming out to continue voting with their umbrellas. So generally, I would say the turnout has been good considering where I am. I cannot say that this is the same situation being experienced across Edo State. But what you can take away from the voters here is that in spite of the rain, even though they dispersed initially, they returned to the queue with their umbrellas. So that shows you that the people of Edo State are quite ready to do what they need to do to ensure that they hoping that the candidate of their choice emerges as the next governor of Edo State.
All right, Uche, thanks indeed for that update. Our correspondent there live for us at Edo State. And staying with the election in Edo State, Senator representing Edo North Senatorial District, Adams Oshiomhole, says he is satisfied with the electoral process, but hopes it remains peaceful for the rest of the day. Adams Oshiomhole voted at polling unit 001, Yamo Primary School, Ward 10 in Etaka West local government. On the number of women showing up at various polling units, he wants the political class to transcend the 35% affirmative action of women participation in politics and create a structure that is more inclusive.
then the men takes over the formation. And even the women begin to ask for 30%. Whereas at voting, women are 70, by my rough estimate here, they are more than 70%. So I'm saying, my prayer is, as we improve on girl child education up to university level or HND level, and we have women who have all the skill required, that any politician who wants to survive to win election must necessarily, not out of favor, not out of pity, in the enlightened self-interest of political activism, they will have to reflect these numbers 50-50 at least, or even 60-40.
In the build-up to today's election, President Bola Tinubu called on all stakeholders in the polls to conduct themselves peacefully. He also implored the governorship candidates, political parties and supporters to respect the democratic process and the people's will, just as he believes in the voters' ability to make informed decisions. In a statement signed by a special advisor on information and strategy, President Tinubu emphasized that democracy thrives on civility, tolerance, patience and respect for the rules of the game. It notes that the Independent National Electoral Commission is committed to conducting a free and fair election, urging all stakeholders to work together to ensure a successful process. He also appealed to residents to remain peaceful and respectful throughout the voting process. President Tinubu, above all, says he is confident in the professionalism and integrity of security agencies and INEC officials. And our TVC News update this hour, Edo decides
His act is different. His comedy is special. His shows are classy and unique. He rarely comes on stage, but once he does, reeds are shattered with humor at his presence. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Prince Will on stage. Guilty or not guilty. Also featuring the funniest of classic comedy art. Date October 1st, 2024. Venue Terraculture, Victoria Island. Time. This show must start at 5 p.m. and must end at 10 p.m. Tickets. Main bowl 10K. Front row 50K. A table seat 100K. Table for 500K. Tickets are available at seatsandtickets.com or via WhatsApp bookings to 0805-948-1185. This comedy special is rated 18+.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Laborlands, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Laborlands, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and governments to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take is threat.
Let's now bring you more development from Ibadan, the Edo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
Thank you for staying with TVC News comprehensive coverage of the 2024 Edo State Governorship election. I am Precious Amayo, and I have my colleague with me as well.
Precious Ibrahim Chita. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. I'm sure that people of Edo State are, right now apprehensive and waiting for what's going to be the outcome. But just before we get into all of that, we're a few hours into the keenly contested governorship election with 18 candidates hoping to take the seat of power. Now, more than 2.2 million registered voters picked up their PVCs in the 192 wards spread across 3 senatorial districts and are expected to conclude the voting exercise in about 2 hours, barring any last-minute extension by INEC. Now, so far, the election has been largely peaceful, with voters defying the rain to cast their ballot. Before the commencement of the election, the police arrested 2 persons suspected to be political thugs at Ugbogbo quarters in Igara, Akoko Edo, in Edo State. Now, in a statement by Force PRO ACP Olumuyiwa Dejobi, police operatives recovered 3 cut-to-size locally fabricated pistols and 1 locally made gun. The police emphasized that it is working to ensure safety of voters and a smooth exercise. I will bring you live updates from across Edo State from our correspondents and reporters who are in various local governments to monitor the situation. But we still have with us an analyst and a public affairs analyst, Victor Hai, to talk more just about the exercise and how things are going in Edo State. When you look at the 2020 and the 2024 election, I know that you have monitored elections in Edo State since 2016, even way beyond that, rather. But when you look at how things, let's even start from 2016, 2020, and now 2024, have you seen similar patterns in terms of, voter turnout, security, and just the general outlook of that election as it is ongoing now?
Okay, so in previous elections, it would usually be a 2-horse race. And so the tensions tended to be more. It would then be like, obviously, 2 major parties, APC and what do you call it now?
We cannot state the names of political parties.
I'm sorry, yeah. Okay, so you would see, you see that, 2 parties are struggling. This time, it's a 3-horse race, and it's too close to call. Even the one you might consider a dark horse might just bring surprises. So all of them And then I think the security forces this time have risen up to the occasion by making sure that they do a show of power to dissuade any form of violence and thuggery. And a deft move that they made was disabling the, what do you call it now, the...
State vigilante?
Yes, state vigilantes, yes. So that has helped to a very large extent, because they're in possession of arms, and they are the ones that, usually they're the foot soldiers for this violence. And then when you see, armed gangs against each other, one, it creates voter apathy because people are not sure how it's going to be, so they sit at home. But you can see there's a larger turnout this time. I mean, even if the TV is not showing it, you can see a lot of people are determined to vote in their candidate.
But, and I know Ibrahim wants to come, but when you look at this, it was the same thing in 2020 when, there was this uproar about how the election was going to be, filled with violence and how there was going to be thuggery and all of that. And it didn't turn out, exactly that way. I was saying the same thing, I mean, the election is not over. We've not gotten all of the reports yet. But so far, there have been reports, of people who have been arrested, but that's just one case. And so when you look at that, the disparity between the heightened, narrative of violence pre-election, and then when you look at the election, it's less. What do you think, happened in between?
Usually, people heat up the system. That's what you see. Everybody's like, look, you want to intimidate your opponent, and so unfortunately, sometimes it affects voters because when the polity is heated, people don't want to come out. You don't want to be a victim of where two elephants fight. You don't want to be the grass in that case. So that happens, and so you find that there is more perceived violence than actual violence. It's not saying there won't be any violence, there might not be any violence, but as I said earlier today, it's too early to say that everything is going to be peaceful. When the results start coming in, then you begin to see the reactions and the color of people, because a lot of people are already heavily invested in this, emotionally, financially, and so many have a lot at stake. And so that's when their true characters will begin to show. But I expect that the security forces will be alive to their duties and make sure that whatever it is curtailed early. But, right now, everywhere seems quiet because nobody knows which way.
Yeah, talking about security
Just a minute,
right.
Ibrahim. Let's bring in, we have another guest joining us via Zoom. He's the Executive Director, Operation Nigeria, Izinwa Uwangu. Good to have you join us. All right, Ibrahim, go ahead.
Do we have him?
Yes, we do.
Mr. Izinwa, thank you so much for joining us. We just started off about talking about how the pattern of the Edo election in previous elections vis-a-vis the ongoing election. What has been your observation so far?
We'll come back to him. I understand that, connection, he can't hear us also, but go ahead.
Most definitely. So I was going to say, because basically you mentioned the security agencies and the police precisely, but if you look at what has been happening in the heating of the polity, we had some people who were already planning to foment violence and all of that. While she was reading the introduction to this segment, we saw two people who were arrested, having ammunitions and all of that. Do you not feel that the police has actually proven itself to be up to the task?
I mean, they're always up to the task if they want to be and when they want to be. So that's never in doubt, And remember, this is an off-cycle election. So they can afford to bring as many policemen as possible. So to that extent, yes, they have. And it's still a mind game. I was listening to the first PRO. I mean, sorry, not first PRO. Fourth PRO. DIG.
Right.
Frank Uba, promising fire and brimstone on whoever attempts to. So that is also important because while the politicians are on the one hand, promising that all hell will be let loose, the police is matching them equally, rhetoric for rhetoric, and telling them, look, if you bring one, we'll give you 1,000. And so everyone should just if we're to use street language, everyone should maintain. You know, so everyone is chilling.
All right, permit me, so just to put you on hold.
Yeah.
We need to get information from, more updates from Edo State. Reporter is standing by there, Sarah Yeku, to bring us updates. Sarah, tell us where you are and give us update from there.
So I'm still in Esseco West local government, and this is Ward 11, Unit 005, Zoara West. And we understand that since the commencement of voting, that's at about 8:30, these persons have not been able to vote. So I'm talking about close to 1,000, about 900 voters are registered in this particular unit. And the reason that was given is the fact that the BVAS machine was not working as at the time. So just about 5-7 minutes ago, the BVAS started working. And so before we didn't see any INEC official at that point. They just came in now, and we understand that accreditation and voting has commenced. And incidentally, this is the polling unit of Mr. Philip Shaibu, and I'm going to bring him on now just so he can give us a sense of what these people that have stayed since morning, since as early as 8 a.m. this morning, they've been here waiting to see when INEC officials will resume and be at the polling units. And so when they got here, then the BVAS started malfunctioning. So I'll bring in Mr. Philip Shaibu just to give us a sense and help us understand what what he also has been going through. He has not voted yet, and this is about 12:38. So, sir, what have you been going through since morning, and what's the situation like?
Somebody that I've gone through torture and intimidation and harassment from a Godwin Obaseki. You should expect... Sorry,
sir, no name calling. I just wanted to stick with the issues, and let's just get this across.
Somebody that I've gone through torture and intimidation and is still standing. You should know that by now I'm so experienced to the extent that no pressure, intimidation, or something close can affect me. I'm happy that our people are actually aware now. Consciousness is high. Since morning, I think only 2 or 3 persons voted before the BVAS developed fault. And they took it, they came back, and they left again. They came back, it was not working, they left. And the people were like, what is happening? I spoke to them, I said, calm down. This technology at times can have issues. And we waited. We waited patiently to the extent that I had to get this canopy and chairs for them to sit and wait. And why I was confident is that all that units, there's no problem. So that means it could be technology error, and which is expected. And they came just now to tell us it's working. And you can see, everybody is still intact. So I'm happy that somehow I was thinking it's sabotage, but with what is happening now, that small thought of sabotage is gone. But we are pleaded with INEC, in line with their rules also, that they should check the time that we are starting, and they should also add that time for us to be able to vote. Because for all of us have to vote. We are here, so we must all vote. And for us to patiently wait shows that we want to actually vote and want to exercise our right to vote.
So you believe this is not a sabotage? Do you still have confidence in the electoral umpire?
Yes, with what has happened now, I don't think the small outer of doubt that I had is erased completely. And I pray that as we start, it does not malfunction again. I pray it doesn't malfunction again. So I'm confident and I'm hopeful that with this consistent technological advancement, we will get there one day to the extent that you don't even need to come to polling units to vote. You can vote from the comfort of your home, and even diaspora can vote. So technology is one thing I will continue to support and appreciate.
All right, I think my final question for you is, talk to us about what you've heard so far from the other local governments. I know that you have ears on ground to ensure that the election is peaceful, credible, fair for your candidate, even for the opposition also. But talk to us, what have you been hearing? What's your assessment of this election so far?
Yes, one thing I've heard is that it's calm and peaceful. I've heard that. Those small pockets, but not as widespread that we thought would happen because of the kind of news that we've been hearing about violence, burning Nigeria, burning Edo State, and we are thankful that here in Jetu, it's peaceful, it's calm, and even the weather is very, very calm. So maybe the weather also influenced the serenity that we have had here. You can see the people. Look at the crowd waiting till about 12:30 to wait for the BVAS, and nobody is going home. It shows the consciousness of our people is now high, and I think it's good for democracy, because democracy is about the people. Democracy is about the people choosing their leaders, and when the leaders do well, they give them any time they want. If they don't do well, they still have the chance to use their voters' card to vote them out. So I am confident that we'll continue to support democracy, and democracy is one government, no matter how, it's still the best form of government. And I can tell you that what I've seen here today, the level of patience that I've seen here today, all of us leaders, we have to sit up because the people are now conscious of their rights.
Thank you so much, sir. Precious, you just heard it. So if you take a look at what he's trying to say about the people that have been here since 8 a.m., ensuring that they cast their ballot and vote for a candidate of their choice, these are the people that have been waiting. If you take a look at the voting point, it's crowded, and just a few people that do not have access to that point yet are seated under this canopy and just waiting to choose their preferred candidate. Precious.
And Sarah, we've heard from the reinstated deputy governor talking about the consciousness of the people. But when you speak to the people, what are they saying and what's their mood?
You know, when we got here initially, they didn't want us to use the cameras because they just didn't want us to peddle fake news, which is one of the things that have characterized this particular election. Fake news just days before election, particularly on the eve of the election. There were a lot of fake news about some candidate pulling out of the race, about some sort of stories, you know. People are peddling stories around. And so when we got here initially, they didn't want us to use our cameras because they were not sure of our intentions. But after they got that confidence, which is why we can use the camera now, they got that confidence, they knew that we were not here to sabotage the process, we were just here to do our jobs as journalists. And that's what you've seen. And you see the people just standing around and just waiting patiently. And most of them, even though they are hungry, because they've been waiting for hours now, even though they are hungry, they're still here. There are people around selling small stuff, a bit of soft drinks that they can have and just chill and wait for this election time. We just hope that INEC would issue a statement on time to extend the time of this election.
And then based on what the incumbent deputy governor mentioned, saying that the people are actually waiting patiently, have you actually confirmed from them whether truly the reason why they are waiting is because they really want to exercise their franchise, or some of them are just there to, monitor the process of the election?
Apart from the party agents that are around, right, which is just like a fraction, a tiny fraction of the people that you see here, and apart from the party supporters, of course the party supporters are voting, they need to vote for their candidates. So apart from that tiny fraction of party agents or journalists, election observers, we've not really seen a lot around here. It was in the previous polling units that we've seen some election observers, EFCC officials also. The people that you see here are here for the election. You see them taking a seat and sitting and watching, waiting. As you can see the queue, right? Initially, right, we didn't have a lot of people around that voting area. We didn't have a lot of people around the voting area. What we had was just that people were lined up. You had the male on one line, you had the female on the other line. But you see now that the lines have been blurred. The lines are now blurry. People are trying to search for their names, and then vote for the candidates of their choice. So, accreditation and voting is ongoing at the same time. So people that are here to vote. They are not observers. They're not election observers. If they're election observers, they will have the tag of an election observer. They are here to vote for the candidate of their choice. And so the number that you see is expected because just in this polling unit alone, I think about 900 registered voters are at this polling unit. While the number of PVCs collected, we do not know yet because it's not stated on the list that we have there. But on that list, what we have is registered voters, about 900 of them are on that list. And that's why you see this number of people just in this polling unit. If you go to another polling unit where voting, we do not have a lot of voters there, that's the case of the other. But this particular polling unit, which is 005, that's where you have this number of registered voters there.
All right, Sarah, thank you for that update. I'm sure we'll get back to you to get more updates on the situation there. Reporter live for us in Isako West local government area in Edo State. She's been talking about the situation there. That's Unit 005, Ward 11 in Isako West local government area. She said from the report we're getting, the BVAS machine has had to be replaced twice because they were not working. Voting started 20 minutes ago now, because she said 5 minutes ago when we started speaking with her, so about 20 minutes ago now. Coincidentally, that's also the polling unit of the reinstated Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, who also spoke about the process and how conscious the people are and ready to vote. All right, let's bring in our guest on Zoom, Gabriel Wambo, who, will be he's also an election observer. He's observed a lot of elections in Nigeria. Will also be telling us, his thoughts on this process. Good to have you join us.
Good to have you too. Thank you so much, and good day.
So let me start with, we'll come back to the conversation Ibrahim was having with you, Mr. Victor. But talk to us about your observation with this election and some of the things that have just been noted. Unit 005, Ward 11 in Edo State, and that's Isako West local government, where the BVAS machine has had to be replaced twice. Tie all of this into the preparedness of INEC for this election.
Thank you so much. You see, the Independent National Electoral Commission has made a lot of arrangements. And part of the arrangement is a contingency plan, to ensure that there is enough backup of PVCs, for every ward. And there are technicians, there are engineers on ground, to replace them within the shortest possible time. So these contingencies have been made, and I believe that with enough manpower that is also available, we do not expect to see much malfunctions of the BVAS. So far, over 90% of the areas that are supposed to, elections are supposed to be holding is ongoing right now. So I think it's a very good development. The INEC is prepared, and the INEC has demonstrated being responsive and responsible to the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerian citizens so far.
But if you look at Mr. Wambo, if you look at what you said, look at it from 8 a.m. to up until now, that's more than 4 hours ago. And then you're talking about INEC's preparedness vis-a-vis the technicians that are there to ensure that the BVAS functions very well. This BVAS is definitely going to be used, is being used for accreditation and then transmitting results. At the end of the day, how do you think this might impact the outcome of the elections in the case where they are not able to transmit, especially from the rural areas in Edo State?
No, nobody said they are not able to be transmitted or results will not be transmitted. If what is happening is just in Isako, a fraction in Jatu, just a fraction of, just less than a fraction of the entire percentage of elections being conducted in the 18 local government areas of Edo State. That is not enough to say that elections are not moving smoothly. It's just a tiny part of the election processes, the election venue that is not being working as expected. However, we believe that everything is all right now, and there is enough manpower. And so far, INEC has not proved not to be responsive. INEC has immediately gone back and returned with new BVAS machines, and the elections are on. So far, everything is stable now.
Mr. Wambu, if I may come in here, because you used the word immediately, I'm staying on the point that Ibrahim raised, which you also said that is INEC has immediately, because it's not immediately, it's been since 8 a.m., they've had to do that twice. If it was just once, one would say, okay, maybe, you know, it was an error. But this is twice now that the BVAS has had to be changed. And it's been since 8 a.m. And if you do that calculation, it means that it took INEC about 4 hours or more to replace, you know, or 2 hours or more to replace one BVAS. And then another 2 hours or more to replace another BVAS. How tight will you then say that contingency plan is that INEC made?
Well, you just heard this in Jatu area of Edo State, and it is not synonymous everywhere. My take on it is that although it is a technology, technologies might not be 100%, you know, effective, you know, but so far it is not so bad. We do not want to hit up unnecessary situations that.
All right, looks like connection there with the Wambu is we've lost that connection. But let's bring the conversation to you to react to what is going on in Unit 005, Ward 11, where Philip Shaibu is also voting. Twice the BVAS has had to be replaced. This is the third time. Hopefully people can vote now. But how do you read that situation?
Well, it can create a bit of tension as the newly reinstated Deputy Governor stated himself that he thought there was foul play, but his confidence has been restored. Now, I expect INEC to be responsive, and that's what gives confidence to the process. So it failed once, it failed the second time, but this time around they got it. So I think, because that's the hope of everyone right now, that the BVAS would be able to give a fair representation of what has happened, and it will enable us know who and who were there, who and who voted. So a case of voting or ballot snatching, would not come up. So I expect them to be as responsive as that. And I remember in an earlier broadcast, someone talked about INEC technicians being around, so which means that they have people who are on the standby ready to make repairs or fix things. So to that extent, I think it's a good one. I didn't expect it to be 100%. In fact, I'm surprised that this is the only one. But again, we're talking to a high-profile person, so we know because there are cameras there. There may be so many others that we don't know about, but we'll have to wait and see, if that's what's happening. But the fact that they can be responsive and they will deal with the issue is very positive.
There is one thing for the machines to be, to malfunction. It's another thing for the people who are handling these machines to be able to utilize them very well. How do you think the Independent National Electoral Commission has tried to, train, especially the ad hoc, staff members that are co-opted into this election?
I think they have adequate training. I don't think anybody has ever accused any of their staff of not knowing what to do. Certainly not with the BVAS or the processes. So they do adequate training. So what is usually lacking sometimes is public awareness. Sensitizing the public about the due processes and what they must do, what they should do after voting. They try. Some NGOs also help and support in that area. So, but once you know what your civic responsibilities are, and INEC does what it has to do, I think we're home and dry. So, I'm pleased that so far, there's been okay. Because if you begin to see malfunctioning BVAS along the line, that already puts a question of credibility or integrity in the process. People will begin to insinuate all sorts of things. So, INEC's quick response in this case has been positive, and I hope it's the same across borders.
So there's an improvement in that regard. But let's I understand that we have Mr. Wambu back in the conversation. I want us to touch on some of the things that, I don't know if you were listening to Philip Shaibu when he was speaking with our correspondent in Edo State. He said some things. In fact, she had to caution him while he was speaking. And we've also heard some of the candidates and key figures in this election speak. What do you make of the rhetoric so far and the impact it could have on the process?
What rhetorics are you talking about, please?
We've had some of the key figures speaking. Some have complained about what's going on in their ward. Some have said, or in the polling unit, some have given some level of credit to INEC and security agencies. When Philip Shaibu started talking, our correspondent had to also caution, some of what he was going to say, and said he cannot say that, focus on the issues. And I wanted to, tie all of this together and the impact it could have on the process when politicians or key figures in this election make statements like that.
Yeah, honestly, it is unfortunate that we still have very key figures in our polity, in our political space, making utterances that is unbecoming of public office holders. We have, before the election, part of our constituency is actually to observe the pre-election, election, and post-election processes. The pre-election, we saw, persons that are holding high public office holders talking about burning down the country, burning down the state, that it's a do or die affair elections, and all that. It's across board. These are persons that could be classified. They are trying to, aid or make statements that could lead to breakdown of law and order. And for us in the civil society, we also classify such persons as enemies of democracy, as it were. So we expect them to mind their diction, their choice of words, because they could either decide to cause breakdown of law and order, or they can also decide to ensure that they abide with the extant laws and provision of the Electoral Act, as it were. So by this medium, I want to also caution high-profile persons that are involved in this election to be mindful of their words, mindful of the choice of words they make, because this could affect, impair, on this electoral process.
Would have even said a die is cast already, because people are out there, ensuring that they register their whatever it is that they have at the back of their minds. But do you think, if you want to compare, or if you want to link the rhetorics before today together with what is going on, what you've seen on the ground, because you are there on the ground observing things, do you feel that the voters are actually acting based on what they heard, especially from the politicians, or they are acting based on the fact that they are also well-informed voters?
Mr. Wambo, the question was for you.
Mr. Wambo, did you get a question?
Please come again. Your voice is so faint now.
Okay, so let me confirm if you can hear me now. Mr. Wambo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. So I was asking you, to compare or to see or to assess how the rhetorics of the politicians pre-elections, because the die is cast already, people are out there exercising their franchise. Do you feel that what they had said, especially with the utterance of the like of if they do, then people will die, so to speak. Do you feel that people are actually voting, or they're exercising their franchise based on what the rhetorics of the politicians, or they are doing, they're exercising their franchise based on the fact that they are educated voters, they know better?
Yeah, thank you so much. You see, what is actually happening in Edo State is that in spite of the hype, there has been a very serious hype of that the election, many people are going to, might not come out of it. Very negative statements. Persons, a lot of people have actually made projections based on the utterances of very key politicians that the elections is going to be a hot one. But in spite of these utterances, in spite of the heavy downpour in most places in Edo State, the turnout of voters is very, very encouraging and very huge. We believe that the increase in terms of new registrants and the collection of PVCs that have run up to over 85% of collection of PVCs. And this is the highest number of collection of PVCs we've seen in the recent time across the country. And this demonstrates that there is a zeal by the electorate to ensure that they vote for a credible candidate in Edo State. So the fact that some key politicians have made utterances that are unbecoming has not deterred the electorate. There is a determination. The Nigerian spirit in them has been resonated. Nigerians want to ensure that things are done right. Things are done the way it ought to be. And that is what has actually propelled the massive turnout of electorates in today's election. So it's not yet Uhuru. We are still monitoring events as our observers sent across the 192 wards of Edo State, bring in reports.
Conversation in just a moment, but let's bring you more updates from our coverage of the Edo election. About 200 police officers have been detailed as part of a rapid response and are already available to be deployed to wherever their attention is needed. The Deputy Inspector General of Police, Frank Umba, reassured that the logistics and welfare of the officers in the rapid response deployment has been taken care of.
So far, so good. We've seen a large turnout in a lot of the places we've gone to. We've seen very large turnouts in others, and there have been some places where the turnouts were quite low. But for us, our major concern is around the security of the elections. And I am so far encouraged and impressed by what I've seen. Areas where we've received minor complaints, we've risen up to the challenge, and we've been able to fix those ones. We're still out continuing on our monitoring. We are cautiously optimistic that all will end well, that have begun well.
Right, the IG Frank Umba speaking there in Edo State about security arrangement. I want to get to security arrangement in just a moment because that's very important. Extra 200 police officers being deployed. But I wanted to quickly ask you about that because Mr. Wambu mentioned issues around determination.
200?
Extra 200 waiting to be deployed. Okay. Not the previous deployment. Now, let's talk about the consciousness and the determination that has now been mentioned. Philip Shaibu used the word consciousness. Gabriel Wambu used the word determination of voters. Is that what you also perceive is going on now, in Edo State? And where is that coming from?
Well, I think that we have three major groups, right now, like I say, equally matched. There are those who want to maintain the status quo by all means necessary, and there are those who desire a change by every means necessary, and then others who want to just, change what is on ground. Now, it doesn't matter, and every one of them is fully persuaded in his own mind, in their mind, So that's why you find full turnout. It doesn't matter what the situation is. People are determined. The level of campaign, the awareness that has been created has been very, very strong because, like I said, you have three very strong candidates. None of them is planning to lose at all. They have gone to the hinterlands. They have traversed the whole of Edo State, done campaigns, done door-to-door and all that. And their people on ground are also determined to make sure that their principals win. That's the level of heightened voter awareness that has come upon Edo State. And that's why you see what you see. People are determined and they really, really, really want to put their candidates, and put it that way, in there. A lot of, one would say in previous elections, not just this, but across, that, oh, they have already determined who the winners are. They will put who they want to put there. But this time around, it's not the case. People want to go there and actually make sure.
Is that consciousness just about Edo State, or is that something that has been beaten up over time?
The idea of saying they have already...
No, this consciousness and determination we're talking about now, is it just about this state, or it's been beaten over time?
Well, this particular state this one is very, very important because of, I don't want to use a militant word like combatant, but the parties concerned, you know, they're all determined, and they've done very well in their campaigns. You know, there are various issues at stake for everyone. You know, there are those who want what is going on to continue. There are those who are saying, no, never, it should not. And then some who just say, look, away with you too, we want something different, a breath of fresh air. So and each group is determined. So Edo is peculiar. I hope the same thing happens across the country. You know, we have other elections coming up. Ondo is close by. So when that time comes, we'll have to see whether the pattern is the same. I don't know if there's that heightened awareness as well. The build-up to Edo has been something else, as you will agree. Yes. Everybody in Nigeria is aware about the candidates. Whether you're from the state or not, you have your preferred candidate, you know, because they have been everywhere. They're in your face.
Yes,
you know?
and you find people, you're right, you find people also picking sides, even though they cannot vote in this.
Exactly.
Absolutely. But then if you look at, you know, days before the election, the months, several months before the election, we have these politicians who have been, you know, threatening fire and brimstone, even the incumbent governor making some utterances where it was criticized and all of that. But it appeared to be a battle of, you know, people are not actually bringing, you know, debates to the table, a battle of issues. This is what I'm going to do as a candidate and all of that. Rather, it has always been a battle of not wit, but battle of fists.
Personality. And
personality. Do you feel that, you know, with this, the outcome of this election might be influenced by some of those, you know, rhetorics at the end of the day?
No, at the end of the day, people are picking sides for different reasons. Please forgive me for using this term here. You know, Miloko was made popular. The Ishan say it's their turn, for instance. Actually, and they have two candidates.
Everyone says it's their turn in different languages.
So there are those who will vote for that, but they have two candidates. You understand what I'm saying? So, and you also have people who want that continuity, and so they will be going towards one candidate, and then those who want change. There are people who are coming there. I mean, you find people from one party voting for another party. Why? Because they have an axe to grind. It's very peculiar. This is a very peculiar election. There has been no election quite like this before, you know, and even at the federal level, it's not quite like that. You find people who are from within a party ganging up to vote against their party. So it's not about ideology in that case. It's more like, and I repeat it, what will determine this election is the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the friend of my enemy is my enemy. To a very large extent, it will determine the output of this. So it's not so much about, what you call it now, ideology. Issues. It's not so much about the issues. It's about where do you stand, you know, on this. And, okay, so I don't like your face. It doesn't matter if you're the best person. It doesn't matter if we're in the same party. I have an axe to grind with you. There's that, you know. And
just like a vendetta.
Yeah, something like that. So at the end of the day, I don't know if Edo people will get what is best for them or what, you know, so it depends on who has a greater crowd. You know, so these are some of the factors that will come to play. And so at the end of the day, what you might just find is a situation where whoever has the greatest influencers on their side, if you have people who can influence numbers, then that's where it's going to swing, because they already have supporters, and they will say to them, this is where we should go, and they will lead them. And those are not necessarily like that, but in this particular case, people are really taking sides for so many reasons, you know, and that's how it's going to be.
And for reasons that you've mentioned, let's bring in Mr. Wamo back into the conversation. Do you agree with Mr. Victor Hai on the issues that would impact this election or the outcome of the election? You know, look, it's really not issue-based. It's not whether, you know, the candidates talked about insecurity or Okay, we understand that Mr. Wambu is not there. All right, that we still haven't connected with him yet. But let's bring it back to you. I want to go now to security. We've heard about how many, about 35,000, joining. That's for military joining this election, and other ad hoc. I will use the word ad hoc security agencies. Yeah. Joining this election, and now we have over 200 extra rapid response. Those who will stand by just in case of emergency cases. In any of the local government. At some point, people were scared that this election was over-militarized and, too many security agencies. Some had even accused, one of the security agencies of taking sides. But do you think that this has now had a positive impact instead of the negative impact that people were expecting that it will have?
I think it's positive in the sense that from the turnout, you can see that people have more confidence. They're able to go out there and vote and not feel threatened. And the fact that the vigilante were asked to, were suspended, asked not to operate within this period, during this period. Otherwise, there would have been violence, even from the beginning. So all of that has helped. It is important, and I think so. If this is what it takes to make people have confidence, come out and vote for whoever they want, it doesn't matter which way it goes, then I think it's okay. It shouldn't necessarily be. People should just go out ordinarily and vote and not be scared. But thuggery has been synonymous with elections in Edo State. There are, yes, you have cult groups, you have thugs, political thugs. You have
what people would call for lack of a better word, area fathers who control a particular area and a particular zone.
Exactly. So there's that, and there's so much of it. So if you don't put them in check, then you will see a bloodbath. Plus the fact that people are supposed to sign peace treaties and they're not signing, or some are threatening, to make, to cause problems if elections go one way or another. Now, no responsible government will sit down and watch that. You then decide that, no, we're not going to allow that. The security forces certainly did what they had to do. As for taking sides, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think, in my estimation, there's anything to show so far that anybody has taken side. If anything, I think they're just standing aside and watching people do what they're doing. And then with the intelligence that they have picked up a couple of people who are armed, who would otherwise have gone there to cause mayhem, We see our people in the field, so we'll wait and see. Like I said, what we have right now is a piece of a graveyard. When the results start trickling in, desperation will set in, and then we will see whether
That's when the integrity test.
Yes, that's where the integrity test will.
Well, I'm wondering what has changed, because before now, if there's going to be any violence, we would have started seeing it, ballot snatching and all of that, even some people going right there into where they vote.
So ballot snatching is no longer involved.
Yeah, and the election process, and they said if
disruption might happen when results start coming
So if it's not happening now, do you not feel that there will be no need, because most of these results would have been transmitted into the IRF portal?
It is after counting that you transmit. BVAS does not, you don't get the result when you are registering.
That's right.
It's after you've counted, you can talk about transmission. That is the point. That's where the integrity test you talked about we would see it at play. Because at that point, if you see your candidate losing, so it therefore means that for the next 4 years, you are not going to be in power and all that, desperation might set in. We'll see whether they will be able to hold back. And if you don't have, where you don't have enough security men, and the politicians take advantage of loopholes. What are these loopholes? The stronghold of your opponent, you want to create disruption there so that it will be declared inconclusive. You know what I mean?
That's right.
So places like that will be targeted. Strongholds of opposition, of opponents rather, So these are strategies that they use. So that if those ones are inconclusive and your own area is intact, then you have the upper hand. Okay? So the real test will be when the results are being counted, collated, then we will see what happens. So that's when the security forces have to be at their wits' end. They have to be alert and they have to do what they have to do. Right now, you just have like 3, 4 policemen from the results we're getting at each polling unit and all that. They can be overpowered. They can be overpowered. Unless there's proper reinforcement and there's intelligence and they act on it accordingly.
I just wanted to state that, for the purpose of our viewers, because we mentioned the IRF, that the IRF is just for public display and not for collation. Because we've had that issue of people, talking about the IRF, we didn't see it on the IRF. It's just for the public display and not for collation, and that's what INEC has said. But I wanted to also talk about the issue.
But there's something it does. Hold your question, but
All
please
right,
bring
go
it
ahead,
up.
please.
What it does is, in the past, you find a situation where, let's say there are 300 registered voters, and then at the end of the day, people start stuffing the ballot box, and you get 400, 500, and all that. Okay, not registered voters. Maybe we have 300 registered voters. Only 200 are credited out of the 300 registered voters. And then you now see 280. Now, what the IRF does is to say, no, where did that 80 come from? Only 200 people were accredited. How did that come up? So
also to strengthen the integrity of the process.
Yes, so it does to a very large extent. And I think they are also aware now that it's no longer
business as usual.
Exactly, it's not business unusual.
Exactly. I think that should be the name of the program. But but let's talk about. I was going to ask you about. Okay, I understand our correspondent Solomon is standing, but I'll come back to my question. Solomon, give us an update from where you are. Tell us where you are, and tell us, what's going on there at the moment. Solomon, if you can hear me, I was asking for the latest updates from where you are.
I am at Ward 12 in the Oredo government area. Very hard of the very hard to
network issues there. He has talked. He spoke earlier with Veronica, and he had talked about how that could also have impacts on the network there. We'll try to reconnect with Solomon and bring updates for you. But let's talk about the issue, because you were talking about the peace pacts and people signing, people not signing. And as you look at the process, has that had an impact? That was supposed to make a statement. But whose benefit and whose purpose does it serve when you sign or not sign? At the end of the day, whose responsibility is it?
Moral burden on you, so that you don't go out there and instigate people to violence. So, I mean, it's just moral suasion. It doesn't mean that it's binding on you, but it creates a moral obligation on you to say, let there be peace. So I think it's only fair. In my time, I signed, and you have to do that. Everybody has to. So what it therefore means is that you're saying, on my honor, I will, even if I don't accept, I will do the right thing. I will go to court. I will not instigate my followers to go out there and try to instigate violence. So I think it was necessary. I know that some parties, or a party was in particular, was trying to say, look, there are no guarantees, and all that. But it's neither here nor there. And it's not to say that whether they sign or not, they will.
That's where I'm going to.
Yes.
Should we legalize it? Should it come to the point where once you sign, there is also consequences for going against the pen that you have put on paper?
No, unless, even without that, there are consequences for,
electoral violence.
So, whether you sign or not, it's implied that if you do that and it is traced back to you, then the law will go after you. So, it's not just that, but just the public, it is hoped that public display, your followers will see you and say, my leader has signed and said we should not fight. We should not take laws into our hands. So it's for the optics. And hopefully that when the followers see their leader say, we will abide by whatever is done, we'll go through the legal route, we will not go through violence to protest or to register our grievances. That's what it does. You know, so it's mainly for the optics. I just hope that the followers will read that, maybe the body language of their leaders, and say, okay, look, Oga says we should not fight. He has signed that we won't fight. So I think that's what it does. And it might not work for everybody. They might not necessarily, but it's that. So the issue of legalizing it doesn't really make much difference. Whether you legalize it or not, if you go, some people have been arrested now, and I can assure you that the police will want to make scapegoats out of them. You understand?
And talking about scapegoatism, I'm thinking, because as you're analyzing it, I'm actually having some things rioting in my head as regards how we can ensure that...
All right, sorry, I have to put you on hold, Ibrahim. We'll just continue the conversation in a moment, but let's now bring it. I understand Solomon is now standing by. A reporter live for us in Edo State, Solomon Ajizogu. Solomon, where are you, and what is the update from there? We'll try again, keep trying to reconnect with Solomon, but he's in Ward 12 of Oredo local government area. Hopefully we can get an update from there. Ibrahim.
So let me just, put the riot on the table.
Yes.
What is actually right in my head. Because as you were analyzing it, I was thinking, okay, then if you sign peace accord and you're found wanting, maybe not you directly, your people who are your supporters, you can't be the one to be punished for what the supporter is doing on the field. But is there a way we can make it? Is there a way we can make it? We can escalate it, beyond one person sinning? Because if the person says, "Okay, I'm doing this on behalf of my party," and we realize that a party actually perpetrated, serious violence in the elections, is there a way a party can be sanctioned? Exactly.
Well, why that cannot happen, and why you cannot blame somebody else for somebody else's crime, is that you would then. Politicians are very wily. So what you will then see is a situation where they will plant people who will go and do that and claim that they're from another party. And these people are expendable.
Them with
yes, they're expendable. They will get people who have nothing at stake. Just go. Even if they jail you, we'll put money in your account. Don't worry about it. We will say, you understand what I'm saying? So he will go in the name of the rival party. And then, so you now go and each man should be accountable for his sin. That's how it is. So if you say, because the man says he's from a particular party, you will now hold the party liable. That's not, I mean...
But all of the measures we've been, applying to...
So the thing is to say this, if you allow yourself to be used, the law will deal with you without any... I mean, the law will descend heavily on you and you'll be punished.
Well, you already said some people who don't have anything at stake. So they don't even mind...
But those are the people that they use.
How much have we done to deter people from, perpetrating this?
That's what the security forces are doing now. You can prevent by the show of force. And that's what's happening. You can bluff. It's a mind game that the place is playing, the security forces. But we saw in one of the units where they came lorry load. They came around and displayed, and then So what does that say? We're on ground. You try anything, we deal with you.
But is prevention and arrest? Of course, that should protect the integrity of the process.
Yes.
But in terms of deterrence, is that enough? Because most times we do not hear that these people have been tried in courts or jailed, because there are consequences in the Electoral Act for that, and we haven't seen that. Would it not be better to see more of that? And then people don't even in fact, they know now not to even bother at all.
I can assure you that the two people that have been arrested so far will be made scapegoats. I don't know if they have some big powers behind them on what may happen afterwards, but this one that is in the public domain, and this is where the media will come in. You understand? You will set an agenda and continue to hammer on it. What has happened to these people? What is happening to them? How far has this case gone? Then it cannot be buried. That's the responsibility of the fourth estate of the realm. So if that is done, then it will go to a logical conclusion. These people will be brought to trial. They will say where they got the guns from, what they plan to do with those arms, who sent them, if anybody did, you know, and all of that. And of course, we have enough in our laws to deal with people who are carrying arms, who possess arms illegally, you know. So they are not security forces, so they have no reason. And this time around, even if they were vigilante, they would, you know, they would not, they have no right because they've told them not to operate during this period. So it's up to the media right now to make sure that this is followed through to a logical conclusion.
In the midst of all of this is the concept or the vote buying phenomenon. We have the EFCC also deployed on the ground to ensure that they nab and, you know, put to trial anyone who is found wanting of vote buying and all of that. But we saw a video of a man, maybe not on air yet, who challenged, an observer really, who challenged, you know, a particular section of people who were transacting, you know, their votes and all of that, and he was harassed, he was beaten, blue-black, and
for challenging the process.
Yeah, for challenging the process. So, do you feel that it is it's going to work if the EFCC, or probably the EFCC, will definitely get the job done? Because vote buying, they say, doesn't happen during the election. It's before the election. We saw some people who were saying, go to this filling station and get free fuel.
I will let you answer that question, but we'll have to bring in Ikenna Amechi. He's standing by for us to give us updates. Ikenna, tell us where you are, and then the latest from the polling unit.
All right, Precious. We are right now at Ward 2, Ikeken Primary School, and this ward contains 2 polling units. In Ewohimi, there are 2 wards. We have been in the first one, where the governorship candidate of one of the major political parties voted earlier. And here we are in this Ward 2. The electorate are filing out to cast their votes. Behind me is the Ward rather is Unit 7. While behind me, out there, is actually the Ward 8. So we are monitoring the process. Election materials and officials arrive late here at about 9:30. The one where we were before, it was around 10:30 they arrived, and in this particular unit, it was around 9:30. So you can see why at this moment, just some few minutes to 2, people are still yet to cast their votes. I have here one of those who have successfully voted, and what he has observed in the process of actually coming here and voting. Hello. Okay. What's your name? And have you voted? When did you vote?
Yeah, I just cast my vote. I am Sivanos Ihebo from Ikeken Ewohimi.
How difficult was the process?
Ward 2, part of Ewohimi. The process is going peacefully and going very well, but the only problem we are having, the issues we are having here is failure on the network. That is delaying the sometimes the network of the machine. Then the network failure is leading to a kind of redundance. It's keeping us here for a long time. Me, I spent over 3 or 4 hours on the queue before I was able to vote. Although the voting process is smooth and it's going very well, except that that of network, we don't have other problem.
Okay, but the INEC officials, we understand that they didn't arrive on time, and of course the rain actually started early here. Did it affect the process as well?
Yes, the rain delayed the beginning of the process. The arrival of the INEC officials was delayed by the rain, effect of rain. But yet, when they arrived and they started the work, they are doing it smoothly and it's going on. I believe if the network is good enough, at least before 5, we should be able to. They should have done before evening.
Okay. Apart from the INEC situation, is there any other concern in this process, this whole process of voting here in Ward 2? of Ehumi?
The people of this community are very organized. They are very organized and they are patient. They are patient enough to stay in queue. For somebody to stand for 3 hours, like me, I've stand for 3 hours. 3 hours, like 3 hours and 45 minutes before I was able to vote. You can see everybody, father, mother, children, they are all on the queue, patiently waiting to cast their votes. It's quite it's a plus on us because we are really serious and we want to vote for our choice. We want to vote for the right person that we want to vote for.
All right, Precious, you've heard him. He wants to vote for the right person. And of course, the process is still ongoing. And because of the delay, definitely it will exceed the 2:30 p.m. where voting is supposed to actually stop and for collation to begin. So for this particular ward and the previous ward we visited, it has been delayed because of the arrival of the officials of INEC late here, and of course rain has its own input, and as we heard earlier from this gentleman, the BVAS machine is not really working.
I know it's funny that at the point where the man there, who is also a voter in Edo State, tried to talk about, network failure of the, in that area, and then his voice really started to break, just to buttress the point that, there was a network problem. And that's how we also just lost connection, He can decide to talk about rain, and then we lost connection with him just to buttress, their point. But let's give you update before Victor Hai would answer the question from Ibrahim. The rain eventually became a challenge in Benin City. Our correspondent just said that the downpour forced many voters to run for shelter as the grounds became mushy and unfriendly, forcing many to stay away till the rain subsided. After the rain reduced, voters began streaming in again, and they spoke with TVC News.
It has been seamless. I came in just a few minutes ago, and I've casted my vote. The only thing I can say is that the turnout is not that impressive. Unlike before, I know that when I come like this, times like this kind of election, we usually have crowd around, but probably because of the rain.
It was good. It was fantastic. They came on time, and the security men were all on ground.
Now, in the build-up to the election, the resident Electoral Commission for Edo State spoke to TVC News on their preparations for the election. We also have some reactions on the conduct of the exercise so far.
On our part, we have done trainings to equip our staff, adult staff. We have done training for the electoral officers. We have done training for an engagement for the people with disability, so that nobody will be left alone. We want to conduct all-inclusive election. We've had meetings with the security agencies, and they promise us that they will be professional in their duty. On our part, we have also received material from the central bank, sensitive material. Before we did that, we invited all the political parties, and the assurance we are giving you is that their vote we can't, because our duty here is to implement the vision and the mandate of the Commission. That is to conduct election that is free, fair, credible, and all-inclusive election. Their vote we surely can't, I can assure you. Well, I'm not sure that will be a voter apathy, because Edo people are politically active. They know their rights and they know what to do. On our part, we have been so transparent in the system, right from the continuous voters registration. INEC has been transparent, and the people of Edo State came out en masse to register for the exercise. So there is not pessimistic at all that they will not come. I'm positive that they will come, because the Edo people are educated and enlightened.
Just go there and vote. That is how it is right now. I believe the way it is, it should be like that everywhere. it's okay here. I don't know others. But what I'm seeing here is like a testimony that INEC is getting it right. A couple of friends are calling me to say I'm getting a lot of votes from different places. But I'm not there. I'm here because this is my home and my people love me. So for that reason, I have nothing to fear in my home.
Particularly in Rumi area, who are trying to settle scores, and it's not necessary. And they're using the police force to try and settle personal scores. And this is not fair. And we've said this before. The chairman of the party said this at the press conference some weeks ago. And we keep saying this. Policemen, if they want to be politicians, they should retire and come and be politicians. But if you're a policeman and you're being a policeman and a politician, it doesn't work. Most definitely. If the INEC officials have just come, the process hasn't even started, so we're over 2 hours delayed. So the only fair thing would be for closure to be extended as much time. So closure should be extended maybe 2 or 3 hours, whatever time we've delayed. That's the only fair thing.
Then the men takes over the formation. And even the women begin to ask for 30%. Whereas at voting, women are 70%. By my rough estimate here, they are more than 70%. So I'm saying, my prayer is, as we improve on girl child education up to university level or HND level, and we have women who have all the skill required, that any politician who wants to survive to win election must necessarily not out of favor, not out of pity, in the enlightened self-interest of political activism, they will have to reflect these numbers, 50-50 at least.
Right, some soundbite coming in from that election from key figures and the resident electoral commissioner of Edo State as well. Let's now get back to our conversation with Victor Hai. Ibrahim asked you a question earlier. I hope you still remember it.
Well, you can ask again.
All right.
Okay. I'm still here, though. So we talked about, in the midst of all of this, we were talking about security, the police deployment and all of that. And I said on the ground is also the EFCC, the officials on the ground, and a man who was, accosted, who actually accosted those who were trading their votes, was harassed, beaten and all of that. But I'm trying to ask you whether vote buying is something that happens on the day of election. Is it not something that happened before the elections where, for instance, one of the politicians bought certain fuel because of the fuel crisis, leveraged that to ask people to go to filling stations to get fuel for free?
Okay, so I think I read earlier today that at Ego, there were cases of vote buying, Ego local government area. I don't know if people were arrested, but I read something like that. You can't rule it out. People will want to somehow induce voters by whatever means necessary. And in some parts of the country, what you'll find is you would deliberately impoverish people so that when you come to give them money, they'll be grateful. You will look like their savior.
How does that sound correct? When we say that politicians deliberately impoverish people, people
weaponizing poverty.
You understand? So people
weaponizing poverty.
People actually, yes, we can say weaponizing, but people actually getting into elected positions to help their people. You are also a politician, so would you say
ideally that's
right?
You're being idealistic there, but you find a situation where they give you only just enough to survive. People go, a lot of our politicians, just what they spend for themselves compared to look at what the minimum wage is compared to what our politicians spend. The disparity, you understand what I'm saying? Just give barely enough to survive. But coming back to the question itself,
but monies are not shared. I'm trying to understand.
No, it's not about money shared. It's about opportunities created.
Right.
It's about opportunities. Why would you want to share money when you can create industries that can employ people, for instance? Is it that you don't know that you can create industries or attract industries where people can work and be independent? That's something you can do, but would they do it? That's the case. They would rather, just give handouts and all that. And then, so the people keep coming to them every day. It's like some sort of elixir, something that makes them high for people to come line up in front of their houses every day for handouts. We see them in different parts of the country. It's not common in Edo State. Like I told you, they're a more sophisticated set of human beings. You know, even if they're poor, they will not come to your house to beg. You know, so it's peculiar. But it's not to say that there would be people who will. I mean, sometimes they will regard it as freebies. You give me fuel, you know, and when there's no fuel, they take it. But I think they will go there and vote for whom they want to.
But shouldn't that be part of the consciousness when we talk about voter consciousness, the idea that, look, opportunities have to be created? Because you have talked about the three things that would decide this election. You've talked about for, against, and, you know, something new. And then, but in the mind of the voter, shouldn't they be thinking, look, opportunities, so let me pay attention to the issues and then look at who can really provide these opportunities for me, rather than, oh, let me pitch my tent with the one who is my friend and who, you know, the enemy of my enemy, you know, like you mentioned earlier. It's
difficult right now. There are too many, there's mixed emotions in this election. There's mixed emotion. Let's not deceive ourselves. There are people who vote based on issues. They're the elites, the enlightened people. But
they're likely in the minority.
They're in the minority. Many of them are probably watching us and they're not voting right now. And some of them are listening to me. They are here. They are watching analysis on TV. They are not going out to vote. The people who are voting are the ones we're seeing. They're in the rural areas, and only those who have access to these people. Look at, I saw old people sitting on chairs. They are determined. Some in the rain. They just want to exercise their civic responsibilities. The enlightened people who know about issues, who know what should be done, are not out there voting.
Have analyzed their way out of the election.
Exactly. You know, so unfortunately that's the case. So you find a lot of big talk, big grammar. In fact, the biggest set of voters are even in the diaspora. They tell you who to vote for, what is right and all that. They make all the analysis, but they don't come out to vote. Unfortunately, it's the grassroots people. So it is whoever has access to the grassroots people. And that's why I talked about the electoral calculation, where 1 + 1 can equal to 1 million or whatever. You understand? So the people who have these people, and some of them are voting out of grouse. You understand? They have an axe to pick. You know, so it's not about whether you are the best man or not. They just vote because, okay, look, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the friend of my enemy is my enemy. I'm telling you, that's
or that's our son, so we all have to line up. And that also buttresses the point you were making earlier about people who are in one party might likely vote for people who are in another party.
It's not likely, it's happening.
Will vote for people,
yes.
You know.
And campaigning openly.
Because the idea of that's a son will also play a role in this election. Yes. But I want to go back to the issue of vote buying. Yes. When you look at this election, people had talked about, again, just like the insecurity, that the desperation of politicians, and that, look, you know, I think I heard someone at some point talking about, I think it was social media who was talking about, look, sometimes maybe the votes, the monies might even go as high as 20,000 naira compared to what we know before. That's how desperate politicians are. But we haven't, maybe pocket here and there, but we haven't really heard, you know, of the scale in which it was projected and predicted hasn't happened. Is it the voters, or we haven't gotten to that point yet?
In Edo, who is spending? It's not saying that people may not spend, but who is spending? We can't mention names here, but there are people who you say have the war chest, but they are not exactly that generous and will not go and spend money. You understand? Even in the opposition. Edo, I don't think money politics will work in Edo. It's certainly not going to influence anything. People have made up their minds already about who they will vote for. Nothing will change it. They've dug their heels already. They will not, if you like, bring the money. They will take the money, but they will not change their minds. People are determined. They have made up their minds about who they want to vote for.
Even before the campaigns started?
Yes. Well, through the campaigns and all that. There are the undecideds, but there may be a few like that might say, okay, it might swing this way or that way, let me see. But people have made up their minds. Lines have been drawn. Money will not change.
But others might disagree with you, because if they do not see that opportunity, they won't be looking for opportunities to buy people's votes.
No, okay. So if you say buy people's vote, people will attempt obviously to induce. There will be obvious attempts to induce. There's no doubt about that. So, okay, come, we'll give you more, like the people we talked about, maybe giving fuel and all that. Edo people are too proud. They will collect your money, but they will do what they want to do. I've talked about dignity in poverty. I'm not saying it's a state of poverty. No, don't get me wrong. But even a very poor Edo man is a very proud man. I can tell you that.
Well, there are some people, even beyond Edo, there are some people who would definitely say they collect your money and then they'll still vote their conscience.
But that's what I'm saying about the Edo
But if you
man.
want to extend this
Edo
further, we see the aged who came out to exercise their franchise. We don't know whether it's a franchise they're exercising, because I understand, I mean, I was having a conversation before we came on the air about a woman we saw who came to vote, and someone was telling me that, listen, it's possible that this person that came out was influenced by either her son or daughter or a politician within the society saying that this is where you're going to thumbprint based on certain factors. Maybe.
But you're not talking about influencers. I mentioned that.
Right. So I'm saying that, do you not feel that vote buying can also be a manifestation of vote buying, where these people do not even care who is in power, but they go there and they vote?
You see, rather than talk about vote buying, I'll talk about winning the minds of the people. Okay? Some have been charitable long before now, and they've won the heart of some people. And so
whether
those
they are
people
bad,
go out of their way.
Democratically or not.
No, I don't know about bad democratically. It's about who they believe in, who they are following. Okay? If someone has been good to you all this while, not just at the time of election showing up, your loyalty is with them. That is what you're going to be seeing. There are people who have troops behind them because over the years they have been helping, they have been supporting
who
them.
paid my son's school fees.
Exactly. So they've paid forward, and now it's payday. You understand? Now they can call up those favors. That's more of what you're saying.
But do you know that you can be of help to someone and the person knows that, yes, you've helped me, but this person knows that your generosity is not going to help the country. It's not going to help the state. It's not going to help the state move forward. And they definitely would vote for someone who they don't even know. But looking at, the battle of needs and
this particular election is not just going to be about ideology. There are too many axes to grind. I've told you what will determine this election is the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the friend of my enemy is my enemy. Take it from me.
Regardless of the consequences.
Consequences have nothing in this election. I'm telling you the truth. I could sit down here and begin to tell you.
So basically, it's just let's win and then we'll decide what happens later.
Exactly. That's what this election is about. Unfortunately. And when you hear the people talking there, some of the leaders, unfortunately, I wish that they had gotten the three leading candidates. One of them was missing. I would have wished to hear what he would say as well. One was calm and was just talking leisurely, and the other was pained. Do you understand what I'm saying? And you can read where they're coming from. It's not about how hard you have worked. Unfortunately, you might be the strongest person, and yet you'll be climbing up a glass wall that has slime all over it. So you will just be, struggling. You've made all the effort. You've done everything right. You're probably the best candidate. But everybody who should be in your camp is working against you through no fault of yours or whatever. So that's what this election is about. Let's not deceive ourselves. It may not go to the best. It might not be about the best. It's about the camps, that the battle lines that have been drawn. Common sense is not going to prevail in this election, unfortunately.
So let's talk about again, still on the issue of vote buying. Because there was a time where, I think was it a general election, but there was an election where, it was predominant. You go, they will ask you, take a picture.
Yes, or just show.
Just show that you have.
Show where your.
Yes, your thumbprint, where you thumbprinted.
Yes,
will give you
just lift it up. Let's see.
And so, find a way to stylishly just show us that you voted for. But do you see that strategy working here?
No, it won't work here. I've told you it's different. We're watching.
Because I'm speaking to the issue of you saying, some people will collect the money and then still vote who they want to vote for.
Yes, if at all.
So if that
anybody tries it, they will still vote for who they want to vote for. Not at this stage. Not in Edo State. You bring the money, they'll take it, but they will vote for who they want to vote for. Battle lines have been drawn. And I told you about dignity in poverty. These are key things. You're from Edo State. You know what I'm talking about. They will not call Malu brother because they want to eat beef. They will not say sir to a cow because they want to eat beef. They won't do it. That's the Edo person for you, quite frankly. I can't say that about other states, but that state, no.
Yeah, actually, based on maybe your relationship or probably what you've known so far. But in all of this, the reason why we're having this conversation is not to glorify any bad behavior.
No, it's not.
But
it's a reality on the ground. Unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately. But how do we resolve this? How do we bring up reforms that might definitely address this issue of vote buying, insecurity, or things that actually happen during elections? At the end of the day, so we'll be able to say, yes, Nigeria is developed, because part of, the metrics of measuring a country that is developed. How do we bring up reforms and institutionalize it to make it, a democratic process?
Okay, so over the years, our elections have grown. The INEC has improved. There's greater awareness and consciousness right now. People now know that if somebody gives you 5,000 to vote, what will come out of your pocket over the next 4 years, maybe 1,000 times more than that. That awareness is there now. So buying votes is not going to be in vogue anymore. You may give them, but people are smarter now. They now know that, what you give to them may not last. It won't take them anywhere. So that is an evolutionary process. Sometimes we tend to compare ourselves with democracies that are over 2 centuries old. And that's not really fair. Of course, we live in the same time, and the world's a global village right now. Right. But the level of education, voter awareness is not the same. The sophistication of our system is not the same as you have in other democracies. Human beings will remain the same. But the systems in place in those places are such that you can't get away with it. We are getting there gradually. Look at this election, for instance. The security forces have come out and they're doing the show of power. And it is born out of experience, like saying, look, and when they say the vigilant people should stay, the vigilantes, so to say, should stay away, they have a reason. It's born out of experience. They know that if these people come out, there will be clashes. And there will be bloodbath on all sides, both the military, the security forces, the vigilantes, and innocent bystanders. So every policy, every move that is made with each election is born out of experience. It's cumulative experience over time. So we are getting there gradually. I can assure you the next general election will not be like the last one.
And do we also see that, over the years, the security agencies, especially the police, are now having better understanding of each state, and they're able to craft a security architecture that well suits, that state when it comes to election security?
We can say that. And again, you have to credit the police. We are having more and more educated policemen now. Your IG is a PhD holder. A lot of them are, it's not that we didn't have educated policemen in the past, but mostly in those days, you see people growing through the ranks, but there are a lot of educated people now, lawyers and people, sociologists and different people. So they are not just policemen now, they are people now who in the force and professionals, yes, who want to do the right thing, who are now applying their education, to the job. It's no longer just about one way. It's no longer like you were saying in the past, zombie way now one way. No. People are now more enlightened, more sophisticated in these security forces. And so things are changing. It's no longer the way it was. So you can see that every state is peculiar. And here, you are hearing things like, okay, based on intelligence, which means they are not just relying on just say, okay, we'll come with show of force. They are putting people out there and gathering intelligence, and they're acting based on the intelligence. Preemptively, you can see them, they know, okay, they are not waiting until people come to strike. The people that were arrested was an overnight raid. They went there, they heard that there were people who were armed, and they went there and preempted, and they arrested them. So it's like, these people are planning to do something else. So they go in there to preempt it. And when you hear that some of the people you were planning to do something have been arrested, you go low. You will come
and
out.
tie that into, because we had 3 off-cycle election before now together, Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi. Tie what the police did in those elections with what we're seeing now in this election. And then, talk about how well, I know you've started touching on that, but how well we have evolved in our election security, security.
No, but as you can see, what you get before these elections is threat of violence and all that. So that perception that things are going to go terribly bad. But what the difference in this case are, things have evolved. With each one, they're getting better. And let's give them credit. Let's cut them some slack, give them credit. So what they are doing now is preventive, preemptive, and they are not waiting for things to happen before. And that's the best way, really.
I was waiting for you to say combative just to complete the team.
No. The combativeness is what people were expecting, but they are more sophisticated now. So if you do preemptive and preventive, then you don't need to be combative because you have checkmated them. If you wait for them to come out first, then you see the bloodbath. So that is the sophistication that has come in now. So, but like I keep saying, let's wait for the votes to start coming in to say, finally, that they have done well.
As I think it's Winston Churchill who said, this is not the end. This is the end of the beginning. I can't remember how exactly he said it. The beginning of the end. Yes. No, this is the end of the beginning.
Yes.
So basically, this is the end of the beginning. Yes. We're about to get to the next phase of election.
Yes.
Another integrity test is about to begin.
Yes, about to.
Absolutely. So looking at it on a broader level, if you look at the political dynamics and voter behavior, which we have been analyzing so far, but we will be careful mentioning political parties or names or anything. But I want us to look at it on a broader level and domesticate it to what is happening currently in Edo State. The 2023 general election, came with very strong political dynamics and, political culture, at display. We saw the Tinubu, Atiku, and then the Obi, who came in the mix, to change the narrative and then impact the election process. How do you see, because it's a two-part, Edo State has always been a two-party state, so far. How do you see the third leg, what I mean, coming into this fray and probably maybe swinging or impacting on the chunk of votes that are supposed to be shared by the two?
The beauty of the election in Edo this season is that they're looking at individuals and not party anymore, which is why you see people from a particular party going out and openly campaigning for people in another party. I think we're getting sophisticated. We're getting to that point where it's no longer about party. You don't follow party blindly anymore. You look at the individuals.
So party is just a purview. It's just a purview.
It's an SPV, a special purpose vehicle for actualizing your ambition. That's what it has been. It's not about ideology. You and I know that. People just look for where they can get the ticket so that they can effect whatever change or at least whatever it is they want to get grab that power. So now people are more discerning. They're not following blindly anymore. Who's on the cards? The unfortunate thing in the Edo case is that, like I said, there are too many axes to grind. So it's blinding people to even ideology now. We should have driven this. I wish that was what was driving this particular election, but unfortunately it's not. It is a mixture of both. A bit of ideology, but much more of vendetta and anger and, okay, it's my turn, or I will show you. You are friends with my enemy, therefore you are my enemy. I would rather go to the enemy of my enemy and stick with him. So that's what's happening. Unfortunately,
but from what Ibrahim said,
yes,
that particular, because we saw that in the 2023 general election where it became, in fact, it was three major horses, but there was only a fourth one. Yeah. But has that cascaded at all, to the state levels where, it's now impacting on how many parties are being represented? Initially, like we always say, it used to be, for most parties, for most states, it was a two-horse race. Yes. Did that cascade down to the state levels as well?
Well, we'll have to see what happens in this election. But you can see it, obviously, in the Edo case. For once, nobody's talking about just two parties. We're talking about three parties now. So it therefore means that the third force is still a force to reckon with, And there are those who are saying enough, So those who would have been undecided would rather say, okay, let me just vote for the third one, enough of the other two. So that's, you can safely say it has cascaded, and it is becoming an enduring thing. You know, it is beginning to show. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the other off-cycle elections as well, and see whether that third force is strong. But I can tell you right now that there are people who are showing disaffection with the dominant parties in the past and are looking for alternatives. And so they are looking at individuals now rather than parties. The traditionally sticking with a party, whether it is right for them or not. If you put a dog there, they will vote for that person. All that is beginning to change. People are now saying, look, let's see who is there, and then decide. You know, so that's beginning to happen.
So let's again get more updates on this election. Governor Godwin Obaseki has expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the election so far. He gave his assessment of the election moments after casting his vote in Unit 19, Ward 4 of Oredo local government area.
For now, I'm glad with what I see. The process in my unit has been quite smooth and efficient. I just hope that the collation process will be the same, that it will be peaceful, and that the results will be counted and there will be no disruptions. By the military, yes, I think they've done well. And the Chief of Defense Staff came to see and gave assurances that they will be on ground and they will fully deploy. And you're seeing that deployment. And I'm glad that the military is here as a backstop. But clearly, we're not too sure what the police is doing. Because as I speak, there are some people who claim that they're policemen at the Ugbe polling unit, fields today, trying to arrest people on election day in their polling units. You can tell yourself, it will be strange if the people's will is not expressed. And I pray that is not the case. That whatever the people want, whatever it is, however they've expressed themselves, should be the outcome of this election.
One of the governorship candidates, Monduk Bewolo, has commended the electoral process in Edo State, also describing it as seamless. The candidate made a statement after he cast his ballot in Udomi Primary School, Owesa, Ira area of Edo State. TVC News senior reporter Theophilus Elamaka tells us more in this report.
It was a rainy Saturday as our team was caught up in the rain on our way to the polling unit of the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Monday Okpebolo. The team had to navigate several bad roads which led to difficulty in getting to the polling unit on time. Finally, we arrived at Udomi Primary School, Owesa. This is where the governorship candidate of the APC is to cast his ballot.
Because this woman will not allow you to.
He stayed on the queue till it was his turn to vote, after which he spoke to newsmen.
I'm rating INEC very high. Reasons because everything is moving smoothly and the BVAS is working perfectly. You see it very as if you have done nothing. So it's like just go there and vote. That is how it is right now. I believe the way it is, it should be like that everywhere.
The process seems to be seamless, as explained by some residents in the area.
It's like the atmosphere is filled up with the brothers and sisters. So there's no sign of violence. Even the INEC, they are all compliant to make sure that everything will work out smoothly.
No single problem at all. As you can see, the process is going on smoothly. Even the network is stable. So to my observation, the whole place is calm. Security tight, everywhere is okay.
Process so far has been seamless, and our main concern is for women, and for the purpose of this election, women. And so far, the turnout have been impressive. There's no violence so far in these units. One thing that was very impressive is that the INEC officials came on time.
While many wait to cast their ballot, others that have done that are saying that they will stay to monitor the process and ensure that their vote is defended. Theophilus Ilama, TVC News, Irua, Edo State.
Right, those were some reports coming in from Edo State on the election, governorship election going on there. We've gotten reports from across the state. All the key figures in this election, governorship candidates have voted. They have given, their reports. We heard the governor there saying that the process, commending INEC and security agencies for the process. We'll be letting Victor Hai go in just a moment, but you were responding to the comment coming from the governor, yes. Whilst that was going on, I wanted to just respond.
No, that's very positive. I mean, it gives good vibes, if you like, excuse my language, that the governor is satisfied with everything so far. I think that's very important because a statement like that coming from him will help to calm, tensions in the state and make everyone, maintain the peace. So that was very good, and I thought that was, very good. He has demonstrated confidence in the process so far, and that's very good.
All right, thank you so much for being with us in the studio. I know that you are from Edo State, and you should have been voting today, but you sacrificed, to be with us in the studio. Thank you so much, Victor Hai. Always a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you for
your analysis.
It's a pleasure.
Right, so leading up to this election, and even as it progresses, some claims have been put out there in the media, stating that they're either very far away from the truth or misleading. Now, we'll spend some moments to review some of those claims, and then we're being joined by a researcher with Africa Check, Catherine Adini. She joins us virtually. Good to have you join us. All right, so talk to us about the impact, of fake news in this election before we delve into some of the claims that were made. It was rife in this election. Just speak to us about that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm live here at the NFC election situation room, where together with other fact-checking organizations.
If you can unmute yourself just so we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
All right, go on, Catherine.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm live here at the Nigeria Fact Checkers Coalition situation room with other fact-checking organizations where we are checking claims made around the Edo governorship elections. And leading up to the election, especially yesterday, while monitoring, we've seen a number of claims about the election, especially around candidates, claims that candidates are stepping down on the eve of election. And especially these are candidates who are top contenders, like candidates from the People Democratic Party, from the All Progressives Congress, and of course, Labour Party. So yesterday we found a claim that said that Olumide Akpata had stepped down for his opponents from the PDP. And of course, he issued a statement to say that he has not stepped down. But before the statement came out, the claim had gone viral, and we have swung into action to actually check. So the statement that was released had a lot of errors in them, especially regarding dates, which was a major red flag for us because the date at the top of the letter was practically different from what was just immediately after his signature on the letter. And his particular spokesperson told us that the candidates were still very much in the race. And before that was even concluded, we found another claim that the PDP candidates, as well as Godalo, had also stepped down for Olumide Akpata, who is from the Labour Party. And we checked this particular
Catherine,
claim and found out that it was false.
Just a minute, just to quickly step in. We are very careful about mentioning names of parties. You can mention the name of the candidates without the names of their parties. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. So these particular claims about candidates stepping down could have a real impact on the election, as a lot of their supporters might be misled with this particular information, which could have impact on the number of votes they are able to gather in that particular election. And of course, not just around candidates alone, we've seen about court dismissals and disqualifications, claims that the courts have disqualified several candidates from participating in the election. And when we checked, we found out that several of these political parties had issued statements that were signed by their publicity secretary to say that these candidates have not been disqualified from participating in the race. And of course, not just about the court dismissals alone, we've also seen claims around INEC saying that INEC has sent recs from a particular political party states to represent in the Edo election. But they have also come out to say that these recs are non-partisan. They do not belong to any political party, but they can be posted anywhere just to do their job. So these are some of the claims that we have seen. And as the election progresses, we've seen a lot more claims, which myself and my other colleagues here are working on. And as the election progresses, surely there will be lots of information, lots of photos and videos like we're already seeing right now that will be circulating online.
Interesting stuff. It's one thing to do fact-checking and getting the correct narrative out there. It's another thing for people to understand that, okay, what we've been bandying around is actually false. How are you pushing this information to them? What strategies are you deploying to get them to having the correct information rather than the false ones they're bandying around?
Thank you very much. So we are using social media as a tool because we've also, from past experiences, know that social media is a huge tool when it comes to pushing misinformation and disinformation. And we're also using the same approach to let people know that this particular information you're seeing is not right. And we're not just telling them that it's not right. We're pushing out the right information. What exactly it is that is correct is what we are pushing out to them. We make social media cards to say, okay, this is false, and we lay out how we have gone around checking these claims because we use publicly available evidence to actually do our work. So, which means that any other person seeing this particular card or seeing this process can also replicate them just as we have done. So we push them in forms of social media cards. We also do videos, explainers to give people the quick facts of what we are seeing around this particular thing. And we're also doing sort of media literacy to help people to be able to check this particular information without necessarily waiting for fact checkers to actually do this for them. So from the comfort of their homes, using these tips that we dish out to them, they can check either photos, text, or videos that you've seen.
And Catherine, some of the fake news you mentioned that you have now fact-checked, is there a way to measure the impact, that the immediate impact they had and the impact they will have, on this election?
Apart from analytics and insights that could be gotten from this particular platform, we all know that when it comes to election-related matters, it gathers a lot of attention because people really want to know what is going on, and you can see that a lot of people are following hashtags around the election. So that can show you how much people are interacting with some of these posts. But we all know that the information people get have a way of influencing their decision when it comes to the election. So we might not be able to categorically tell you that this is the impact that this information has had, but we know the dangers that are there, and that includes, election violence, people not being able to vote for who they really want to vote for, and people not even having the right information to make decisions that they need to.
Interesting stuff. Certainly those who are watching us now will be very keen on finding out exactly what are the true narratives. And I will commend what you're doing. Kudos for what you're doing. But for the benefit of those who want to go online, so that they won't fall into parody websites or accounts that might also further mislead them, could you help with the platform where they can get this information from?
Thank you very much. So there are some tips that people can use to stay safe online and to make sure that they are accessing the right information. The first thing at this point in time is to advise people to rely on credible organizations alone for information. And there are a lot of cases of breaking news here and there. So we advise that people use search engines to actually check if credible organizations are reporting this particular story. It's election, people are on board, people are on site, news organizations are on site trying to give people the situation report of what is going on. So it is better to follow this report rather than just rely on just anything or anyone for information. Another thing is when you see photos or videos, please check the dates on those photos or videos. Sometimes dates can tell you when a photo was actually taken or when that particular photo was used in terms of context. So what you can do in terms of photo is go online. You can do what we call reverse image search for photos. So when you come across any photo, anyone sends you a photo, you save the photo, you go to, example of a tool you can use is Google. You go to images.google.com, then you input that photo into the search engine. So what it does is it searches the internet for every instances where that photo has been used. And part of the details that you get from doing this is the date the photo has been posted, not just the original date. You could also see other dates where that photo has been used, and you can check. You scroll down, check the kind of context that was around these particular photos in the cases where they've been posted. And a lot of the time you see that several narratives might have been pushed. But when you see a photo coming from as far back as 2023 or 2015 or 2019, you will know that past occurrences cannot be a representation of a current event. So this is one thing that people should take into cognizance. And when you're in doubt, always check it out. So before you share anything with anyone, be sure that you have verified it to be true. And in cases where you're unable to even verify if it's true, do not share it with anyone. You can share it with maybe fact-checking organizations. You can tag the NFC, Nigeria's Fact-Checking Coalition, on Twitter or any social media platform. You can also tag any of the fact-checking organizations, and of course, they will check those images for you. And of course, I want to touch on videos, because sometimes you see videos with footages and audios that do not match. Sometimes you can look for things like landmarks, maybe signposts, number plates. You can look out for things like the language that is spoken, the dressing in that particular video, to actually pick out some important details of what is going on here.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Interesting you mentioned the issue of sharing, because I think some of us are tired of receiving fake news, on our phone. Researcher with Africa Check, Catherine Adeni, thank you for your time. So, as she was talking, she mentioned two things. First of all, the issue of the candidate who stepped down yesterday. And the first thing that was pointed out was the 2 dates. And I'm wondering, who would? I mean, if you really want to peddle this kind of news, you should be smart enough to do it. That's right. You can have September, July, one on top and one below. And then the candidate himself came out and said that's not true. But it just speaks to the desperation sometimes of those who peddle fake news, and then they don't pay attention to details. And so those of us who receive it now have to pay attention to details. I mean, some of us have been victims, our faces, especially for TVC News anchors. Somebody called me one day and said, you are selling this product. I'm like, no. I'm not even aware of that product in the first place, Ibrahim.
That's right. So that's the thing, it depends on what people actually want to be fed with. Because sometimes if you're expecting certain narratives to come from certain quarters and you see it, even in your mind, you know that this might not be true, but it actually, coincides with what you already have,
bias.
Your own bias. So I feel it's very important for people to know that this information is correct. Just like we say in our profession, if in doubt, the lady, referenced it. If in doubt, you check. Still in doubt, you check again. If you're still in doubt, then you leave it out. There is no crime, or no one is going to hold you for not believing certain things. At first, when you see certain information or certain things that are presented as facts, you have to doubt it first. Can this be true? Who is writing it? Which organization is publishing it? And where is this information coming from? And looking at the current trend. So people want to do certain things on, especially during this election. There are those who say, this is what I want to hear. This is what I've heard. And nothing can change it, no matter what you say, regarding that. So I think it's a whole lot of things.
It speaks to the fact that fake news really does come to feed our bias. And so 2 things people will share because it agrees with what they already believe, or that they want to be the first person to share it. I saw this, so
yeah.
I have information. All right, let's get more updates from Edo State on this election, as well as more updates from INEC. We have our reporter Demola Lawrence standing by at the INEC headquarters in Abuja. We also have Solomon Ajizogu standing by in Edo State. Let's begin with Ademola. Ademola, give us an update from INEC headquarters. What are they saying about some of the issues arising from this election, whether it's the BVAS replacement or areas where elections did not start on time?
I think, first of all, this is to lay the foundation that before this election, the INEC has always said that there will be challenges. And those challenges, of course, can they be summoned? Of course. The BVAS situations are situations whereby they are technical situations. And one of the things that INEC has said is that there will be backup for backups. And that's one of the things that you saw in one of the polling units that I think in Esako, if I'm correct, that happened. Although there are time lapses, 2 hours different or 4 hours different, to replace those BVAS in the course of the election. So leading to this election, there are meetings upon meetings with the different CSO, the civil society group, and of course the security agencies, and of course the political parties. And all about 3 months of meeting upon meetings with INEC, meeting these set of people, there have been outlines that were given, guidelines that were given that, okay, you don't do this at this particular time. So it is very important to also note that, while the election is going on right now, there are some there are some things that INEC had already spoken about during those meetings. When I was listening to the information, one of the analysts that was talking about the issue of vote buying, INEC has also said that if they had the power, they would have done it themselves, arrest the people and prosecute them, but they don't have the power, So of course the security agencies are the ones who are in charge of all of those things. So INEC has said over time, to mitigate against all of these things, enough of awareness needs to be carried out, not just on the part of INEC alone, on the part of civil society groups, on the part of the political parties themselves. They need to know what is obtainable during the election and before, during, and after the election. And I think that so far,
with him, but he was speaking to the fact that INEC has had several meetings with political parties even before this election. And INEC has also said that these challenges were going to come, but they had put in place contingency measures to ensure that they do not impact severely on the election. But I understand that Solomon is also standing by, Ajizogu is standing by for us in Edo State. Solomon, give us an update from where you are. But first, tell us where you are.
Yes, I am at the Toha Girls Grammar School in Ikpobaoka local government area of Edo State. It seems everywhere you go in Edo State or in Benin City is a construction site of some sort. And so the grounds are marshy because of the rain that have come pouring today. And I think that this rain has had a lot of effect on the turnout of voters. Some of the voters here have spoken about, the turnout, that this is not the sort of turnout even that Edo State or Benin City usually will record. We've been to Oredo local government, some of the wards there, some of the units, and we've seen how it is because it rained there. Here in Ikpobaoka, the largest local government in terms of voting power. Of course, these two local governments, Oredo and Ikpobaoka, they are supposed to give the largest number of voters here, but the turnout is not impressive, maybe because of the rain. But so far, it's been peaceful, it's been seamless. We've not had BVAS problems in most of these areas that we have visited or we have gone to, whether it's in Oredo or here in Ikpobaoka. Specifically, this is Ward 6 inside the grammar school. And in this Ward 6 here, we have units 33 to 39 where you have people voting. There are still people milling around, waiting and counting down to the beginning of sorting and counting of the ballots that have been cast. But the complaint with one of the presiding officers is, even though it's been smooth, even though it's been clean, the crowd, the turnout has been really, really low. But one important thing that happened here while we were just at one of the units was a visually impaired man who came to vote. You know, earlier, when the vote started earlier in the day, we talked about provision for people with disability. That is a challenge. A lot of people had to rally around his wife, the people around had to help him to vote, even though he could not see. All they needed was someone who accompanied him, and he gave all the details. He told them what to do. He told them who he was voting for. They took him to the cubicle. He printed and everything. The BVAS also was easy for him, even though the presiding officers, the polling officers, had complained that his voter card was the old one. But one of them said, no, you have to check. If his name is there and the BVAS captures it, then he is entitled to vote. And they used the BVAS, and he was able to vote. So, and his motivation for voting, he spoke to us about his motivation for coming to vote, even when some able-bodied men feel that there was the rain and so they could not come out. That is one big and one beautiful story about this voting here today in Edo Girls Grammar School in Ikpoba Local Government Ward 6, where voting is taking place.
All right, Solomon, beautiful reporting. But looking at some of the things that you've seen before today, especially the build-up, the tension that actually built up ahead of today, if you compare it with what you've seen so far on the ground, are there anything that one can say it's of really or much security concerns which you might connect to events before today?
Well, if you go with what's happening in some of the areas we've seen, then you will be asking a lot of questions about, okay, so what was all that fight? What was all that noise? What was all the tension all about? What was the issue about peace accord? All we see here are people who seem to know each other. You know, they just relate with each other. The party agents relate with each other. They seem to all be friends. But one sticking thing is that in many of the places where people are voting, you also have people selling alcoholic beverages. And, you know, that can be a problem on its own. Selling of alcoholic beverages can, you know, induce some violent conduct. We almost saw that at Ward 12 at Forestry, where there was a little bit of misunderstanding between one of the agents and one other fellow who was trying to canvass people to come and vote. We captured some of those on tape, and you wish that, you know, that wasn't happening. But the fact that people sell alcoholic beverages around and people get really, really hot consuming all of these things, that could also induce some issues of violence. But aside from that, it's been peaceful, it's been quiet. There's nothing here that indicates that this election, the lead up to this election was so tensious.
All right, Solomon, let me put you on hold as we get back to Demola in Abuja, who is at the INEC headquarters. Demola, you were speaking to some of the arrangement that INEC had made, and you know the announcements they also made before this election. But it's in the areas where voting started late and it's now 2:30 where it's supposed to end. Has INEC made any statement about that?
Okay, so I'm just getting this information now while you were just speaking to me. I was about to send it to the office. I just got the information that the Independent National Electoral Commission has given guidelines on extension of voting time in areas where voting commenced late. This was contained in a statement signed by Mohammed Aruna, National Commissioner, Member Information and Voter Education Committee, which reads in pacts. It says that the Commission continues to monitor the ongoing governorship election in Edo State from a situational room at the national headquarters in Abuja. Monitoring indicates early commencement of polls in many polling units but there are also reports of late commencement in some locations. To ensure that no voter is disenfranchised, the Commission wishes to reiterate that in line with our regulations and guidelines, voting will be extended wherever it commenced late, and we continue until the last voter on the queue who arrived at the polling unit by 2:30 p.m. has voted. Accordingly, we have drawn our attention of our office in Edo State to ensure that the necessary, where necessary, is adequate power supply from our backup electric generators in the affected polling units of ward coalitions centers. That's the information I'm just getting now from INEC. So obviously, where voting started late, there will be an extension until the last person on the queue actually voted. That polling unit will actually not will not close up.
Interesting stuff. Demola, a little earlier you sent us a story of a man who was, assaulted by some people because he challenged them for maybe transacting votes or doing things that is against the electoral process. Could you shed more light on this for us?
Yeah. So I remember during the meeting with INEC says when you see something, say something. And one of the things that was actually mentioned at that particular meeting was either you're an observer, you're a journalist, even political parties. When you notice that there's something that you need to bring to the fore of the security agencies, make sure you're able to do so. And in this case, this particular observer saw that there was, some sort of a transaction that is going on in that particular polling unit. And instead of the person who was trying to sell sell votes or kind of or buy votes, either which one, to be apprehended, some persons thought he was the observer, and as a result of that, he was actually beaten, but eventually they got to know that he was trying to actually prevent the man from trying to do some level of transaction at the polling unit. So now some observers have actually raised concerns. I remember that during the meeting, observers, journalists also raised concern about their how they will be treated during the election. And this is one of the things that we're actually saying. Just imagine this is an observer. What if it was a journalist that actually saw that particular incident? It would have been a different ballgame. But in all, I think that people should be able to know that at the polling units, I could remember BBB, you were asking Mr. Victor Ohai, that you thought that vote buying was supposed to be before the election. But you saw during the 2023 general election, even before the 2023 general, I was in Edo in 2020. There were a lot of vote buying. There were a lot of vote buying. But of course it has reduced drastically because the people are now being more conscious. They know that you can't. It has to be issues based. Even though the guest in the studio said the Edo State election might not be issues based. So many intricacies are also in the matter, but that's not for me to say. But I'm just saying, people need to start recognizing that at the polling unit, it is very, very illegal. It's an offense. That's why you have the EFCC at the polling unit.
All right, Demola, let me put you on hold as I bring in Solomon back into the conversation. Solomon, you already started touching on this, the issue of inclusion. And I want you to speak to that for us in terms of the polling units that you have, visited. Just in terms of age, in terms of gender, and then people with disability, what are you saying?
Well, here, of course, you know that the figures have already been spoken about here. You have 1.3, approximately 1.3 million men casting their votes, expected to cast their votes in Edo State, and then you have 1.2 million women thereabout. So that's not an issue. And you know that usually the elderly people are a lot more interested in voting.
Solomon, go ahead. We can hear you. All right. Seems to be lost connection there with Solomon. But, you know, just a lot being spoken about. INEC has now made that statement about, look, if you were, it's a usual statement, you know, during elections that if you were in places where elections started late, if you're on the queue by 2:30 p.m., you would vote. We're allowed to vote till the last person has voted. You know, voting will continue till the last person has voted, which is quite commendable on the part of INEC to be proactive. That's right. You know, it's just so that no one is disenfranchised.
Absolutely. So, you know, certainly we saw this in the last off-season election, where voting went into the night, counting of votes actually got into the night, where others had to also bring generators and all of that. But INEC must also ensure that all the materials needed are beyond what you find on the rack, the BVAS, etc. They should also provide, you know, adequate infrastructure for people to be able to gather, especially this season where it is the rainy season. You know, it rains, and where are people going to stand? And when they are counting the ballots, would it not be smeared by?
I doubt. I don't know what INEC can do about that. Yeah, they can't. I know it's their responsibility. They should take responsibility.
Yeah, suddenly there's a shared,
you know, elections starting late. But I think that that's where leaders in that community and politicians themselves should not, you know, rally to ensure that people who are voting, and then security agencies, of course, will always stay late, you know, till the end of that exercise. But, you know, in terms of power, because I think it was the 2019 election or the 2015 election, where in some places, till night people were still voting. You saw people holding torches, you saw people holding candle, phone light. I mean, it was 2015 where people really voted till late.
That's right.
And then you saw all of that happen. It's possible that in some, you know, polling units we're going to see that people are still voting with torch because of, you know, how late they started, especially that polling unit that Sarah was talking about earlier, which is Philip Shaibu's polling unit. And there are 900 people. And if all of them are to vote, accreditation just started at the time we started talking to Sarah.
That's correct.
So if all of them are to vote, they're going to vote late. Security should be provided. The infrastructure to ensure that people are, well, in those kind of communities, what really happened, I think, is people rally around and then ensure that everyone has water, has biscuits or something. That might likely happen.
Yes, of course. So let's just hope, because the voting, this current process is something that will determine the future. And if they don't do the right thing, they will definitely bear the consequences. So it's one thing for them to say we want to vote. It's another thing for them to also rally around the INEC officials to ensure that the vote counts and the integrity of the election process
till, you know, collation is done in your polling
unit. Protected. So let's see what happens, because, you know, so many, it's dynamic. So many things can actually happen at the end of the day, but we are monitoring the process to see what will definitely come out of it, you know, towards the evening, you know, into the night and ahead of what happens tomorrow.
All right. So we would say thank you to correspondent, reporter Demola in Abuja, who had brought us information from INEC headquarters, and Solomon Ajuzogu, who also brought us, you know, update from Itohan School there in Ikpobaho local government. Thank you both for the update. I'm sure we'll continue to connect with you as the election progresses. Let's now expand the conversation further. We'll have an election observer standing by to give us update as well and speak to the process itself. We have the Executive Director of Operation Nigeria, Ezewa Wangu. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so speak to us or give us update, you know, as to what you've seen so far, and then the credibility and integrity of the election so far.
Can you repeat your question again?
So I was asking you that as an observer of this election, can you, talk to us about your observation in terms of the credibility of the election and then that integrity test that everyone has been talking about?
Well, I think we can appreciate that this is a process, and for today, the E-Day, which is the election day, what we have is accreditation and voting, and the data is already out from Yaga
where I'm a board member, and in terms of opening of the polls, we do know that 41% of the polling units, polling officials were available in 41% of polling units as at 7:30 a.m. And overall, the polls opened before at 7:30, 8:30 in 17% of the polling units. And there are varied reasons for which this is happening. First will be that the transport vendors probably did not provide enough vehicles. And in the particular place where I was at in the morning, I saw that INEC officials were already there by 7 o'clock, but the security officials who will escort them from the rack center to the polling units came in at about 8:30 to 9 p.m. and we are running shuttles. When they run shuttles, what it means is that there are not enough vehicles. And the sense for me is that election is a multi-stakeholder engagement. When these vendors or the security agents, they're leaked in their own responsibility, it impacts very negatively on the punctuality index for the process. But the good news is that anyone who is on the line of voting by 2:30 p.m. will be allowed to vote. And in some of the polling units, polls are going on or may have ended in some of the places. But one key downside for this election will be the use of money to bribe electoral officials, and this is cutting across different parties. And it is reminiscent of what happened in 2016, it happened in 2020, and is repeating itself again now. We must be able to find a means to take away this.
Mr. Wangu, sorry, I want to quickly ask is that something that you have seen in this election?
I don't know if it's possible for you to speak up so that I can hear you.
I was asking, you were speaking to bribing electoral officials. I was asking, is that something that you have seen in this election?
No, I was talking about bribing voters. I'm not talking about, I said vote buying is become a venue.
All right.
I'm not talking about bribing officials. I'm talking about, and what is even worrying is that in most of the places, the security agencies pretend not to be aware that that's going on. And we just released a statement now where we have identified those places where that happened. And like I said, is a downside. But all in all, I think that we've largely had, in spite of the rains, we've had had peaceful elections. But for the indecent use of money in this time, so that perhaps is the only downside that I've seen in this process.
You know, at variance with the earlier discussion we had with one of our guests who said, well, maybe vote buying can be at play, but then this might not necessarily impact on the voters' decision. Did you try speaking with any of the voters whether yes, maybe they collected money and then this eventually impacted on their voting decision?
So I think it is part of that reinforcing narrative that we need to shoot down at every material time. There is no way you can enter into a transactional relationship and still be talking about conscience. What we are dealing with is a crime. The use of money to induce voters and the collection of it is a crime in the Electoral Act. And when you commit a crime, there are no excuses that are sufficient enough if the consequence of what you have done is activated. So to say, oh, how much has it impacted? The truth is that if you are willing to take as much as the kind of money that we are hearing them bandy to sell your votes, to diminish your citizenship, then we cannot find any explanation. We should not be able to give anyone who does that comfort. How do we know whether it impacted? In the first instance, this is supposed to be your decision. So if you take money to do that, you can explain it away that you didn't vote, you voted your conscience. How do we know that? So in terms of impact, once you commit the crime of being induced or you are inducing people, it diminishes the integrity of the electoral process, and it's something that we need to really be very hard on in terms of how we engage it.
Well, Mr. Wango, you've actually alleged that while this was going on, the security officials who are on the ground, turned their head the other way. Did you try also speaking with them to ask why they are not acting, or do you see any anti-graft agency on the ground? Because the EFCC is said to have been deployed to mitigate against this.
No, I'm not a journalist. I'm an observer in this election. My work is to see, document, and report. So in terms of going to question is outside the protocol of election observation. And many people really do not understand that there is a protocol that guides election observation. In terms of escalation, that is what situation rooms can do. Now that I'm back in the situation room, I can get in touch with the relevant authorities and tell them this is what I have seen in the field. And in cases where election is still going on, they can intervene. But at that particular precinct of the voting, I have no responsibility to even ask questions or interfere with the process.
Mr. Wango, speak to us about we understand that it's been raining and that might have impacted on voter turnout, but just generally, what's the observation in terms of voter turnout?
It's difficult to make a call on voter turnout at the time that we were roving and the reports that we have had, because sometimes that can be very deceptive. You can find what we call mammoth crowd. There are many people who are in the voting area who don't vote. They just see it as a festival. So we will need for close of polls to be able to match voter turnout in terms of not just voter PVC collection, but actual voting. And that will be at the end of the polls. That's when turnout can be. You've heard people, I don't know how much you followed this, where people say, oh, there was impressive turnout. And then you later go back and find out that when all the figures are brought together, it does not even get up to 30% of the total number of prospective voters in that area. So it's going to be too early to make a call on voter turnout.
How would you assess INEC's outing in this election vis-a-vis the promise to not be biased, to ensure that they give optimal service, to ensure, to make the election process smooth, and then without maybe little or no hitch happening during the election? How would you assess INEC's outing so far?
Mr. Wango, I'll let you answer that question in just a moment, but we need to get updates from our reporter. And just before then, a quick update. The Independent National Electoral Commission has announced the extension of voting time in areas where the process commenced late. INEC stated that election will continue in the affected areas until the last voter on the queue who arrived at the polling unit by 2:30 p.m. has voted. The statement mentioned that the Commission continues to monitor the ongoing governorship election and that no voter will be disenfranchised. And also the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Frank Umba, has commended the electorates for their conduct during the voting exercise. The DIG made this known after he visited some polling units to monitor the voting process. Let's now bring in Joseph Kunde, who has been monitoring the exercise with the police team. He's a reporter. He joins us now. Joseph, what more can you tell us in terms of security and what the feedback you're getting from the police?
Well, first off, it's not just about the police. It has been a massive synergy with the Nigerian Army and the Navy and, of course, every other security agency operating for the election's sake. Basically, we had a situation whereby before now the borders were being porous. So there was a particular meeting that was held yesterday, and it was told that in that meeting, they said, okay, the Army is going to be hovering around the borders while the Navy will be around the creeks. And because of that, we haven't heard any situation coming through from those areas. The handful of ones that we saw was the one that happened last night, and this arrest was being made. The persons will be paraded later today. And aside from that one, basically today it has not been. The only thing, the talking point that has been today happens to be the one for the vote buying. But aside from that, it has been hit-free when it comes to security in the state.
Talking about security, people were actually scared of the fact that it's somewhat militarized with the retinue of police officers that have been deployed to Edo State and some other sister agencies. Do you feel these has impacted probably positively or negatively on the voter turnout that you've seen so far?
Absolutely not. In fact, what it has only done was to tell people the reassurance that's giving people that, look, you can come out and exercise your franchise. That's what they've been doing. In fact, earlier on, when I monitored what they were doing earlier, it doesn't matter if it's a VIP vehicle. By the time you are coming, even if you have an orderly inside the vehicle, they will search the vehicle and ask questions. And that is something that is not often done by police officers when it comes to elections. But this one was with a difference. They have told the electorate that, look, we need to earn your support, and they are doing exactly that. They are trying to match words with action. So nobody has gotten any reason not to come out. They are not harassing anybody. They've not even made any arrest of any sort, aside from the one that happens to be the ones that was made yesterday in terms of the thugs, political thugs, if I may add that one, whereby some weapons was taken from them as well.
Joseph, one of the reports we're getting from the election observer we're speaking to is that vote buying is going on in some polling units, and then security agencies are turning away. Have you gotten any report from the DIG or any senior police officer in this election about the conduct of their personnel?
Well, as we speak, there's supposed to be a statement coming through from the office of the first PRO, but that is still in the pipeline. But basically, that statement is supposed to be answering two things. One of them happens to be the issue of the vote buying, so that they will be able to tell us exactly, extensively, what has been done in that respect. Because, like I said earlier on, vote buying happens to be one of the talking points, but the beauty of the whole thing is it is not in every of the polling units or the major one that you might want to say, the talking one, but it is obviously on the cards, and it's going to be addressed pretty soon by the Nigerian police force.
So how would you describe the conduct of the voters themselves? Have they been, very cooperative with the INEC officials in exercising their franchise?
Absolutely, particularly in polling units where the BVAS was not as functional as you would have expected it to be, but unlike before that, you would have seen them agitated and, of course, start drawing into conclusions. But this time around, that was not the case. They were patient enough, and, of course, they didn't just vote and go. They stood there to monitor the proceedings to see how far this is being done, unlike the normal thing that you would see before that after voting, they would all leave. That was why sometimes if you come to a polling unit, you see so many crowds there, and be wondering if all of the persons there were actually electorates. Well, somehow, they've been able to manage it to the extent that we have not been able to record any altercation or obstruction anywhere from any of the polling units so far.
All right, thank you so much, Joseph, our reporter live for us in Edo State, Joseph Kunde, who has been monitoring the activity of the police and also has been in polling units. Thank you, Joseph. Let's now get back to our conversation with Mr. Wangu. Ibrahim, if you just want to take your question again. Well, actually, that's kept my mind. But I guess, when you said that you saw something and then you probably didn't say anything because that's not part of the brief that you're given, is that to say that INEC's, election slogan of, not even election slogan, the slogan, when you see something, you say something. So how does that play out? Do you not feel that, I don't know, I can't challenge the brief you're given, but how does that play out for you?
Well, like I said, every activity has its own rules and regulations. And I've been personally involved in training observers for years, and there are protocols that we are given. The work of the observer is to see and document for future elections, so that you can correct things in future. But the idea, so when you get that report in the field, I cannot go asking questions about and trying to, interfere with the process. What I have seen, I will document, and then I'll pass it to the relevant authorities. So it's not about that works in this. It works for the general issues, but in this particular, there is a role that I have to play. and that rule is clearly spelled out. It's just like you as a journalist. You have your role, you have the things you report, you have the things. If I'm doing citizen observation, which means I'm not accredited by INEC, then there are things that I probably will get involved in. But if I do that, the value of my accreditation will be diminished by the fact that it is probably that I'm not properly trained or I don't know what my work as an observer will be. So, but that has been escalated, and that's why you can have in the press statement that we just read. It is very clear. In fact, we even mentioned the particular locations where the vote buying took place, and it's in Ikobaoka, Igweben, Esa West, Akoko Edo, Onwa West, and Umodi LGAs. APC and PDP party agents, we are seeing bribing voters.
Mr. Wangu, we usually just by, you said you have your guidelines. We also have ours. Ours is that we do not allow political parties, names of political parties to be mentioned. But I also want to ask you.
APC and PDP.
Just hold on, Mr. Wangu. I just wanted to ask you, because I know that one of the things you do is to observe, document, and also make recommendations. Our correspondent just mentioned that the police will be briefing very soon or releasing a statement very soon on the issue of vote buying. What would you be recommending? How would you say the police should handle this particular situation?
The brazen use of cash at the polling unit is an infraction on the Electoral Act on voter inducement. So it is the responsibility of the law enforcement agents to arrest people who do that brazenly. At some point, we were able to push, and through our recommendations, and indeed your work as well, people were no longer coming brazenly. They took it away from the presence of the polling unit. The call is for security agents to do their job. And in some cases, we saw at some point EFCC and ICPC moving around in polling areas trying to make these arrests. We want to see that happen again. And not just that people are arrested, we want them to be prosecuted so that it can become a deterrent in future. Otherwise, this is the same things that played out in 2020. It played out in 2016 very brazenly, and is a sore point for this process if it's as prevailing as we have seen them and as Yaga Africa has reported in his statement. So the point is INEC has at some point in time barred the use of telephones into polling units so that people don't snap where they voted so that they can go collect cash later. All of those things are part of the measures that has been taken in the past, but the call is actually on the security agents to do what they should do to make sure that people who break the law are brought to book and consequences and sanctions are meted to them when they do so for deterrent purposes.
Mr. Wangu, we thank you so much for your contribution to this conversation. We know that perhaps we will speak to you over and over again as you continue your observation of this election. We've been speaking with an election observer and a member of the board of Yaga Africa, Ezenwa Wangu. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a break now, and when Right, thanks for staying with us. You're watching Edo Decides. So far, we've been getting comments from the key figures in this election. Oshobale has spoken. We heard from Philip Shaibu, who there was a delay in the exercise in his polling unit, unit 005, Ward 11. And it didn't start until past 12 because of the issues with BVAS. The different candidates have also been speaking, giving their own comments and verdict on the process so far. But one of the key comments we've gotten is from the governor, who have commended both INEC and the security agencies for the job done so far. Now let's get into all of this: the comments, the exercise, the process, INEC, security agencies. Where is our democracy and electoral process at this moment? And we'll have a lawyer. He's someone we all know, Jude Ologu. Thank you so much, for joining us.
You're welcome.
And also we have one of the, I would say, of course, the most famous faces on Journalist Hangout. He doesn't even need an introduction, but he's also the Director of Current Affairs here at TVC News and TVC Communications, Babajide Kolade Otitoju. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. So
you have had extensive conversations on Journalist Hangout on this election. You had followed all of the comments and had even, analyzed some of the comments that were made from different quarters. And as you look at those comments in comparison with the process, what's your thoughts?
As recent as yesterday evening, we said INEC generally performs better when it comes to off-season elections because they're able to mobilize resources from states located close to the state where the election is taking place. They can get in some of their best hands, and generally, in terms of security, efforts will be concentrated on that state by all our security agencies. So generally, INEC does better with the off-season elections because some of the logistical hiccups that we see in the general election, in the off-season election, we do not see them. But yesterday, I warned that we should not assume that everything will go just fine with the Edo election, that INEC could have solid preparations. The political parties could have a look at the polling materials and come to the conclusion that all will be well. But on election day, ballot materials could be deployed very late. And we saw that it happened today. INEC has not found a way to solve that problem. INEC works with the NURTW officials to get their ballot materials delivered to the different polling stations in any states. When there are arguments about how much you should pay me and all that, it can delay the deployment of materials. And we saw that materials were deployed late in some of the polling stations today. It's really unfortunate because this was something we feared could happen, and our fears have been confirmed.
And our next remedy to that usually is to say, if you started late, continue till the last voter, votes. But just generally, what impact does that, defect in logistic arrangement by INEC have generally on the election?
It erodes voter confidence. It erodes electoral integrity because once the voters who had come out in good numbers begin to see that ballot materials are not being deployed early enough, they start suspecting that there's a plan to rig. Even if there was no plan to rig, some of them would be difficult to convince that it was not pre-planned. And that's why we don't like to see such things happen. Put your hearts together, get the logistic side of things right, and let the election commence on schedule. Let the whole process go as planned. That way, more and more of our people would be confident to not just take part in the election, but to believe in the process and its outcome. So starting an election so late, when you had months and even years to prepare, is really unfortunate, and especially in an off-season election. I don't expect this to be happening. I don't also even expect INEC to use academics, as they always do, in off-season elections, because you have your staff in neighboring states who can actually get the job done. So there's no reason why an off-season election should fail. There's no reason at all, because you have the privilege of extensive preparations. And you can see today in Edo State, because the security forces were deployed in good time, it's encouraged a lot of the voters to come out and exercise their franchise. But a good number of them were left disappointed by the usual INEC problem of not deploying ballot materials in good time.
You know, what BKO just said about people suspecting that one is, there's some form of rigging going on, ties into what, the reinstated deputy governor said. Because in his own polling unit, twice, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., they had replaced the BVAS. And he said, I initially suspected foul play, but now my confidence is restored. I wanted to speak to that as well, and then just your general observation.
It's a matter of credibility. And like he mentioned brilliantly so, the last election that took place in Edo State, even though it's off-season, was 4 years ago. So in project management, you expect that proactively plans should be towards the next governorship election. And the budget of INEC must have been released to them to carry out this function. And logistics are quite crucial to the success of the assignments given to INEC. So why should we have this complaint? And I think we need to upscale our accountability profile in the country. This happens over and over. Who is questioned? Who takes responsibility? Who is penalized for what? It's just like what we experience also in the aviation, where flights are cancelled indiscriminately and people just get away with it. So it's something that should bother us. And every citizen who is eligible to vote has the liberty to suspect an intended foul play, particularly when what we usually get from INEC is that we are ready, this one and that. And I monitor that aspect of moving materials to polling units, and somebody was saying, why won't INEC have their own vehicles? It will be a tough one. INEC is not a transportation company. It's just for the elections. But then, even when you are outsourcing this responsibility, you should fine-tune and firm up your contract with those who are expected to support you and ensure that you monitor so that they comply. And I think that is what is happening right now. And I'm happy that we are not talking about apathy. The flow has been quite impressive. People have come out. So it's now a matter of, are you going to allow them to express their franchise? And we are still monitoring. And again, also, I commend the presence of the security agencies in Edo, before the elections, and some directives that were given out to give the people the confidence to come out. But having said that also, you still cannot predict the direction an election will go, particularly if you go to the behind the stage, knowing that it's now a battle between three powerful parties, even though about 17 parties were cleared for the election. And in the case of PDP, Obaseki himself was in APC. before he migrated to PDP. So you see APC now trying to claim back what is perceived to be their political party mandate, and you see Labour Party entering the space to say, okay, let's cut off from this dual partisan engagement at the polls. So we have three strong candidates going out there to say, let's see who occupies the State House. And one of the issues that we observed in the course of the election is the issue of vote buying. But in the words of the DIG, Frank Kumba, most of the time, vote buying is not done overtly. It's done covertly. But he promised that anyone that is done publicly, that they will be arrested. But I've also heard some comments that vote buying was going on in some areas, and then the officials looked away. So by and large...
One of the election observers we spoke to just also confirmed what you said.
Exactly. So by and large, I think we are still far away from fine-tuning our electoral processes in the country, particularly, if you permit me to benchmark with them. There was an election in UK in July 2024, and I doubt if many people around the world even knew that something happened there. But here, election is still a big event, and so we are. But I commend the citizens for coming out despite the rainfall and things like that to say we express our franchise. So
I wanted to quickly ask you before we get into some of the patterns that we're seeing, because you mentioned issues of consequences. We've seen, in one issue, INEC has improved in other areas, but this issue of logistics seems to have stayed through our election history. Whose responsibility is it to audit the process and say to INEC, right now we need you to sit up, or else there will be sanctions?
Section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution, 1999, as amended, says that the state shall abolish corrupt practices and abuse of office. So if we consider these breaches strong enough, there should be laws to go after them. INEC may be an independent body, but INEC is not independent of being effective, because there must be terms of reference. Assignments have been given out. So by the time we get to the level where credibility, transparency, fairness, and effectiveness mean a lot to us as a people, then somebody should be held accountable. The contractors are identifiable personalities and organizations. Again, talking about corruption in the land, you don't know, some contractors may come out to say, okay, they wanted us to move these materials, they have not paid us, or we have no, because even after some elections, you hear ad hoc staff coming out to say they have not been paid. So we need to fine-tune a lot and move in the direction of establishing good governance. Otherwise, we may continue, like Mr. Abdul mentioned, this is an off-season just in Edo State alone. That of Ondo State is coming. So what about when you have it in the 24 states in the country at the same time? So what happens? So INEC must also be required to scale up to meet a particular standard. You see, when you are talking about quality of performance and there is no benchmark you want to use, a standard, minimum standard, then you are not likely to, like someone said, what you don't measure, then you cannot judge. So those are the issues that we have right now.
Okay. I know that you follow elections very well in Nigeria, but as we look at Edo State, have you sort of seen any old pattern playing out, and have you also seen new patterns developing?
Honestly, I've not seen anything new. What Edo may well set a record in terms of vote buying. I had predicted that voters could be offered as much as 20,000 per head. On a day like this, because the two main parties see this election as a do or die affair. In fact, the governor of Edo State described it as a do or die affair, and he refused to heed his words. He confirmed that he said that when he was prodded on that matter. So both parties do not want to give an inch on this election, and since it is much more difficult these days to rig an election than it was some years back, politicians have found a way around it, which is akin to weaponizing the rampant poverty amongst our people by giving them money, not just on election day. They start giving potential voters money even weeks to the election. The so-called house-to-house, the door-to-door campaigns that they do, they slip money into people's hands. Sometimes, I remember an off-season election that happened around the time that we were preparing for one of the Muslim festivals. People were being given livestock to share amongst themselves. So politicians see vote buying as the most important phase of the entire electoral cycle. They spend much more money 48 hours to election. I mean, let me say, in the last 2 days to an election than they spend months before it. The point that I'm making is the night before the election, they move into people's houses, give them money. In America, they do what you call the get out the vote. They go into people's homes to try and motivate them to come and vote, because there are people who show an interest in voting, but on election day, they will suddenly become indolent, become lazy about coming out. That's the essence of the get out the vote. The Americans recruit volunteers, they recruit people that they also pay to go and be knocking on doors, getting people to come out on election day. And the party that is get out the vote is most effective, usually carries the day. But in our country, politicians have hired people that they give tons of cash to, who move from house to house a few hours to the election. That is the most crucial phase of the vote buying phase. The most crucial phase of the vote buying phase is that night before the election, because they want, there's a competition among them, they want to be the last to talk to you, because they have no means of ensuring that you take money from party A and therefore feel so loyal to party A that you then reject what is offered by party B. They know that there's no chance in hell that that will happen. So they want to be the last to talk to you. And for many people, it's usually the last to talk to them that they go and vote for. Then on election day at the polling centers, they also have their agents who put money in envelopes and slip into people's hands. In some extreme cases, security agents even help them to give money to voters. I saw a video shot in Bauchi where a policeman was standing close to the ballot officials and he was helping to put money in people's hands. It's not fiction, it was what I saw. So we are predicted that given how desperate both the APC and the PDP are to take Edo State, there will be so much vote buying.
But the notion people have, we were speaking to, one of the analysts, Victor Ohio, was speaking to earlier, was saying, look, people will collect this money and still vote their conscience or vote their choice, because now the two major candidates are from Eastern Central. And so People already have who they support. Their mind is already made up. Is that what you think will happen?
No. You see, there was a time when it was suggested that the INEC cubicle should be raised high. In urban centers, what he said could be true. But in the rural areas, those polling centers are usually not well manned by security agents. And in some cases, those security agents are compromised. They give you the money, they watch you as you make your choice. Sometimes the voter will even show it to them. Come on, have you not seen such videos? The voter will show to them that indeed this is yes, and then they move some steps forward, and they give them the money. It's not in all cases that they just give you the money and look away. No, they are not fools. They will monitor you.
The money that
yes, they will monitor you, and sometimes if you take their money and you don't vote for them, their thugs are waiting. So it's not as easy as, oh, they will take the money, they will not vote. The last few elections that we've had in our country, money has played the biggest role in determining who excels in those elections. I mean, when we said, look, vote buying has become the biggest problem, we knew what we are talking about. A person who can't say with certainty that you will be able to cook a meal, cook his next meal, gets given the opportunity to take some money. Sometimes they even give them bales of cotton, maybe like 6 yards of cotton, as part of vote buying. I saw that a lot in the Northwest, especially Sokoto, Kano. They will not just give you money, they will add 6 yards of what they call atampa, 6 yards of Ankara to it. And the women are happy to take it, and they will vote for you. You see, the Nigerian people have lost faith in our politicians. They believe that our politicians are the same. Our politics is not based on ideology. They can tell you that, oh, APC is progressive, this and that. I do not believe that either of those two political parties was founded based on any known ideology. You have the same kind of people in both parties. Some extreme conservatives are in the APC. In fact, so many of them, extreme conservatives, they are supposed to be somewhere else. But that's not the case. So because people have lost faith in our politicians, they believe that they are not going there to serve us. Whatever we can make out of them, let's just make it. I was in Kano.
The benefit.
Yes, I was in Kano. No, they've given up that you will not serve them, that you are not going to be responsible to them. They've given up. I was in Kano. I saw voters putting leaves on their heads. When people put leaves on their heads, they are telling you that they are for sale. So is that bad? Is that bad? I've been talking about this vote buying thing for years. When in Ondo State, they came up with the idea of Dibo Funwako Sebe. It was in Ondo State that vote buying was kind of legitimized. They took it to a different level by saying, vote for us and be in position to prepare a soup, your soup. Dibo Funwako Sebe. Obe means soup. Sebe means to cook soup. It was in Ondo State. And others, since then, others have simply made up their minds that, look, we don't stand a chance of winning this election, winning elections if we do not induce the voter. How many people can EFCC arrest?
And there is a voter now also saying, look, I can't wait, I want my own money today. So politicians who are ready and voters who are ready to, to also sell. But let's quickly take...
That's why people, those who have the PVC, they believe that the PVC is like a meal ticket for them on election day. You see people struggling to get the PVC. It's not born out of a desire to exercise their franchise. It's because a lot of them know that with it, on election day, they could make some money. It's unfortunate that we are forced to talk in this manner, but it's the truth, and it's a painful one. We just have to live with it, because I don't see it going away. No, I don't see it going away at all. I don't see it going away, no matter what we do. No matter, in those days, they will snatch ballot materials, run away. People are not doing that now. To stand a chance, they know that they have to give money.
All right, so we'll get into the conversation quickly, but let's get some updates from Benin. Sorting and counting have started at various locations in Edo State following the conclusion of voting. There was a case of misconduct at Unit 38, Ward 6, Itohan Girls School in the Ikpoba local government, where the police apprehended an individual who tried to hijack ballot papers. The INEC officials resisted him just in time that the police arrived to arrest and take the individual away. The Independent National Electoral Commission earlier announced the extension of voting time in areas where the process commenced late. INEC said that the election will continue in the affected areas until last voter on the queue who arrived at the polling unit by 2:30 p.m. has voted. The statement mentioned that the Commission continues to monitor the ongoing governorship election and that no voter will be disenfranchised. I will bring you more live reports from our reporters across the state in just a moment. But let's get our conversation back to the studio. So let me ask, because, as BKO speaks, we have been commending, security agencies for the job well done in terms of election security and ensuring that there's peace, relative peace. But, as he was speaking, I was wondering if it's the vote buying that is keeping people calm, and we're not seeing, there's one case that has been recorded, but is it security agencies that are really doing the work? Or it's because, there is that exchange of money and people, are so relaxed and just collect their money and then we do not see the level of violence?
It's a combination of forces. For instance, many electorates are coming to the knowledge that it may not be worth the while wasting your lives for politicians that may hardly be trusted to deliver good governance to the citizens. So that is on one part, because they've seen how politicians move from one party to other in defense of their interests. In fact, we have in the country right now a hybrid politicking where a personality can occupy two parties, two political parties, and stabilize and still operate. So some electorates are getting wise in that direction. And again, it's becoming old-fashioned to snatch ballot boxes and all those expressions of violence on the day of election. And if you saw how the law enforcement agents really performed in Edo, reportedly they arrested some with guns ahead of the election. And seeing that show of force, it must have sent signals to some personalities who may want to foment trouble that this may not be easy, though you will still have some who will be stubborn. And I've said this, in a society of poverty, crises are inevitable. You see, and that is why I align with that declaration that poverty has been weaponized. Mr. Jide spoke about vote for us and cook soup. I still remember the stomach infrastructure that emanated from Ekiti State. So attention has shifted from the essence of democracy, which is to provide good for the citizens, to politicking. And that is why both politicians and some electors have come to the point that, hey, what do? Let's say to them. And some have seen elections as carnival, that this is when I can have a taste of the national cake, without sitting down to look at that 20,000 naira, for instance, and throw it into the exchange rate of dollar, to ask yourself, how much is this and how far can it take me? But that is the evil of poverty. As we speak right now, the cost of transportation, the cost of food in the country. And again, that is an assignment. We get there someday if we fail to fine-tune our electoral processes and think it will continue like this, because as far back as 1776, when Adam Smith wrote about the wealth of nations, his position was that a nation's wealth is really the stream of goods and services that a nation creates. And that is why you see us struggling now to earn foreign exchange and things like that, because we have ceased to be really productive as a nation. In fact, we have resources that we cannot maximize the values. So a time is coming when, as it happened that we saw in Ghana, even these vote buyers may tell politicians that, please, take your vote buying elsewhere. Permit me to bring a precedent recently when people were protesting and they approached a governor who, after addressing them, offered them money for pure water, and they threw his offer back at him. That keep your money. Perhaps you could have offered them bottled water. So these are issues. So people are yearning, people are hungry, and some who are still able to stay afloat are looking more towards good governance than money vote buying. But as it is now, with this present state of inflation in the country, which is about 34.9 or thereabout, the tuber of yam sells for 8,000 naira, a bag of rice for about 82 or 85,000, long grain for about 95,000. Definitely, some cannot resist the temptation of vote buying, but it will erode the credibility of our elections. And who are the winners? The politicians. Politicians are the winners, because they know that once we make that offer and those who we accept are there, then we can find our ways. And that is why INEC too still has to upscale the process of ensuring that votes count. And the laws has made provisions for electoral offenses. But in Nigeria, electoral offenses are hardly prosecuted. So we need to go back to a point where there are consequences. And like somebody asked, even when those consequences come knocking on the door, the influential will push the consequences away, that we are the ones here. And we've seen it at the top scale. You remember the off your mic in the National Assembly, big scale interventions at trying to limit the force of the rule of law. But by and large, we are still watching to see how the elections will go.
But is this perhaps why we have also lost the capacity to hold our governments, those in government accountable? When, because Vicky was mentioning earlier that, look, I know that I would not see you in 4 years' time, so let me just take what I have now and then move on. And so when you are, doing what you're not supposed to do in office, people feel like, well, you're done. That's your business, I've gotten what I needed, and then do whatever you like. And
that's why I qualified, what is a need? A need is different from a want. A need is what you really require to live a good life. We're talking about minimum wage in a training. And the ILO spirit or minimum wage is living wage. In fact, Section 16, subsection 2D of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended prescribes a reasonable living minimum wage. All right? That can give a decent life. Well, is that what we have? So, if somebody gives you 20,000 naira now, I can spend it on this table. A tuber of yam is 8,500. How much is a kilo of chicken? How much is this and this and that? To buy 1 liter of groundnut oil. So, and that's why it's good that we orientate the people. And these same people who are coming to give you the 20,000 naira, they go in there and reportedly sometimes receive 21 million naira per month. And talking about who holds who to accountability, we have the laws in the land. I've quoted Section 5 of Section 5. We read in this country about what happened in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, that some were busy alleviating their own poverty and throwing the nation into serious embarrassment. And when you go to the governorship level, the governor enjoys immunity, just like the president of the country. But no law forecloses the need, or if necessary, and the license to investigate the activities of a governor and warehouse the evidence and things you have. Like it happened in the case of the former governor of Edo State. The investigation started while he was in office. And boldly enough, when he left office and the immunity was no longer there, he drove himself to EFCC. That I have come. That case is still in court. You see, so leadership is subject to accountability, but it depends on what that society wants. So the big question now is that, have we gotten to the point in the country when accountability has its right of place? That is the big question. In fact, by extension, and this is a serious matter that has to do with our future, by extension, I was also engaged in this issue of corporate governance and the management of a state. Look at the case of state pardon. Now the Attorney General of the Federation is even driving an advocacy that let's yank this off the Constitution by the next amendment. Even when someone is prosecuted and convicted, I was in court in the Supreme Court in Abuja the day the conviction of Dariye was confirmed. But alas, he got a state pardon. You see, so it appears that when you cross a particular bridge in Nigeria to a class of citizens, then you can walk on the face of the rule of law. And it's a serious matter for concern. And that is why on the day towards elections, politicians don't bother themselves about committing electoral crimes, because some of them know that if any of their boys, those who have been arrested now with guns and things like that, we try and monitor what will happen. Maybe after the elections, in fact, many other things would have happened to even make you forget about them. I recall was it the 2014 election in Lagos? A name was prominent around Okota on ballot boxes snatching, Demola. I still remember vividly. Where are those cases? So at the global level, at the macro level, we have to fine-tune our system to redesign the governance template in the country if we have any dream at all about developing the nation.
Maybe because as he speaks, we've commended INEC several times. There's an improvement here, technology, BVAS, from the card reader and all of that. But where have we, and as you also see what's happening in Edo State, where have we evolved in the electoral system and where haven't we evolved?
I think that our elections have become better. Many people will not admit that, especially when their candidates lose an election. They completely lose it, and they will attack INEC. They won't give INEC any form of credit. But I've been around for some time. I saw elections in 1979. In 1983, I was older. I saw our elections at close quarters. I saw elections in 1999. As a journalist, I covered elections in Kaduna in 1999. And since then, I've been monitoring our elections. There was a time in this country when results were simply written. Those results were simply written. In 2003, Obasanjo got votes in Ogun State in excess of the registered voters, in excess of the number of registered voters. I was in the Supreme Court to cover the verdict of the Supreme Court in 2006 on that election. And I still remember what those judges said. So today, it's not possible for the electoral body to return results in excess of the number of registered voters. It's not going to happen. Politicians may do thumb printing and other things that they do, but the era of simply writing results is gone. In those days, they were just writing results. And that's why you see that from the moment we began to use the card reader, started with the card reader, the quantum of votes that used to come out of some states went down drastically. And then we evolved to the BVAS, designed by Nigerian engineers. And BVAS made our electoral process even better. Unfortunately, politicians and the judiciary, in my view, have not helped INEC to make BVAS as useful as it was intended to be. What is the point in saying that you've got to determine overvoting, you have to merge the entry in the BVAS machine with what's it called, the manual register? Why? Well, that was used to even decide an electoral dispute. So for me, we have not done well by trying to diminish the value of the BVAS. BVAS was designed as an electronic accreditation module because in the past, they would just come up with incident form. They will bypass the card reader and use the incident form. Today, based on INEC's rule book, you cannot use the incident form anymore. And you see today that the kind of votes that used to come from Rivers and some of those states, that's not what we... the presidential election in Rivers State, I think it was 200 and something thousand votes that the winner scored.
We're having an understanding of actual voters in the country.
Yes, you know, if you stick to the BVAS as the electronic accreditation module, there is no way that you have the sort of figures that they are talking about. Because they were simply writing, and a lot of them were active players during that era. They've confessed that they were simply writing figures. So we are improving, but the politician is also evolving. They say that in a disruptive environment, if you are not inventive, you will simply be brushed aside, you'll be swept away. So these politicians have mastered the art of surviving in a disruptive environment. Because innovations, when you create innovations, it can be disruptive in nature, but not negatively disruptive. And if you cannot evolve and find a way to survive under that arrangement, you then fall by the wayside. So they have now seen that, okay, how do we rig elections with all of these stipulations here and there? Okay, where we are weak, we'll send thugs to go and disrupt polling. What the INEC rule says is that where voting is characterized by violence, no result shall be returned from those polling centers. This plays effectively into the hands of some terrible politicians. And I've seen that there are places where some results come in, and I'll hear that, voting was characterized by violence, result cancelled, this, and I see a lot of cancellations, especially in 2015, and even 2019, a lot of cancellations. Politicians contrive to cause problems in the areas where their opponents are strong, so that results will be cancelled there, and they will now keep their own area free of violence, and then gain some ascendancy or advantage over the opponent.
I think we also saw that in
Kogi,
the Electoral election in Kogi, where a candidate was saying areas where an election was cancelled or didn't even hold, where his stronghold, and that was insisting that elections must hold there, and then INEC there rescheduled.
There was a conference that I attended, and I said that in Kogi State, the off-season election, we had INEC, because INEC also needs to find courageous officials, recs, that will be able to stick by the content of its rule book. So if you don't have a rec who is strong enough to withstand pressures and all that, you will return results even from areas where violence happened. We saw that in Kogi State, in places where violence happened, they still returned results, which is completely antithetical to the content of their own rule book. But by and large, I've seen that politicians use that rule to deal with political opponents. There are so many in Nigeria that people will tell you you can only win elections where you are popular. It's a lie. You don't need to be popular to win an election. When I said this, somebody argued with me. I said, okay, I will give you an illustration. There was a cultist who got involved in partisan politics, became a candidate. He then lost. He contested for the House of Assembly election in one of the states of the South-South. After he lost the election, you know what he did? He walked into the office of the returning officer and put a gun to his head. He said, give me a certificate of return. Now. He said, have you heard me? Give me a certificate of return. So the returning officer gave him a certificate of return, and as he was going away, he sneered at him, look at this fool. The real result is in our server. But the guy knew what he was doing. The law says a certificate of return duly given can only be withdrawn by a court of law. That returning officer didn't reckon with that. So when he now released the real result, of course the guy went to court. And with the judge suspected to have been compromised, he ruled without giving a hoot about INEC's explanation that a certificate of return issued can only be withdrawn on the order of the court. That guy became a honorable member of the House of Assembly. So when people tell you that you can only win an election where you are popular, has that guy not won an election without being popular, an election that he earlier lost? Don't also forget that something similar to that happened in Imo State, which now gave INEC the impetus to seek an amendment to the fact that they can do a review of a result that they earlier announced. Because, again, the returning officer at gunpoint was forced to announce somebody as winner. And that person got away with it. But today, the rule has changed. INEC can subject what it has done to a review. And if you force a returning officer to announce that you are the winner of an election that you didn't win, because you put thugs outside of the collation center, they can, maybe after 48 hours, they can change that and announce the real winner. So effectively, they had that particular problem addressed. So I can say that progress is being made. The big problem that I see is this vote buying. Because as long as our people are this desperately poor, they are not going to reject money from politicians. It takes, if you left your children at home hungry, where are you going to find the moral courage to reject money offered to you? It takes.
In fact, you cannot even go back home and tell that heroic story.
No, you will not.
They will send you back. They will send you back to collect it.
A lot of our people who in the past will never beg you for money. Today, they become beggars. They see you on the street, they beg. In fact, there was a woman that I saw in Akute, where I live, who said, "I'm not begging you for money. Please just buy a derica of rice for me." I was close to tears. I bought more than a derica of rice and I still gave her money. A lot of people have been pushed to do what in the past they would never have done.
Or even imagine that they would do.
Yes, because these are desperate times. Desperate times for so many of our people. If the MBS says 170 million Nigerians are multidimensionally poor, 170 million is huge. That means an overwhelming majority of us are poor in many ways. So people who are poor can get desperate. So that's why I said this vote buying will even get worse. It's clear that it will get worse. But we must not give up. We must find a way. I believe that if our elections produce the right, maybe like 3 electoral seasons, produce the right kind of leaders, things can begin to change. Because the right kind of leader is not the leader who will do things based on sentiments or self-preservation. He will only do things that is convinced is best for our people. That kind of leader will be able to rally everyone, to join him in building the Nigerian state. If we have such a leader, and then we have 2 electoral seasons producing good leaders as well, things will change for our country. You look at Botswana. I give the Botswana example all the time in places where I get invited to give speeches. Botswana today, you can't even imagine bad governance because they've had a succession of good leaders. And it keeps happening. I don't know how they do it. It keeps happening. Every leader that steps into the vortex of power knows that he has to work for the people. The standard has been set. And there was a Botswana president that they asked him, how did you manage to do it? He said, some of the people that I used are in the hall here. Nigerian economists, they've helped to build that once upon a time frontline nation. Nigeria used to give tremendous support to them. Some of the leaders of those countries even lived in Nigeria for some time. I remember that a former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, lived in Nigeria for some time. But look at us today. Everyone has left us behind. Wherever you go, you see signs that as a country we've been left behind, and it makes my blood boil.
Even in the Gambia, you find a lot of Nigerians who have helped develop that community.
We always produce their chief judge.
Exactly, and so one wonders, and I want to speak to the issue that BK raised about having the right kind of leaders and where that begins, because you look at some of these campaigns, you will hear some people speak, and you imagine that nobody's going to show up for that rally. And then you see a throng of people and then singing their praise, and you're wondering, can't you see what I see? Can't you hear what I hear? And it already sort of gives you the idea of governance in that state or in that country for the next 4 years. Where is it the political parties? Where does the change begin?
There is what is called enculturation, which means you grow a culture like you plant yam or plant cassava. And I think that is why we are where we are right now. And in industrial psychology, you talk about reinforcement theory. So this thing started because some politicians needed to manipulate to get to where they were going, and they found those who supported them. And they have realized that for you to sustain this patronage, you must impoverish them. Because the wise say that a hungry man is an angry man, and I add that he is also confused in his mind. Where do we start? True leadership. I like to hear people say that leaders are reflections of their societies. I agree. But society also is a reflection of leadership. Singapore left Malaysia in 1965 as a little region with little resources, a coastal region. And that region was blessed with Lee Kuan Yew as a leader who decided that we must move from a third world country to a first world country. And interestingly, he came consulting some other leaders. He was even in Nigeria. But when he saw the governance, encultured governance system, he decided to go and push that agenda. And today, the same Singapore that was afraid and apprehensive of the future is one of the best places to live and to work in the world. And like the beautiful template Mr. Jide put on the table, the case of Botswana. In Singapore now, the leader is even a female who broke the glass ceiling, you know. But that culture of we must sustain development has been established. John Magufuli also was part of the management class of government in Tanzania. But when he got there, he changed the direction of leadership. And I hope Tanzania will be able to leverage on it going forward, because the man eventually died because it's actually not easy to drive that kind of change. So when leadership says this is where we are going, with the paraphernalia of office, you can move in that direction. And that is where vision is very important. And you don't get distracted. So, and I believe that we need to get to that point in Nigeria. After all, there was a time in this country you could drive without using your seatbelt. And a leader came and said, no, we must introduce seatbelt. Because when you are traveling at about 130 kilometers per hour in a vehicle, you are traveling at the same speed with that vehicle. If anything stops that vehicle, you continue to travel at that speed. So something needs to hold you back, at least as a safety net. You know, and people grumble. Some use their trousers rope, some use their trouser belt, but eventually, majority of citizens. There was a time in this country we were talking about Kai. You dare not go and wee-wee, even at the back of your house. It was in the people. The discipline was there. But until recently, let me commend Edo State for that intervention by the Ojodubaga axis. Open defecation became something that was taking place in daytime. Yes. You see, so you need to fine-tune. And these countries are there. You talk about Sweden, you talk about Switzerland, you talk about Norway, you can go on and on and on and on. So it's a decision. And don't let us pamper Nigeria. We have 109 senators, 360 House of Reps members to represent the constituencies, because we practice elective democracy. So what are we waiting for? Well-funded personalities to give us direction. And that is why, if some say corruption is not a problem, I totally disagree with it. The wall of China swallowed huge amount of money in investment. When the enemies came breaching that security, they didn't come breaking the wall. They came through the people, managing the gates. And that is the power of corruption. And that is why, like Mr. Ajide also mentioned, we were talking about 130 Nigerians in the dimensional poverty window. Now it's 170 million. We were talking in March 2015 that the total indebtedness of Nigeria was about 12.12 trillion naira. Now it's 121 trillion naira. And I read somewhere that maybe 130 trillion naira before December. I pray it doesn't get there. So these are issues. It's a matter of decision. And I say this, and I echo myself, that when all is done, these things will be documented against a name. We had an event earlier, Mr. Jide was there too, and we're joking on my table that now NNPC is now struggling to be a vendor to Dangote with 4 refineries. Crude oil was discovered in Nigeria in 1956. We became a producing nation in 1958. The first refinery was declared open in 1965. See where we are today. So we just need to, and because, you see, I say something, the insecurity of one is insecurity of all. This poverty, you can see the aggression in the nation. So leadership must sit down and look at where we are all facing. When, there was a time we used to argue, oh, NLC is losing its team. And I used to tell people, it's not NLC that will fight for you. When you are ready, you come out. And you saw what happened at the last protest. So we need to wake up as a nation. I mentioned earlier in the course of this wonderful program that an election took place in the UK, July 2024, that even on such incumbent prime minister, did we hear about, you know what I mean? We need to shift focus.
And even before that election, the projections were there that Labour was going to win. Even with all of the debates and everything that happened, Rishi Sunak won one of the debates, but people said, you did well, but Labour is going to win because of the many years of a conservative rule that didn't go well. But Biko, let me ask you, there have been a lot of predictions as to what will decide this election in the Edo State. We've talked about the issue of vote buying, but as you look at the different patterns, what would decide this election?
No, it's about what the people want. Simply, what do the people want? Politicians, whether they are in Edo State or Lagos State or Kano State, are not really different from one another. What will determine who wins is whether the people of Edo State are happy with the way the incumbent governor has conducted their affairs. If they are happy with him, they want him, they want his party to continue in power. Loyalty to him will simply be extended to the party and then to the candidate of the party. But if the people believe that his performance has been underwhelming, then they will tell themselves that perhaps a change will be the best for us in the circumstances that we found ourselves. So I think that the people will decide how the people feel about Obaseki is what will determine
the politics of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Where does that come in?
Well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In some cases, people are fiercely loyal to a party that even if you put a pig on the ballot, they will still show their loyalty to that party. Sometimes, as a governor, if you performed during your first term and you didn't get your politics right, you might not be re-elected. We saw that with Kaudi Fahimi when Fauci defeated him. We saw that with Mahmouda Shinkafi, who defected from the AMPP to the PDP. And despite performing as governor during his first term, he was rejected in the polls. No one will tell me that Fahimi didn't do well during his first term, but Fauci defeated him in all the local governments. He didn't even give him one local government to win. He defeated him. Yes, we start hearing stories of autochromic now. How she won that election, hands down. I always say it. So you must also get your politics right. If you fail to get your politics right, even if you work for the people, you may still not win the election. Several cases that I can cite like that. If you don't get your politics right, you may still not win the election. And in getting your politics right, you have to get the people on board. The people must feel that even if you are quarreling with big power people within a state, the people must feel that you are working for them and that whatever you are going through is happening because you do not want to compromise the welfare of the people. When the people think in this manner, no matter the number of forces arrayed against you, the people will still deliver you. Make sure that you win the election. That is why the greatest security that a politician can give himself, if he wants to contest in future elections, is to work for the people. Because when you work for the people, you live on in their hearts. You live on in their hearts, and they will feel indebted to you to support you every step of the way. There have been leaders like that, but in today's Nigeria, politicians are generally working for themselves and their families. They are hardly working for the people. They are not ready to take big risks for the people. They just do what they believe will enable them to win the next election. So, as I said earlier, you know, one thing is certain. Though people may, looking at even the, I think a decision has been made that powers should shift in Edo State. And the major parties realize that the power should shift. Three senatorial zones. And I think that power should, in 2006, there was an attempt to amend the Constitution. But because Obasanjo wanted third term desperately, some of these very good suggestions that were made, including rotatory presidency, which was also meant to cascade to the states, which will have seen power rotated among the 3 senatorial zones in every state, was eventually thrown away. They threw the baby, to bathwater. And I felt very bad because I was at the conference where those decisions were made, and I felt that this is good for our country. The minority would have a sense of belonging because there are some senatorial zones that are in the minority. But when you rotate and the Constitution is amended to allow for that level of power sharing, the power will definitely get to them and they will feel a sense of belonging. But out of fear that Obasanjo was trying to just manipulate the system and give himself some more years, although he's been denying that he wanted third term, but he desperately wanted it. The thing did not see the light of the day. But at least in Edo State now, we will have, I'm confident that out of those 17 parties, 17 candidates, I think one of them is a woman. The power shifts will happen.
As you mentioned 17, I just was wondering, you know, we have spoken, TVC has, you know, spoken to some of them, but one wonders the impact those other parties will make in this election. And you know, maybe perhaps that's what...
No, they won't, a lot of them won't make... it's always like that.
That's what we'll talk about next.
Has always been dominated by 2 political parties.
Let's quickly take this update from Benin. Police operatives have arrested at least 8 persons for attempting to disrupt the election in Edo State. The first PRO, ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, explained that police operatives recovered 3 cut-to-size locally fabricated pistols and 1 locally made gun from 2 of the suspects at Igbobo quarters in Igara, Akoko, Edo State.
The well-coordinated effort led to the arrest of 2 key suspects who are members of the PDP, Emotiham Gospower 25 and Faraway Isaac 27, both from Ufunama community, Ovia Southwest Local Government area of Edo State. The suspect connected to a large network involving one Atiko and a kingpin known as the Boss were apprehended at Sokash Guest House in Ekoma, where a substantial amount of cash and incriminating items were recovered from them. Furthermore, 6 individuals were arrested at Haibose Secondary School beside Meremo Hotel, Auchi, for engaging in vote buying. This group was found with a large sum of money, a cache of weapons containing various guns and different ammunition of various calibers, a detailed plan outlining strategies for voter intimidation. A fake journalist who claims to be a staff member of one of the leading television stations in Nigeria was also apprehended. Those have been found in possession of prohibited firearms. Of course, we use relevant law to prosecute them. For those who have been arrested for one thing or the other during this process, will know how to have a case filed. They are going to be handed over to the Commissioner of Police in charge of electoral offences. The IGP has established a squad to collate all offences and take over all offenders. We're going to do due diligence in investigating this, compile his case files and reports, and we are going to work with the INEC to make sure we prosecute them as provided for.
All right, in his assessment of the exercise, Governor Godwin Obaseki expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the election so far. The reinstated Deputy Governor Philip Shaibu also spoke on the conduct of the exercise.
For now, I'm glad with what I see. The process in my unit has been quite smooth and efficient. I just hope that the collation process will be the same, that it will be peaceful and that the results will be counted and there will be no disruptions. By the military, yes, I think they've done well. And the Chief of Defense Staff came to see and gave assurances that the men will be on ground and they will fully deployed. And you're seeing that deployment. And I'm glad that the military is here as a backstop. But clearly, we're not too sure what the police is doing. Because as I speak, there are some people who claim that they're policemen at the Ugbe polling fields today, trying to arrest people on election day in their polling units. You can tell yourself, it will be strange if the people's will is not expressed. And I pray that it is not the case. Whatever the people want, whatever it is, however they've expressed themselves, should be the outcome of these elections.
I'm happy that our people are actually aware now. Consciousness is high. Since morning, I think only 2 or 3 persons voted before the BVAS developed faults. And they took it, they came back, and they left again. They came back, it was not working, they left. And the people were like, what is happening? I spoke to them, I said, calm down. You know, this technology at times can have issues. And we waited. We waited patiently to the extent that I had to get this canopy and chairs for them to sit and wait. And why I was confident is that all other units, there's no problem. So that means it could be technology error, and which is expected.
the reinstated Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, speaking there on the election and the process in his polling unit. All right, let's bring in Jide Ojo, political affairs analyst. He's joining us via Zoom. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening.
Let's also bring in Theophilus Elama, a reporter who is now in Benin City. Theophilus, give us updates, on all that you've observed in this election, moving from where you were before now to, now that you're in Benin City.
All right, Precious, we moved all the way from Ward 2 in Irua, that's in Odome Primary School in Onwesa, and that's where the governorship candidates of the APC cast his ballot all the way into Benin City, where we observed and noticed that many of the polling units we have seen on the way here, within an hour or two, we're already done with voting, and people are just waiting for the time to elapse before they can, for them to count, for the ballot to be counted. And that's how it has been in several parts of the state coming into Benin City that we noticed. Of course, we are right now at Oredo, Ward 12, where we noticed that by the time we got in here, voting and counting has ended, and we saw some INEC officials leaving the place to, of course, INEC office to remit the results to the officials. And so, from the people we spoke with earlier, the elections went on quite well. But I have an election observer from the situation room here in Edo State, Edem. He will be talking to us on what he saw and what he has noticed going all around Edo State, Benin City, to monitor the elections. Edem, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
All right. So how has it been so far, monitoring the elections in Edo State?
Okay, so far so good. We, the situation room observers, we have noticed that first, there is very low turnout, and then up to about 9:30, actually the INEC ad hoc staffs were actually trying to do setup. So there was a delay in starting the process, okay? So we noticed delay in setting up and delay in voting, okay? We also noticed that the number of accredited registered voters that turned out that were also waiting for INEC ad hoc staff to set up were very, very low. And then it has also really shown that perhaps it could be the rain, it could be the tension that were around that also deter people from coming out to vote. The voting has ended and results have been posted around some of the polling booths. And then what we have noticed again, that which also collaborates with what we saw earlier in the morning, is that imagine a polling unit that had like almost like 400 registered voters, and then you now see the results of those that voted altogether across the party line, less than 100, some less than 150. So it also shows the level at which these voters actually did not turn out. Okay. And then
let me take you on the issue of starting late of the elections. What do you think might have caused it? Is it the rain? Is it technology? What do you think might have happened?
Okay, for us, during our leadership had engagement, stakeholders engagement, and we have serious engagement with INEC. And INEC had promised that all the logistics have been put in place to ensure early starting. But coming to the field, we saw a different thing. So we cannot actually attribute to that, because like in this particular collation center, when we arrived in the morning, the equipment were already uploaded into the vehicles, but they did not move. So as at 8:30 that voting accreditation supposed to start, they did not even move from here. So that again, we did not know what actually happened.
Okay, so for all the way, how would you rate the process so far?
Okay, so far around the Benin City, the Ward 12, Ward 7, Ward 9, Ward 10, that we have Ward 6 and 5 that we have monitored. It was relatively calm, and it's only in few places that we saw people trading votes, and from my other colleague that also witnessed same in other places, I think EFCC like arrested those alleged vote traders and things like that. So, but generally, the turnout is very, very poor.
All right, Edo, madam, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, you heard the Situation Room, of course, the election observer saying the outcome was so poor in Benin City. Precious.
Thank you so much, Theophilus, for that update. I know we'll be getting more update from you as the process progresses. Reporter live for us there in Benin City at Edo State, Theophilus Elaba. Let's take a break now. And when we return, we'll continue with our conversation on the governorship election in Edo State. Stay with us.
Global Entrepreneurship Festival to be hosted at the Entrepreneurship Village in Nigeria, November 22nd to the 24th. Join world leaders, heads of state, diplomats, ministers, governors, investors, policymakers, tech leaders, organizations, startups, and entrepreneurs from all over the world. To attend, visit www.globalentrepreneurshipfestival.com. For partnerships, call 234-912-165-9914. Over 20 million viewers, 5,000 event participants, 200 exhibitors, 43 global speakers, and 12 events, which includes conferences, trade fairs, innovation and robotics expo, art and creative exhibitions, a dazzling fashion show, and a closing concert. All in one global festival. Don't miss it.
Thanks for staying with us. You're watching Edo Decides on TVC News. We've been bringing you a report from across Edo State on what's going on in this governorship election. I'm still speaking with Jide Ologun, who is a lawyer. I also have the Director of Current Affairs, TVC News and TVC Communications, Babajide Kolade Otitoju. And just to bring in a third Jide into the conversation, because I seem to be speaking with three Jides today. Jide Ojo, who is an election observer, he joins me virtually. Speak to us about your observation, or your assessment of the process so far.
Thank you, Precious. My observations thus far is that it's a potpourri of positives and negatives. The election generally is peaceful, at least in Benin City where I observed. There was strict enforcement of the restriction of movement order. So vehicles, there were roadblocks mounted by security agencies as early as 6 a.m. When I ventured out. There was atmosphere of peace all around. And where I observed, which is a registration area center, Bado Primary School, which is in Oredo local government, what struck me was that at the dot of 7, the poll officials were already on ground. They had arrived at the registration area center. But as you know, the registration area center contains about 12 or more wards, polling units rather. So for those poll officials who asked Agbado Primary School as their place of primary assignments where they were going to attend to voters, they were able to commence the processes of setting up early enough. However, for the other colleagues who are to be transported from that rack center to polling units where they are going to work, the situation was delayed. And two things were observed. First, there were no sufficient vehicles to convey these youth corps members to their place of primary assignment, the polling units where they were going to work. There were only 2 buses to convey about 50 of them. And number two is that there were no security agents to accompany the buses to the polling units. And the standard operating procedures of INEC is that you cannot move around with sensitive and non-sensitive election materials without being accompanied by security agencies. And we were told by Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, last week, that they deployed 35,000 policemen and additional 8,000 from sister agencies. So we actually saw these people mounting roadblocks. We saw them all around the city. But to accompany the election officials and materials from the RAC Center in Agbado Primary School to where they were going to work, they were not on ground early enough. In fact, my reckoning is that the first bus that left that primary school to drop those who are going to work, the polling units, left at 8:30. That's the time the voting, accreditation and voting should have started. So they were actually an hour late to leave the RAC Center. So whether it was the electoral officer that didn't recruit sufficient number of transport union, that didn't get sufficient number of buses to convey the sensitive and non-sensitive materials. We do not have that information as of now. Secondly, why were the security agencies not on ground to accompany these sensitive materials and personnel to their polling units early enough? There was no answer because there was no INEC official that was willing to talk to us as at that time. But eventually they did leave, but they left quite like 1 hour, 1.5 hours behind schedule. But the feeders from, I was deployed there by Pacts Development Initiative. And our situation room is, the report we released at 1 p.m. From over 400 observers that were deployed across the 192 wards and 18 local governments, shows that a number of factors impacted this election. Some beyond INEC, some were within the control of INEC.
I will let you list, Mr. Ojo, I'll let you list those factors in just a moment, because you mentioned that you had over 400 observers. We are getting some sort of mixed reports, about the voter turnout. I just wanted to also get your assessment on that, especially because you had 400 observers. What are you hearing from other observers who are on that your impact network as to the turnout of voters?
So again, what I'm about to say impacted on the turnout, like the late commencement of polls. At 1:52 p.m., INEC did respond that they also have received information that polls did not commence as scheduled in some polling units, and for that, there was going to be extension of time officially. But the other point I wanted to mention that is worth mentioning is that as at yesterday when we did the press conference, we have actually alerted the INEC to possibility of rain today. We did call the attention of the electoral management body to high possibility of weather forecast that there were going to be between 2 to 4 hours of rain today. And it did come to pass. So for those polling units where they even started early enough, they had to pause at some point when it started to rain. And for the period that it rained, not much could be done. So As I said, at 1:52 p.m., INEC issued a statement to say where there have been delays, there will be an extension of time. However, from our 413 observers that were deployed across the 192 wards and 18 local governments, the general impression we have is that there is low voter turnout. This again speaks to our forecasters at yesterday during the press conference that the turnout for this election will be between 24 to 20% voter turnout. Yes, there were 2.2 million people who collected their PVCs, but historically, when you look at the last off-cycle governorship election in 2020, there was actually 24% voter turnout. So even yesterday, I was interrogating that forecast that there was going to be low voter turnout, given the fact that even though there are 18 contestants in this governorship election, it is presumed by many to be a three-horse race and that the election was going to be very competitive. And we thought that the competitiveness of this election was going to draw more people to come out and vote. But maybe it's the weather, the rains. It could also be the delay in commencement in some of the polling units. It may also be because of general disenchantment of the electorate about the dividends of democracy. So there are multiple reasons why there are low voter turnout. But suffice to say that the overall prevalence that we have witnessed from the reports we have received from our over 400 observers that were deployed across the 18 local governments is that there are poor turnout, generally poor turnout of voters. But you see, again, we need to put this in context. Before INEC adopted the use of technological device to accredit voters, it used to happen that the voter turnout at that era, which was pre-2015 period, used to be higher than now. So I believe very strongly, Precious, that the game changer for Nigeria and the electoral management body has been the introduction of BVAS. This BVAS has actually been able to enhance the integrity of the electoral process because now you have to be accredited. If your fingerprints have issues, your face will not have issues. So there are now bimodal voter accreditation system, which is called BVAS. Before this, we have I've forgotten the name of the one that was used in 2015, which captures only the fingerprints. But now there have been an announcement of that where INEC is now using BVAS. And this has actually brought to fore the authentic voter turnout. So there is no use, you cannot just use, bypass the technological device to vote. And that has now given us a very good sense of the actual turnout of voters. Because in that period between 1999 and 2011, where INEC, people were just bringing PVCs and there was no device to technologically accredit them, you find out that there was a lot of discretionary powers on the part of the presiding officers to just tick and allow multiple voting, underage voting, or impersonation. And that was when we were recording 35, 40, 50% voter turnout. But now with this technology that INEC has introduced, it has been a game changer. Now you see the real voter turnout because you cannot vote by proxy. You have to be physically present. You have to be accredited by BVAS, and that has
Mr. Ojo, let me quickly come in here. Let me just put you on hold and quickly bring the conversation into the studio, because I want BKO and Mr. Logan to respond to what you have said. He mentioned two things which I thought were really very important to speak on. One of them, he said there was no sufficient vehicles to, convey INEC ad hoc staff. That would be the NYC, or the core members. And they also talked about no security agents accompanied the buses which were carrying sensitive materials. I want you to speak to that before I also let BKO respond as well.
No, it's part of the project management I mentioned earlier. Those should have been seen as very important by INEC, and relevant officers assigned to carry that out with ROI, which we call returns on investment. If they have been given that responsibility, then they are expected to carry it out. So it either underscores my suspicion that maybe the arrangements with the contractors were not firm enough. And talking about the law enforcement agencies, when we talk about 35,000 police officers and about 8,000 other law enforcement agents being on ground, I think that logistics should have been better carried out. We should have gotten some of them to escort those sensitive materials. So it's still about how to organize things. And that is why I also laid it bare that the last election that took place, governorship election in Edo State, was 4 years ago. And it was in Edo State that INEC actually, one of the states that they primarily tested the BVAS. So what you do, as we say in public relations, is that the public relations campaign starts with research, evaluation, and ends with evaluation. So after the last election, the hitches they encountered then should have been brought to the table to say, how can we prevent this in the future? You yourself, you critique the result and improve. And that is what is called strategy. Strategy is a long-term plan for success. But if we are here now and nobody is held accountable, we may also expect that the election in the next state, that is off-cycle election, may be like this, talking about Ondo State. And maybe when general elections come, we'll still be talking about inability to move people to get to where they should be early. And I hope INEC is noting this, particularly when INEC has been commended with the engagement of electronic devices to minimize the physical interventions in the voting processes. So we hope it's noted.
You can also respond to that, not enough vehicles to convey ad hoc staff, and then not having security agencies also going with these buses.
Well, it's unfortunate to hear that was what transpired in this election. By not having those guys accompanied by security operatives, you are endangering their lives, because if the environment was much more heated, I'm sure they would have been attacked, beaten, and the ballot materials seized. We saw that in previous elections, and I recall that the INEC, the NYC DG was pleading that core members participating in this election, being used as ad hoc staff, must be protected, because we've seen situations in the past when these core members lost their lives. This is a service to the nation, but in putting them to use, we are obligated to protect them the best way that we can. So having those guys move around, having the core members move around, the ad hoc staff move around without any form of security is really, really unfortunate. And I think that INEC and the NGOs that are election-related need to sit down and talk about some of these shortcomings that were witnessed during the election in those states, so that in Ondo State, we do not see such things happening. I knew that there will be one or two cases of INEC failing to get ballot materials to polling centers in good time. I expected it because somehow they've not perfected the working relationship with the commercial bus drivers, NURTW. Somehow, in any election, these things happen. We must work to perfect the arrangement, the processes, so that we don't hear that materials are not being moved to polling centers in good time, or that where did they deploy the 35,000 policemen, for example? We always hear a huge number of policemen sent to police elections, but ballot box snatching, destruction of BVAS still happens. In the Southeast, during the last election, polling centers were attacked and BVAS machines were hijacked and destroyed, set ablaze in the open. So you then ask the question, how come, despite the fact that we send so many security operatives to police our elections, these sort of things still happen? Well, how come we did not get the ad hoc staff, the security operatives that they needed to move around? It's really unfortunate. I know now that petrol is costlier than before. Maybe where they needed to use 3 buses, they'll probably use 1 or 2 so that they can save money, because we have to bear in mind the fact that, okay, these budgets were prepared a long time ago, and we've had an increase in fuel prices that were probably were not factored into the budgeting. So, but at the end of the day, it's still that is not an excuse to not move ballot materials in good time. It's not an excuse to not have security operatives accompany electoral officers to their destinations.
Well, let me bring in Jide Ojo back to the conversation, because we've always talked about, there was a conversation about, increasing the number of political parties we have, making it a 2-horse race was problematic for our democracy. But some have also talked about the capacity of some of these political parties that we now have. As you moved around polling units, what did you notice in terms of the representation of, these parties, by their party agents? How many of them, were mostly represented? Mr. Jide Ojo, you might have to unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted.
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
My observation is that only the dominant parties actually have agents in some of those polling units that we have. And I had complained about this, that it's as against what was expected, only approximately 50% of the 18 political parties actually deployed polling agents or party agents across the 4,519 polling units in Edo State. And that's to be expected. I recall that early this week, about 5 political parties actually, decided to endorse the candidate of APC as their candidate in this election. That's just few days to the polls. And this has been a recurring decimal. You fight tooth and nail for you to be on the ballot, and even when the law is very clear that you cannot pull out of the race, I don't know, it used to be 45 days to election. These politicians will still play their normal game. When INEC will have printed the ballot papers you will find out 3-5 days to election, they will now be addressing press and say, so number of us have decided to endorse the candidacy of one of the dominant parties. It's a bad practice. They know this all along, that they are featherweights, that they are just pretenders. Because, Precious, in every election, there are two categories of people, or two categories of contestants. There are the pretenders and there are the contenders. And surveys have shown that in this election of today in Edo State, there are actually 3 major contenders, if you want to put it that way, and that's been very charitable. In my own narrow opinion, it's actually a 2-horse race. So for those parties who knew that they don't have the wherewithal, the financial war chest to contest this election, they never even bothered to send name of party agents to INEC for accreditation. So they knew all along that they are just making the numbers and they are on the ballot for purposes of trade-off. And that is one of the drawbacks of our electoral process. They know they will never campaign. I mean, I know TVC has been following through the campaign in the last 150 days. How many of these pretenders did you even see organize one word campaign? Word is the smallest political office. Many of them just exist on paper. They know they are not contesting to win. They just want to make the number. Maybe there are 5 minutes of fame, believing that if there is a political debate, they will be able to get some measure of fame, and that will rub off positively on their image.
Mr. Ojo, I want to again put you on hold as I begin to wind down. I just want to, my colleague will take over for me in just a moment, but I want to quickly bring that conversation back to the studio and just get BKO's and Mr. Logun's thought on this one as well. It used to be, we moved from having over 70 political parties to deregistering and then to about 18. My question really would be, is it time again to deregister? Because when you consider what he has said, this happens all the time, and most of them, don't field candidates, they do, and then they pull out.
Democracy started from the platform of allow all to express their interest in the stake that we have. And of course, you can regulate, but that may not eliminate the concept of the pretenders. In fact, research has revealed to some of us that perhaps some of the big parties enable the pretenders to register so that when they are needed, they collapse their electorates to say, okay, go and support this candidate. But the more we have, the merrier. In the US, there are more parties than the Republicans and the Democrats. It's just that they've become the major. And I believe in the UK also. What we advise is that rather than pretending and hiding, you can engage issues. A politicking goes beyond fielding candidates for elections. One party can engage education and put the government on her toes to deliver on education. Another can engage health. Another can engage. So you should be active towards the delivery of good to the society. But what we have seen in our environment is that it's all about elections. So for some now, it's 2027, and they begin to focus on that. So the essence of democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And what is it for the people? The good for the people, so that people can taste the good of the land. Like Joseph facilitated in Egypt, where famine could have wiped them off. So if we start to delete or whatever, but then INEC also has a prerogative to ensure these parties are active. INEC is not just to organize elections, to monitor the activities, enlighten the electorate. There are other assignments given, and NGOs and other stakeholders can also be involved in that.
All right, so let me give the final word for my session to BKO in terms of the political parties as well.
I don't think we need all of those parties. I was happy when a good number of them were deregistered because they just made us to waste money on ballot materials, long ballot paper, and you just had to then look for. At the end of every electoral season, they fade out. To them, the electoral season is boom time because it affords them the opportunity to negotiate with the big political parties. You know, they would then say, okay, we are collapsing our structures into yours, we are getting our supporters to vote for you. You see about 8 political parties saying they are stepping down for a particular candidate. If you are in serious business, why would you step down for a candidate just hours to the election, days to the election? They are just not serious. They are there to just exploit the situation and see what money they can make from the big parties. And partisan politics is not simply about elections. You are there to play other roles. The Nigerian electorate is the most misinformed and uninformed in the world because the parties are not playing their roles the way they should. There are many things that you can enlighten the voter about that these political parties are not doing. Every year, ballots get wasted. People thumbprints and then fold carelessly. At the end of the day, you see a lot of invalid ballots. So parties are supposed to do much more than going to the people to ask for their votes. They need to also enlighten them, you know, and get them to become good citizens. But if a lot of these parties, and if you don't, if you deregister them, they will go to court, and at the end of the day, they are irrelevant. They are just there to make up the numbers. It's unfortunate, and if you cannot even get an agent, if you are so insignificant that at polling centers you do not even have agents at all, then why have you taken part in the election? Because it's the agent that will be able to help police your votes and all that. If the agent is not there, and something they also do is those small parties, they work with the bigger parties to alter results. They settle them and they agree to even get some results altered. This is what they do. So they are in it simply for the money. They are not...
a bargaining chip.
Yes.
Thank you so much, the three GDs of BKO, who is the Director of Current Affairs for TVC Communications, and also Jide Ologun, who is a lawyer, and election observer Jide Ojo, who joined us virtually. Thank you all. Stay with us. My colleague, Ibrahim Shita, is standing by to continue with this conversation. Thank you, everyone. Stay with
Thanks for joining us on TVC News. We've been monitoring the elections in Edo State, particularly talking about Edo State going to the polls to elect their new, the next governor, who will definitely steer the affairs of the state. Whether that will be their ultimate choice or not, will definitely stand the test of time, and it remains to be seen what the outcome will definitely be. We've been having discussions, especially on the issues that are emanating from the state, talking about the incidents of vote buying, the security challenges, and the Nigerian police ensuring that the electoral process is conducted smoothly. And the election observers have been giving their own insight and assessment of what has been transpiring so far in today's election in Edo State. All eyes are still on Edo State, and most definitely we've been here to monitor trends and analyze them, and that is what I'll be doing in this on this segment, continuing from where my colleague Precious Amayo left off. So I'll be continuing this conversation with our Director of Current Affairs, TVC Communications, Babajide Otutoju. Good to have you here, and thank you so much for ensuring that we better understand the trends that are coming out from Edo State.
Thank you for that sharp suit.
Thank you.
Contesting against the lawyers.
And most definitely, there's a lawyer in the studio and a public affairs analyst, Jide Logo. Thank you so much for also helping us to understand what is going on in Edo State.
Thank you. Mr. Jide commended your suit. Let me commend your tie also.
Oh.
All right. We also have... We also have on Zoom, Jide Ojo. Just like Precious said, it's not a battle of Jide, it's not a battle of wit, but definitely sharing of intelligence, sharing of insightful conversations on this particular issue. Mr. Jide, thank you so much for standing by.
It's my pleasure. Good evening and welcome on the beat.
Right. So let me quickly start with you. Based on some of the things that we've had conversations on in the early conversations we had with one of the observers in Edo State. He said that he saw someone or some people who were making transactions over the elections, over the votes and all of that. Some selling their ballots, some selling their voting rights and all of that. And I was asking, there's this slogan of when you see something, then you say something. Then he said it's not part of the training that they receive. It's not part of the briefs that they receive as election observers. What they only have to do is to go back, write this down and make recommendations. How do you see it?
How much of vote buying did you see?
Well, interestingly, vote buying is done nicodemously. It's not done in it's not an open source, even though EFCC has arrested some of those who are involved. I think about 8 altogether have been arrested. These are people on whom they saw a lot of cash and even firearms. I didn't witness this myself, but it's something that our observers also flagged across the 18 local governments. So not all, some of those units. It's not as widespread. Maybe in some areas they are smarter, because what is done in the places where we have received the report is that the actual payment for the votes is done outside of the perimeter of where the election is holding. So, for instance, my colleague on the faculty told us of an incident he witnessed where when you get to the polling unit, one of the canvassers, not even a party agent, canvassers will say, oh, let me see your card. Where are you supposed to vote? There could be more than one polling unit in a particular center. So in the process of giving assistance, the negotiation takes place, and they monitor you to cast your ballot, after which you are already told where to go and collect the money. So they are very smart at it, but despite that, EFCC has been able to make some arrests. And this has been a recurring decimal in all our elections. We continue to record these incidences of vote trading, people selling, people buying votes. Is it as a result of the hardship or hunger in the land? I don't necessarily think so. Because whether people are comfortable or not, in as far as the mindset is about transactional relationship, they will still sell whether there's hunger or there is no hunger. Because I don't know whether if you get 5,000 naira today for voting, whether that 5,000 naira can last you for 4 years, that the new governor will minimally spend at the end of affairs. Some have attributed this also to lack of performance of successive administration. And they ask themselves, what will be my dividends? I'm not going to see these people for the next 4 years. And I haven't seen their impact in terms of good governance.
That's right.
Perhaps they are not seeing the roads, they are not seeing the schools, they are not seeing the infrastructure, they are not even seeing any betterment in terms of government services and goods. And to that extent, they ask themselves, so what's in this for me? And if they can as well help themselves to getting some dough from the political elites who are contesting, so be it. So it's a mindset thing, not necessarily because of the poverty or hunger in the land.
Absolutely.
It's just about mindset.
All right. Let me bring you to the studio, to the lawyer. I overheard Biko when in his early analysis when he said that there is almost nothing that we'll be able to do, if I heard him correctly, to stop people from buying votes and selling their votes and all of that. As a lawyer, I know you've always said that it is not that we don't have the laws to deter people from doing this, this bad behavior. But do you think there is something we can do when it comes to electoral reforms in ensuring that people do not get to make transactions over their votings? And others said, when you treat them bad, when you treat them well, you scapegoat them, then this probably might stop. But how much of scapegoatism have we done?
Okay. Mr. Jide mentioned the issue of mindset. I agree with that. But you see, mindset is defined often by the environment. Mr. Jide in the studio mentioned the case of mobilizing votes in the U.S. They don't go into houses paying for those votes. They go in there persuading them to come because the basic amenities are on the scale of assumption available. But in a society where citizens have protested over hardship, over hunger, it becomes a free ride for those who want to take disadvantage. Right? For some of them, that 5,000 naira means a lot to them. We spoke of about 17 parties. Let's even assume, and we have mentioned that here, that 5 parties come with 5,000 naira. What is it to 25,000? And some of them will be jubilating. And that is why, if you are solving a problem, go to the root of that problem, the fundamentals. It's just like also saying that asking the question, why is it that we have 4 national refineries and they are not functioning? There are fundamental issues that have brought us to that point. So it's not, we are discussing the symptoms now. What will make people to throw out their conscience, lose their guard of discipline and say, okay, let me collect the money. Maybe on the scale of decency, you can say that I won't do that. But many, when you talk of 170 million citizens being in the multifaceted poverty window, it goes a long way. And so, and that is why I agree with Masjid that if you must deal with this problem, it's not something that we go in 4 years. You must first settle those guys who are ready to sell anything like Esau in the Bible to exchange for their birthright and bring, in fact, when you talk about change management, it's not an easy thing. You learn, you unlearn, you relearn. So some have been conditioned. They've been on it all the seasons of election. I said it's like a carnival. Okay, now they will come to us. I make them come now. Make we save chop from this money. So that is the issue. So we still need leadership to look at the country, look at the citizens, and realize that commonwealth should be generated for common good. Otherwise, we continue in this time.
Right, BK, before we change tact, the thing is, they said that those who understand the election process, or those who know that this is the right thing for us to do, we need to vote according to our conscience, regardless of whether we're paid to be swayed or not. They are not actually outside there to exercise their franchise. Most of them are even in diaspora, and they will always tell you, this is the person you need to vote for and all of that. Why is it that people do not really necessarily come out? Those who would always wait, 4 years, even during in the course of the governance, they do not. They tend to also receive money. Those who are in the market, the politicians, and all of that, and those who support them. Is there something that we need to, institutionalize to ensure that this is actually put to a halt?
You see, many Nigerians are simply disillusioned with leadership, and they have also given up that nothing good can come out of the present crop of politicians and leaders that we have.
But they're a representation of who we really are as a people. They're not from Mars, are they?
You are right, but the truth is, I don't see the attitude of our people changing until they can feel the impact and the full range of good leadership. I don't see it changing. Good leaders rally the people around a course of action. When people can feel that, yes, we have good leaders in place. These leaders are working for us. They are toiling day and night. They are not selfish. They are all about giving us the best that their efforts can deliver. Honestly, the impact will be across the board. You start seeing Nigerians who feel proud about their country and are strongly committed to its success. Why do people always think that, look, when they have good leaders, it changes everything? Even the way your country is perceived will change. The way your country gets talked about will change. Because now, the easiest thing to hear is the abuse of Nigeria, insults being heaped on Nigeria. And some of the small countries around us today are among our biggest mockers. You can imagine Ghana, that is just a little bigger than Lagos. You can see their citizens mocking us about the value of our currency. There's a lot that good governance, rather than misgovernance, can bring. There's a lot that it can make to happen. All of these things we are talking about, honestly, if Nigerians are happy about the way they are being led, if Nigerians are happy with our leaders at all levels, it's not because when we talk about leaders, people think it's Tinubu alone that is the leader. It's absolute rubbish to imagine that, oh, when we are talking about it, it starts and ends with the president. No. We have leaders at all levels. Right. What are they doing? That's right. To make people believe in the system, to make people believe in democracy itself. We reached a point that people were even calling for the military to take over. Were you not in Nigeria at that time? That's to tell you that even these elections that we are having, there are many people who do not give a hoot about it.
Okay, hold your thought. We have Solomon Ajuziogu, who is standing by. He was at one of the polling units where the candidates actually voted and sorting and counting had been concluded. Solomon, thanks so much for joining us. Bring up to the minute information what the situation is where you are. First and foremost, where are you currently and what's the situation there?
Yeah, yes, Ibrahim. I'm at Idia. I'm inside Idia College, Idia College for Girls. It's a girls' grammar school here in Yaro, Benin City, right in the heart of Benin, in Oredo, local government area. And here we have three wards being collated here, wards 4, 5, and 6. This is the collation center for these three wards. Sorting and counting has ended at the polling unit levels and at the ward levels, and so we are moving on to gradually to the local government levels. From here, once the results from here are collated, then they move on to the local government, where another round of collation and sorting and reconciliations will take place. So it's a full house here from wards 4, 5, and 6 in Oredo local government area of Edo State.
So the sorting and counting there, how did the people react to the declaration of that polling unit's results? Did they take it well? Was there any protest, any form of protest?
No. In Ikpoba-Okha, some of the places we went in Ikpoba-Okha local government and Oredo, you know, significantly, these are the two biggest voting local governments in the whole of Edo State. Ikpoba-Okha has 400,000 plus, while Oredo has 370-something thousand voters. So, but the turnout wasn't what they expected, because some of the polling units didn't even have up to 100 people voting there. But there was no violence. One interesting thing was that it was peaceful. There was no trouble at all. The only place where it seemed that something was about to happen was at Itohan school for girls in Ikpoba-Okha, where we had some 9 polling units, and in one of the polling units, unit 38, I don't know if that fellow was a party agent. An individual just walked up when it was time to sort and count the ballot and wanted to snatch the ballot papers, but then the polling officer there resisted him until then the security officers came around and took him up and, apprehended him and took him away. Apart from that, there's been no incident. The winners are celebrating. Those who got the highest votes in their polling unit are celebrating and singing, and the others aren't reacting. Everybody is eating the losers are probably eating the humble pie, while the winners are celebrating, at least in this area. When results begin to come from the other polling units in the other wards, then we can begin to get a clearer picture of things. But this is the way it is in just a big part of Edo South. Don't forget, we have other places in Edo South like Ego, like Ovia, North and South, and the rest of them. We still have in Orion one still coming in later on, and when those results begin to trickle in, then we'll know the outline of what the results will tell us.
Right,
but
Solomon,
so
before I let you go, the next line of action is for them to move the ballot box to the next place, the next location. Do you see substantial guarding of this ballot box to, as they take it to the next place?
Now, the security layers getting into this place getting into Idia College is something else. Vehicles are not even allowed to drive past the entrance of Idia College because you have soldiers manning the place. Even with INEC duty stickers, you still not be allowed until you have to step out of your car. You have to do proper identification. We were almost turned back until I had to step out of the car to explain, and they were like, okay, it's media. So in fact, it took the intervention of a higher officer to let me pass through and a few other persons. If you have nothing to do here, you won't be able to gain entry because the security layer is very high. So, and what is going to happen is by the time they finish the collation here and they are moving to the local government level or to whatever the layer will be from here, it will then, this security agents will then have to go with them. The soldiers, the police guys, the secret service guys who are with them, the civil defense guys, the police, are all going to go in that convoy with these with these voting materials to safeguard them to the location where they will be, and they will also be there with them to ensure that there is fidelity with the materials and they are not tampered with.
All right, TVC News senior correspondent Solomon Ajuziogo live for us at Oredo in Edo State. Thank you so much for that. Keep close tabs for us on developments there in Edo State. Thank you. Let me quickly bring it to the studio. BKO, I want you to tie what Solomon, the feed we got from Solomon with to what you're saying before we change tack to talking about other issues, concerning Edo State election. Looks like the people were happy with the process, and they also guarding their votes to ensure the integrity of the elections. Vis-a-vis saying, vote buying and all of that, and people not being willing to ensure good governance, or probably waiting for better leadership. Do you not see some sort of, somewhat leadership playing out there among the people?
The issue is, what is the percentage of people exercising their franchise in this election? You look at the number of registered voters. INEC expected a little more than 2 million people to take part in this election. Because I think 2,203,000 or so, 2.2 million votes are at stake. But you and I know that the turnout has been very poor, and you are not going to see anything close to 2 million votes in terms of the total votes cast. It's not going to even come close to that. That is concerning, and it's something that I believe that over time we must find a way to change. Why do people take the pain to register and be part of an election only to refuse to show up on the day? Why put yourself through all that pain, queuing up, going to registration points very early, sometimes as early as 4 a.m. people had lined up to register for the election, but on election day, you don't see them. And that's why I'm saying that a lot of things are tied to this. People do not think that it's worth all that trouble.
Right.
There is a connection between how the people feel and how they show up on election day. I think there is a connection there. If a leader is popular, you sense that more people will come out to make sure that they support him with their votes. If you look at what transpired during the presidential election in Borno State, compared with what happened during the governorship election, the difference is like night and day. In terms of the number of people who came to vote for the governor.
That's right.
It was quite huge. And then political education, political awareness.
Voter awareness.
Apart from Kano, I don't think there's any state in Nigeria where the political awareness of the people is sufficient. Kano, in the senatorial election, Kano people will record the votes that you hardly find recorded even in governorship elections in some states. More than 400,000 people voting for a senatorial candidate.
Population is also a factor,
It's not, they are not the only state. It's Kano. Lagos, by the number of registered voters, has more voters than Kano. But Lagos will never come close to Kano in terms of the way people come out on election day. It's not simply the fact that there are many people there. There are many people in Kaduna too. The population of Kaduna is huge. The number of registered voters in Kaduna is huge. The number of registered voters in Katsina is huge. Yet none of them comes close to Kano. So I'm saying in terms of political awareness, Kano ranks #1 in our country. The people don't need extra motivation to come out and vote. And you see them in large numbers. Any election at all.
Even the underage, they also try to come out.
Not now. Not now. See, in spite of, people can talk about underage and all that. These days, because you can't vote by proxy, those underage guys no longer really show up. But it still won't stop them from recording the kind of votes that only Kano can record. So this is the point. Political awareness is one, and then the quality of governance has to improve. A lot of things revolve around it.
Absolutely. Biko, let me take it to Jide. Let me first confirm whether you're still on Zoom. Jide Ojo.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So you on the ground. I'm not sure whether you took some time out to speak with some of the voters, because our correspondent, for instance, Sarah Yoko, fed us with an information about, certain voters who are registered voters, but they are lethargic about coming out because they felt prices of things are actually high and they're not excited about the current situation in the country. How would you, connect that to the record of, low voter turnout that we're having today? Is it based on the fact that people are not politically aware, or we don't have enough voter education as to the reason why people need to come out to vote so that they will decide what happens to them in the future?
Okay, Ibrahim, let me run you through why we have low voter turnout. And there are multiple reasons for this. Some we have talked about earlier, and this is when people don't see impact of governance on their lives, or when the impact of governance on their lives is negative, as in hunger, bad governance, lack of infrastructure. But that's just one side of the story. The other disincentive to people to vote is when there's late commencements of polling. And we have talked earlier when Precious was anchoring this about my own experience earlier in the day at Agbado Primary School in Akwakwava area of Oredo local government, where at 7 a.m., all officials were on ground. Unfortunately, there were no sufficient operational vehicle to convey them from the rack center to the polling units, which is their place of primary assignment. So there were over 1 hour delay before they left the rack to their polling units. So by the time they will get to their polling units, definitely voters will be very agitated, they will become restive, and they might start insinuating that maybe the poll materials and the personnel have been hijacked or compromised. So that also contributes in no small measure to the low voter turnout that we see. when the exercise does not commence as early as is advertised by the electoral management body. But there is also the angle of restriction of movement. Here we are. The police authority came out yesterday through DIG Frank Ngba to say there will be lockdown from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We do know that quite a number of people may have registered in places that are far from their residences. And because there is a shutdown of the economy today, some of them may not be able to trek or drive the distance to where they should have voted. I listened to your correspondents who said even at the collation center, despite having the tag of an election accredited journalist and election duty, they were not still allowed access. So situations like that, where there is restriction of movement, will also contribute to low voter turnout. When people look at how inconvenient they will be given the distance from their residence to the possible place where they are supposed to cast their ballot. Again, there is also the angle of people coming to polling units and not finding their names on the voters register. This may not be widespread, but there are also incidences like that in time past where people will come to their PVC, their permanent voters card, shows that this is where they are supposed to cast their ballot. They have endeavored, they have endured to come, but they can't find their name. Because my experience this morning when I went out is that in many of the places, polling units, the poll officials pasted the list of registered voters that are meant to vote in that particular unit.
Yeah.
They pasted it on the wall. So what a voter first does is not just to go and queue, is to first go and check their names on the register that have been pasted on the wall, find out which number it is, and then they come to queue and tell the presiding officer, this is my number on the register. Then the presiding officer will now trace that number and check your card to be sure that it was the one issued by INEC, and then that's when the accreditation with BVAS will take place.
Right.
We also have incidences where BVAS purportedly malfunctioned, and that could also lead to some significant disenfranchisement. So there are multiple reasons why there is low voter turnout.
Absolutely.
Or why the turnout may not be
obviously
very impressive.
there are potpourri of issues. You know, some of them you've just highlighted, and some BK will also referenced and also gave us.
Of course, there is also the rain.
The rain factor. Yes, that's the weather condition.
So the weather also played a key role.
Right. Because of our time, let me bring it to the studio to Mr. Ologun. Let me just mention Jide Ologun because because of the 3 Jides, it's good to play on the names and it sounds so good to the ear. So the thing is, if you look at the power dynamics, or let's say the election dynamics of what is going on in Edo State, this election definitely will test the power of incumbency. There are 2 incumbencies here. But I felt the first incumbency, which is the federal government, the president actually sued for peace, saying that he's even happy with the way people, the politicians have conducted themselves and all of that. So one way or the other, ruling out federal might. But the second incumbency, said, made a statement like a do or die kind of a thing, that if they do, then people would, don't let me use the word. But he was supported by Oshiomhole in his first term and a lot of others. Some of them he had fallen out of, favor and all of that. So he's not looking to having a successor. Do you feel that he had also gone to Nyesom Wike, who said, no, listen, this time around, I'm not going to be in the movie, so to speak. So something like a battle of ego of some sort. How do you think this will influence the outcome of this election?
It's still about the electorate, because all you have mentioned are issues with the politicians. You know, Obaseki was in APC, and he fell out with the one he succeeded, talking about Oshomole. And I read a report where he was addressing the people, I think in Uromi, that he fell out because he granted a state burial to Aneni, who lived as a prominent politician in Edo State, even though Aneni was in PDP. He was in APC then. And the crisis festered into he's been denied the right to run for second term during the primary. And that also was tied to his credentials, which is an issue that is still on the front burner in Nigeria, that we should allow credibility all the way. So he quickly moved to PDP, and he has completed his term now. And at a time, he was even saying that Edo was not Lagos, where godfathers operate. But now he's playing the role of the godfather to someone who is coming. And we've seen Oshomole also now in the Senate mobilizing, force. And we witnessed the exchange of verbal comments against one another. And I was also disturbed when Governor Obaseki started complaining about the police arresting some PDP members. And again, that touches on a crucial issue in Nigeria, this state policing, because the federal government controls the police. So the perception some have is that maybe the opposition party will mobilize the federal might in these current elections. But that is something for politicians. They are all used to using whatever is available
convenient for them
to aid them. And I probed into his comment that this is a do or die election. And he was trying to say that what he meant was addressing his own people that come. If they do, we die. If they win, we are off the radar.
Politicians are spin doctors. They
exactly. But we've seen that desperation. In fact, sometimes I ask myself that how I wish that the desperation of politicians towards winning at the polls will be directed at developing this country. I think Nigeria should be the richest country in the world. So we are watching, and there's a third force there that is trying to strike a balance, leveraging also on the presidential, the last general elections, and the move of his principal then. So all these things are coming together, but then it's a fierce battle. And I also expect, and that's why I think I'm moving in the top line of Mr. Otitoloju, that there may be a change, because if it's like now APC is saying, let's claim it back. You left us, you fulfilled your 2 terms,
That remains to be seen.
And then we are monitoring. But at the same time also, when incumbency caves in to opposition, the question of popularity in terms of performance will also come in. But the electorates are there within this pendulum to let's see how it will all go.
Right. I would like us to best analyze these issues, this contending issue in Edo State, without necessarily having to mention the name of the parties because of the broadcasting ethics and codes for these elections. But in all of it, if you look at what happened at the presidential election in 2023, it was just more like a 2-horse race, and then we had the third force coming in to the extent of having also the 4th leg. How do you see that coming in to this, coming to play in this Edo election? It has always been like the dominant party and the opposition party. Now there is another third leg into this election. How do you think that will impact on the outcome of this election in terms of votes distribution?
I think the 2 main parties that have dominated Nigerian politics in the last few years will still dominate this election.
Regardless?
Yes. I don't see the so-called third force making a big impact in this election. You see, the presidential election was a completely different kettle of fish. There were some factors that played out in the presidential election that we didn't see in the governorship election. For example, the Muslim ticket angered a lot of Christians. But by the time we had the governorship election here, the Muslim thing did not come into play. And Sanwo-Olu thoroughly defeated the field. In fact, if you merge the votes that Labour Party scored in Lagos in the governorship election with what the PDP scored, and then multiplied it by 2, Sanwo-Olu still won the election. That's to tell you that it was a rout in the real sense of the word. It was a rout. The PDP was literally non-existent, and the Labour Party couldn't muster the kind of effort that it mustered during the presidential election. So that's why they say all elections are local. All politics. Yes. Are
local.
Yes. So what transpired during the presidential election in Edo State will not transpire this time, or I can say has not transpired this time. So it's still going to be those two dominant parties, you know. I don't know how close it will be, but those two dominant parties will occupy the first and second position. There's nothing like a third force.
So you don't see the third force, taking a chunk of, either of the parties?
No. No. The results will soon be out.
Yeah, in a matter of time.
I don't see it happening.
All right. Mr. Ojo, Mr. Jide Ojo, the thing is, looking at, what has played out on the ground, because there is this fear of, violence erupting in hotspots like Esako, Eso South, and other areas that are prone to political violence, which might definitely erupt, and cause crisis during this election. I'm not sure whether you've seen something like that playing out so far.
Of course, there have been isolated incidences of violence, just that it's not widespread. In the report that KDI released at 1:30 p.m. today, this was flagged that there are some isolated incidences of violence. In fact, 1 or 2 places there were even reported cases of attack on polling units and cutting away of polling materials in 1 or 2 units. But these are not something that is widespread. However, sometimes the dawn, early part of the day is usually very peaceful. As you move to collation, ward collation to local government collation before the final leg of collation at the state INEC office, anything can happen. And that's where vigilance, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. That's where we always urge vigilance by the security agents, because in another 10-15 minutes, the lockdown will be lifted officially. Like I told you earlier on, it was announced that there will be lockdown from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So it's just like less than about 13-14 minutes to 6 p.m. So after that, you are going to have everybody on the road, those who have places to go, things to do. And in such a situation, some people may want to use the cover of darkness to attack collation centers. More so if there are not proper illumination at the ward or local government collation centers. Because we are now at very critical juncture of integrity of this electoral process. We are done with polling units. Ward collation in many places may have even been concluded by now. But by the time that transition from ward to local government and from local government to the state INEC office could also embroil in controversy and even in violence. Because if there are issues about wrong collation or, uploading of fake results, as was witnessed in some in the last off-cycle general elections, people may not take that very lightly. And you need to, Ibrahim, you need to understand that INEC already has told us that this polling unit result will be uploaded real time on the INEC result viewing portal. I already have that link. And if people start to see that what their situation room has tallied is not in sync with what INEC official result is coming up with at the ward and local government collation center, you may start to see some level of restiveness and potential violence in all of this. And more so now that there is no more restriction of movement, when everybody is free to go about their normal business, some evil-minded people, some political talks, some miscreants may use the cover of darkness to attack ward or local government collation centers just to frustrate the exercise and make sure that some results don't get to be announced. And you know what the standard operating procedure is. It is said that where there is violence, there will be cancellation of results. Where there is violence, there will be cancellation. So this may also be a gimmick by the different dominant political parties to orchestrate violence in the stronghold of their opponent, so that they will get the result of those units or those wards to be cancelled, and that could be to their own advantage.
All right, Jide Ojo, we need to thank you so much. That's a very, very valid point you made, especially with the fact that people might want to explore the the cover of the darkness to attack or to foment trouble or to cause any problem. So, are you looking forward to seeing this election being litigated by the courts? The courts in the final analysis deciding on who the winner will be at the end of the day, because that's usually what we see at the end of every election cycle.
That is left to the politicians, but primarily INEC is the umpire. So let's see what the results will be from INEC, and the gate has been kept open for any party or candidate that is not satisfied with the verdict of INEC to proceed to the tribunals. And that is why I say the judiciary does not decide victory at the polls. It's when, after all, in 2015, the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, was voted out of office. He didn't go to any tribunal. He surrendered and proceeded on leave, from the office. So that I leave to the politicians. But INEC should be seen to have done their best to present a credible, transparent, and fair elections to the citizens. And if those processes are followed, particularly with the engagement of IT instruments, then I think we should have a very sound outcome. And if those who win celebrate and those who lose take their loss.
I like that you're being careful about, having people to, go into the court at the end of the day.
No, the courts are open. I say it, no court will mandate a politician that come. Politicians go to them.
So the doors are open anyways.
Exactly, the doors are open. And there's already a provision for election tribunal. So whoever wants to come.
The lawyers will also want to eat BKO. Is there a way, others have also called for having election tribunal on its own, independent of the regular courts that we have, so that other courts, the conventional courts will face other issues, criminal matters, and etc. But electoral courts, we should have it, standby, so that they will always carry all their hulabalu, all their palaver, to this place. Do you think it's something that is feasible?
I do not support it, because elections are not held every day. Our courts are very busy.
Yeah, that's the reason others are calling for it.
Our courts are very busy, and if we then take some of the judges that should be sitting in those courts, the appeal court judges, they are the ones who get involved in electoral litigation. If you then take them away to say they should focus solely on electoral litigation, where are we going to find enough judges, enough judicial officers to deal with these numerous cases that we have? Don't forget that elections are not held every day. Elections are seasonal. The general election won't happen until another close to 3 years. So those guys are not going to be so busy. They are not going to be so busy.
Nico, because we're actually out of time, I just wanted to quickly address this, because before and during elections, our adrenaline pumps, to more than 100%, everywhere, hustling and bustling, saying that we want to vote and all that. So you see people mustering all their energies, into voting in election, voting in the next candidate and all of that. But at the end of it all, we all withdraw back to our shells and we watch everything unfolds before our eyes without us taking action. Why do you think voters do all of these and not getting involved in the actual governance to making the elected persons accountable, in the cause of governance, very quickly?
Well, I agree that is something that has to change. I think also that our non-governmental organizations have a lot more to do to galvanize our people. Yes, we want our country to be run properly, to be better administered. But we, as citizens, we have our roles to play in making sure that happens. Many people are simply too apolitical and detached. They don't want to bother themselves. Sometimes, even if you take it upon yourself to do certain things, to say certain things, your own friends, your own family members will be telling you, no, leave them, don't get involved, do this and that. I remember as a young journalist in those days, my mom would say, why? Don't put your life in danger, especially because it was a military rule, So if we really want to get our leaders to change, to improve, we have to challenge them, push them much harder to work for the Nigerian people. That's right. As far as I'm concerned, yes, thanks to social media, there's improvement now. There are certain things that in the past the government could get away with. With the advent of social media, all of the noise coming, against negative policies of government, we see government change its mind about some of those things. Remember the cyber security levy. The people said, no, what's the meaning of this? They had to pull back. Yeah. Even the attempt to turn our universities to revenue-generating centers. People resisted.
Even
said,
the 8,000 naira that the president was
yes. Even on this program, we said, no, you can't do that. What is 8,000 naira?
That's right.
Are you kidding me? Are you whining me? You can't talk 8,000 naira. At the end of the day, so we need to do a lot more.
Engagement.
Yes. Let the leaders realize whenever they are taking a bad step, let them realize it. Let's show that we are not docile, we are not happy to see things go wrong.
Absolutely. I love the triangular movements, I've been exploring all along, GD Cube, from here to Zoom and here. But then I'll thank on Zoom, Jide Ojo, election observer, who has been with us, from the start of the second segment of this program. Jide, thank you so much for your keenness of insight. Thank you. Also, Babajide.
It's my pleasure, Ibrahim.
Right. Director, Current Affairs, TVC Communications, many thanks to you.
Thank you, Ibrahim.
As well as our lawyer and public affairs analyst, Jide Ologun. Thank you. It's good to mention Jide, often and often. It's something that you don't get, easily like that.
Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you. So we keep close tabs on developments in Edo State. It's the focus. We'll talk about it. We explain. We give insightful analysis on the program on TVC News. And this baton will be passed to my colleague, Nifemi Oguntoye, who will be here with different analysts to also talk about issues that are happening in Edo State and monitoring trends. Thank you so much for your company. I'll say bye for now, but do stay tuned on TVC News.
It's okay here. I don't know others. But what I'm seeing here is like a testimony that INEC is getting it right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the bride. This is what you will wear as you leave this house for the last time. Scratch that. I'm sorry. I can't stay with you. Not now. Not ever.
Hello everyone, welcome to our continuing live coverage of the Edo State Governorship election. I am Nifemi Oguntoye signing in for the evening broadcast. We've witnessed a remarkable show of resilience from the people of Edo State today as voters braved the rain and initial delays to exercise their civic duty. Despite the challenging weather conditions and logistical issues, polling units eventually opened with voters patiently waiting to cast their ballots. As you already know, the voting process got off to a slow start. According to Yaga Africa's midday situational statement, by 7:30 a.m., INEC officials had arrived at only 43% of polling units, and by 8:30 a.m., only 17% of units had commenced accreditation and voting, increasing to 65% by 9:30 a.m. In response to the delays, INEC extended voting hours in affected areas until the last person on the queue has voted. Throughout the day, we've had our dedicated team of reporters provide you with exclusive and comprehensive updates from across the state. Now, as we transition into the result collation phase at both local government and state levels, we're bringing you expert analyses, live updates, and continuous coverage until the official results are announced. So stay tuned, everyone, for an uninterrupted flow of information. We are committed to keeping you informed every step of the way. Welcome on board to this critical phase of our coverage. Let's begin with reactions from the key stakeholders in this election.
For now, I'm glad with what I see. The process in my unit has been quite smooth and efficient. I just hope that the collation process will be the same.
We must protect the system. The people want democracy. They don't want dictatorship, including civilian dictatorship. And civilian dictator is anyone who, through the instrument of gun or other violent means, prevent people from voting with a view to falsify outcome in his favor.
What I'm seeing here is like a testimony that INEC is getting it right. A couple of friends are calling me to say I'm getting a lot of votes from different places. But I'm not there. I'm here because this is my home.
Most definitely. If the INEC officials have just come, the process hasn't even started, so we're over 2 hours delayed. So the only fair thing would be for closure. Since morning, I think only 2 or 3 persons voted before the BVAS developed faults. And why I was confident is that all other units, there's no problem. So that means it could be technology error.
Joseph Kunde is at the police command in Benin City. He joins me now with updates from the state capital. You shared a video of police air surveillance over the city earlier. Walk us through what police operation has been thus far.
It has been remarkable, Nifemi, I must say. They had a particular plan. What they had to do was to ensure that they were bringing a different template entirely, something that has not been tried or worked out before. That was why initially they had 35,000 police officers deployed here from different states in the country. And then they went further into having others as well. They had some that you didn't even know are police officers, but they were not wearing uniform. And it really went to according to plan, because some of the polling units, you see them, they were not even carrying arms, but you wouldn't even know. But there were others that they knew that they were really black spots. So they went there, they were prepared for it. And true to it, if you talk about the level of violence in this election, the influence the police had in the election is very, very detailed. That's the reason why we have a handful of it coming through. Aside from the fact that as our last night, we had a handful of it. It was an intelligence report that they got. They acted on that intelligence and they arrested those persons. And then aside from that one, today, well, those ones, they also had a number of weapons on them. But for today, they also had a handful of arrests that was made. But it's not because of a violence or because of a ballot snatching. The ones that have been arrested that they brought down here to the state command of the police happens to be vote buying for about 6%. And then interestingly, there was also a fake journalist that was also here and that was arrested alongside today.
There were huge security concerns ahead of this election. What's your general overview of things thus far, especially in the state capital?
Fantastic, I must say. There was a massive meeting yesterday between the service chiefs talking about the ones in Benin City, where we had the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the NSCDC, and others coming through to ensure that they had a detailed plan. And based on what they have said, we had several air surveillance coming through from the different security agencies. That they were taking turns in roaming around. And then when you see that happen, even if you have a mind of doing something wrong, you're going to have to think twice about it. Aside from that, there were a series of patrols that were being undertaken by several of these persons as well, talking about security agencies. So true to which they kept to their word in ensuring that they made sure the state was safe. If not for the rain, perhaps maybe the number at the polling units would have increased. But eventually, it was not because of security concerns. It was because of the bad weather that happened at some point.
INEC had to extend voting time because of late arrival of materials in some polling units. As we speak now, the curfew should be over. Can you confirm if election or voting rather has ended in all of the polling units in your area?
The moment I cannot confirm because this area didn't have much of the problem that occurred in terms of the rainfall. So the ones that it was not affected, they had theirs coming through. But when you talk about the ones that were not in the capital, that's where they had most of it. Like the one that Amici was covering earlier on, himself and others, they had that particular issue. But thankfully for the intervention of INEC, they were able to resolve that and, of course, extended it. So, but the extension that was given was not for it to last up till 6 p.m. It was for them to be able to give them a couple of hours to be able to sort themselves out, which they're already doing. But aside from that, right now, yes, the traffic is steadily building up. People are now moving, they have really relaxed on the curfew that was supposed to be from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
All right, Joseph, we'll be right back with you. We need to know when collation is expected to begin in Benin City. Joseph Kunde live for us in the state capital. I'm joined by legal practitioner, public affairs analyst Libros Oshoma is right here with me in the studio. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you, my pleasure.
I was thinking that your people will be able to hold the rain, at least use some African technology, but it's been pouring.
No, the rain is part of showers of blessing. So, yeah, you don't be surprised that it's also designed to happen that way. So this is not a day you want to hold rain. Why some would want the rain, some would want it. So,
well, time will tell whether this would have contributed significantly to voter apathy, which has been a thing in Edo election. But unfortunately, we're still talking about logistics.
Yeah. You see, the unfortunate part is before the elections, you hear of big numbers, but on election day, you will now begin to talk about voters' apathy. There's no any state election where you have had 70% turnout of voters.
Not even a national level.
National level is even poorer. So
I don't think we've had up to 50%.
So I think we need to really look at our numbers again and ask ourselves the truth. If we are really the numbers that we bandy around, I think if you remember, sometimes in 2010, when Jega started, the new voters register, when he said he was going to that there was no need to clean up the existing one that had names like Michael Jackson and co., and that he was going to embark on a new registration. After the registration, you had, huge numbers from some of these states. And then they ran the register through what they call then automated fingerprint identification system, where they call it AFIS. And the numbers reduced, and that the essence of running it then was to, phase out multiple registration. And I had governors complaining that their numbers were just being reduced. And politicians are more interested in polling units than the size of areas. So when you hear them bandy this number, I think the numbers also is to curry favor or to negotiate. Oh, that's in my area, the voting strength is this, the voting strength is that. So, but on election day, we really don't see those numbers.
No, we don't.
In
2016, 33% of registered voters in Edo actually voted. The number dipped to 24% in 2020. In a short while, we're probably going to also have the percentage of those who actually turn out. Today, from the reports we've gathered, there is still substantial voter apathy. No
It
doubt.
is not about voters' apathy. What is happening is that because it is the people, this election...
You need to look at the figure now from not just from registered voters, from actual PVCs collected.
Look,
and in Edo is about 2.2 million.
Let me tell you, you know that some people collect PVCs as a means of identification. You know, there are some people, it's not everybody who registered in Edo.
No, I'm just saying that this time, they are actual people, unlike in those days.
No, I'm telling you that it's not everybody that registered in a place, you know, that is resident in that place.
Absolutely.
There are some students who registered in Edo, had collected PVCs, but have graduated and have gone for youth service. There are some persons also who are from Edo, and they who for some reasons will tell themselves, look, I don't think I'll be able to travel home with the bad roads and the cost to go vote. So let me just stay where I am. So all of this, because, you know, we have this tendency, this state of origin thing, and to gravitate towards where you're from.
We have had this conversation about once you have the card, you should be able to vote anywhere.
Exactly.
You reside, actually. But let's get back to the field. Theophilus Elamai is standing by. Theo, where are you? And talk to us about what's happening at the polling units there.
All right, Nifemi, I'm in the heart of Benin City. I've gone round, I've gone to different polling units, but what we have seen right now is that businesses are beginning to pick up, people are beginning to move around. You know, there's been restrictions this morning, and so you see businesses beginning to open up rather. You see vehicles moving around, people having the free hand to go about, to do whatever they need to do and all of that. Despite the fact that some places there was low turnout of voters in Benin City. In the other parts where I actually covered, that's in Irua area, a lot of people actually turned out. And of course, the ratio of men to women was quite close. A lot of women who came in to cast their ballot. And so it was quite interesting to see that a lot of women and young ladies were around to cast their ballot. But in Benin City, we're beginning to see activities come up, everyone coming out to do their normal businesses. And of course, we expect that very soon INEC will let us know when they have to start the collation at the INEC office.
We have reported sorting and counting in some polling units. Can you confirm if voting is actually still taking place in areas where delay was experienced?
Well, the areas we visited in Benin City, actually voting and counting had ended. There are some that we visited that INEC officials were already packing their things. The register of the number of votes cast in different polling units were already was already pasted there, and they were packing their things to move to the next phase. So many polling stations that we visited, we saw that the elections and counting and sorting, everything has been done, and they had left, while some others were just about leaving the premises. But from what we have seen so far, everything so far, and from what we have heard from people who were there voting, the elections went on quite well in some other polling units. Yeah.
When do you envisage collation to commence at the state level?
Well, going by the antecedents with INEC, we expect it to happen either this night or probably at about tomorrow morning. That's maybe about 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. tomorrow, it depends. But actually right now we know the venue of which INEC is going to have this collation and make the announcement. But we are just waiting for when INEC will tell us the time all of this will start, because they will have to wait for results to be coming in from different areas, especially the riverine areas and far-reaching areas where they have to drive in several hours into Benin City. So we expect that if INEC gets a substantial number of results from different areas in Edo State, they will start probably tomorrow morning, safe to say.
Theophilus Elamai live for us in Benin. Looks like it's going to be a long night for you and for all of us as we count down to the collation proper. Please stay updated. We're going to get back to you and get more updates from you shortly. Mr. Oshoma, it's obvious that INEC still has, you know, a lot of logistic challenges to deal with. It's what we talk about every election year. But the build up to this election, there were quite a number of security concerns. I'm wondering how you rate security operatives thus far. Police made some huge arrest overnight, even to the extent of calling the party, naming publicly the party that these suspected political thugs support. And also we've seen area surveillance, a lot of arrests made in the area of vote buying. How do you rate police performance thus far?
Yeah, I would, before the election, a lot of people thought that it was going to be like, remember the Oshun incidents where DSS, were arresting passive oppositions, and so a lot of people thought, that was going to be the experience in Edo, and the governor was threatening fire and brimstone, that it was going to be a do or die, and that the police commissioner must be transferred, the INEC commissioner, the resident electoral commissioner must be transferred out. But so far, so good. Politicians, they cry foul in the morning. They complain, but the moment it favors them, then it is kudos to the institution. So far, we've seen the police, the security operatives had shown, a lot of, independence and professionalism in the way they have handled security in the state. And then also, we expect that it shouldn't just be about one-off election. I think we should have a system, a situation where technology should play a much more bigger role.
That's right.
In our election than it is playing now, where you really don't have to shut down the entire state. Imagine because it is only when there is protest that we count losses, businesses and the amount that are lost that day. If you know the volume of commerce that would have been, halted today in Edo State because of the election. And now, some people, after the election, some people will still see if they can quickly make, a quick, dash, for business, to open businesses, especially the restaurants and, So I would want to see a situation where election is not a do or die.
What really is holding us back from throwing it open? The curfew, has it really helped in the security of our polls?
To a very large extent, you would say it has, because, when the Chinua Achebe in Things Fall Apart said, Eleke the bird said, if hunters have learned to shoot without missing, then the bird will learn to fly without perching. Because of the desperation and the attitude of politicians. So you would say restriction of movement also would help, because otherwise it would have been a reign of, free for all. We know how people come, snatch ballot boxes, and then just, vanish. At the end of the day, results will still be announced in those places. So, but then, if you limit human interference, there won't be needs for you to restrict movement, because the idea of having to snatch the ballot boxes and all of that won't be there. If you limit human interference, you don't need to shut down the state. People won't be, the desperation also, people will know that you need to go to the field, talk to the people, win them, and the desperation would be reduced. But because of the attitude of politicians, their desperation to election, they kill to serve you. Politicians, you can have a landmass, a massive landmass. If there is no polling unit, politicians will not be interested in it. But on the day of election, no matter how remote a village is, materials get there. But after election, these same places, they will tell you that governance, can't get to these places. So I listened to Kunu, earlier in the day, talking about Akoko Edo, areas like Orionwo, where ordinarily you would be asking yourself if government is actually in these places. But on election campaign time, you see massive rallies in these places.
They come alive.
The rallies come alive, and then they come make the same promises again, and until the next election. So if we can actually, take materials to these places, I think that if we also introduce technologies, we would limit all of this, movement and people having to travel. I know the number of people, a lot of people, some people came from abroad because of this election, because the stakes are quite high.
Good.
So I know a lot of people that will travel back home to say, okay, yes, I want to go participate. You can ask for, your ballot to be mailed to you. You can decide on the day of election. Just look at MB election. We sit down anywhere you are. Once you have all the, you can say it's not perfect, but to a very large extent, it has eased a lot of troubles. So The moment voting ends, we already know. You're seeing it real time, who is leading. You know, even those, the older generation do not like it because a lot of them are not internet savvy. Absolutely. So you find the young people taking over the process. You know, so I think that there should be a time.
You don't think it's also a reflection of our development status? Because as we speak right now, we're still having some issues with BVAS. There are still reported cases of where voters had to wait, you know, for those machines to work. Can we rate INEC independent of our development reality as a nation?
No, development reality and leadership reality. Our political leadership still is still analog in nature. And so their thinking is still analog, and that's why they still think that, you know, for them to be able to, there has to be human interference for somebody, the desired amongst them to emerge. If there's no human interference, the political space will be taken over completely, you know, from them. And so they do not want that. So, and that's why not that you can't say that it's a technological reality, because if we actually want to advance beyond this, we can.
That's right.
If INEC, before now, if you remember, the same 2010, I remember Senator Odumaigbe, then the Senate Majority Leader, was very vociferous against PVC, what do you call it, card readers. They called it direct data capturing machine then, and he said it was akin to electronic voting. But today, we are not just talking about, you know, voting, we're also talking about transmitting results. So that means if we want to involve technology real time, we'll be able to do it, and then we won't now still sit down in the studio and be waiting for INEC. We would have eliminated all this having to wait for INEC. Everybody can see result and collate it, you know. Then automatically, as the results are coming, instead of this sheet of paper where people just, you know, have to sit down, begin to tabulate one after the other again, the system automatically tabulates it, and then just like the American election, we sit down here and we're looking at the red and the blue numbers, you know. So we can have it here. This, what do you call it, technology, you know, are all out there for sale.
Unfortunately, the excitement about IREF seemed to have died down because INEC came out to say, you know what, this is not our tabulation system. And then it takes a long time before the figures are updated. They're not updated in real time. So it makes it lose the old steam of the role it's supposed to play.
Yeah, because what they had turned it to, it's like they said, is a viewing portal and not a tabulation portal. So if you want to view, you know, so it's like a cinema. You want to look at the movie being acted. You go there. And then the saddest part of it is that it says, you know, the process, even though you're trying to innovate, but that the collation is still manual. By INEC guidelines, it says the result sheets will still be handed over and then still be taken. But that's what they just need to do, is to ensure that it tallies with the result that have been transmitted. So in the event that it does not tally, then you still have recourse to the manual process that was handed over to the police. I think INEC regulation number 98. You know, so all of these things, you know, still makes this entire process, you know, very cumbersome and analog in nature. And that's why you still want to shut down the entire state, you militarize it. So when you have a general election, when it's not staggered this way, the policemen are not enough to take care of security. So there are lapses. And there also another voters' attitude to governance. We operate a feeding bottle system of government where the entire country is a local government. The president is a local government chairman. So the governors are like, you know, sub head boys who go to Abuja once every month to go collect feeding bottle from the federal. And so when the election comes like that, people are not really interested in the state governor's election, because after all, they are given handout. You don't have to work hard to be a governor in Nigeria. You don't even have to have anything upstairs. Just wait. Even if you come, you meet empty treasury. You take over office today. By the end of the month, allocation will drop on your lap. You begin to share. But if it's a state where you have to work to generate the revenue, People will sit down and think. So that's why a lot of people also are not interested. And then you think that the local government election should be the one that the people would really want to participate in because that is the government that is closest to the people. But the numbers keep dropping. The lower you go, the lower the numbers. Meanwhile, you say all problems are local, all solutions should be local. But we look at the problems from the center and leave out. So, and that's why you also have these numbers at the local government, the state governor's election. It will reduce. But if it's the presidential election, everybody goes home. We are more interested in who become the local government chairman, what we call president, than who becomes the governor.
You know, generally there's a disconnect between the people and those who govern them. But, you know, the conversation we've had is that Edo people are enlightened politically. How come that is not showing in the voter turnout number?
Everybody is enlightened politically. Everybody in Nigeria is enlightened politically because you see the more people are enlightened, the less they vote in Nigeria. That's why you find out that, look at Theophilus, your reporter, he said, you find that you have a lot of women and girls, you know.
There are actually more men more male registered voters, about 52%.
But you have more women voters.
Yeah.
You know, so those women, those market people that you think, you know, ordinarily are not educated, depending on, you're talking about Western education now, they know the importance of, you know, participating in the process of who governs them.
Or maybe they were induced.
Even that's another area I'm coming to. Even if it means, you know, giving them apron in the market, they know that, okay, this one is better than this person. Oh, other this person, we had it rough. So let's try something else. But the rest of us will sit down, we adumbrate and postulate, and then begin to look at numbers. On the day of election, we are nowhere to be found. You know, so that's why you find out that the people who are actually taking the political decisions are those you call uneducated. Why the educated people you say are discerning are not, they are nowhere to be found. Because when you are not a human being, except the government says you are, that's why they give you certificate of birth, certificate of registration, certificate that you are educated. They certify you for everything, a license that you can drive. The people who take the decisions to determine whether you can drive, whether you are a human being or not, are left in the hands of those that join politics.
That's right.
And that's why when you look at both sides, if you take time to attend any ward meetings, and you see the kind of people there, these are the people that will graduate from that low ladder to get to, you know, governorship, senators, House of Rep. And that's why in the election, you know, for the candidate of the APC, and people are like, oh, look, how did APC, you know, arrive at this? And then you ask yourself, these are the people that are in politics. These are the ones that join politics. You don't expect to sit down in your house and they will come and beg you to come join. These are people that will attend ward meetings, they are the people that will share salt, that will share rice to voters, to party members. So when it is time for nomination, the question is, have you worked? These are people that work.
You're saying until the best of us get involved in politics.
Get involved.
We can't get.
We'll continue to have the worst of us.
Let us talk about vote buying for a bit, because Yaga talked about certain polling units and local government areas where political parties were given 10,000 naira. In fact, an election observer got in the midst of this and he was beating black and blue, you know, for intervening. But what we don't talk about is the system of voter inducement in the build-up to this election. We saw the parties, the APCs, the PDP, giving rappers, giving money.
It's all voters inducement now.
Giving rights. So we expect EFCC to swing into action on election day. But how come we allow for such a system in the build-up to the exercise?
See, we are not serious. We are not a serious-minded people. On election day, you see EFCC will wear EFCC jackets as if people would be carrying money to share. Look, let me tell you, our election is highly monetized. Even people, when they attend rallies, it is the same set of people. They give them T-shirts. There are no volunteers for elections. There are no volunteers. All we have are people who, you know, out of lack of anything to do. That is why even governors, they hawk special advisors, office of special advisors. If you want to come and collect office of special advisor for 75,000 or for 150,000, so that you can be a grassroots mobilizer for the party. You know, so those people are there. They are special advisors without desk. They don't even have office. We saw Wike do it. In 2020, we also saw it happen.
Wike had about 120,000.
Yes, 150,000. You know, in what do you call it, Edo, we also saw it. Philip Shabu and Obaseki in 2020, they were selling special advisors. That's where you start from. And then campaign, really, proper campaign. You see them, you are going to campaign, somebody will donate the caps, and then they will share. Somebody will donate aprons, and then they share to market. When you ask yourself, how come it's only during election that you are sharing aprons, you're sharing wrappers? These are ways of, inducing voters. You share wrapper, women leader. They never have men leader though. They put 5,000 or 2,000 naira, So these are ways, and that's why they will continually weaponize poverty. Because it is when you are down there that these things matter to you.
That's right.
So, and they will continually call you my leader, sir, my godfather. So, and on the day of election, you are now looking for people who are buying vote. They bought vote. And that's why also the night before election, any election that is postponed, the politicians will cry. You know why they are crying? Because if you postpone election on the day of election, on the night before election, all the money that has been shared to ward leaders and to leaders at the various units, will just go down the drain. You need to share another one. And starting from the rallies, you don't go to rallies without mobilization.
That's right.
You saw how even the general election, people were quarreling that they came for rallies, their mobilization were not paid. They tell you, we came, we're supposed to eat. We're supposed to be
all those
fed.
crowd you see is
the same crowd.
From the love,
it is the same,
love of the candidate.
The same crowd. If you are a governor, you give instruction to every local government chairman to bring at least, to sponsor at least, 10 buses from their local government to the rally. So on the day of election, some people who couldn't do all of those during, the campaign will also still keep something somewhere. You remember the Edibo Sebe vote buying techniques. Because before, some people will collect money and then go vote for candidate of their choice. The politician said, no, you can't be doing that. Let me see who you are voting for. If you vote for us, then you come to the corner and collect something.
And
because of the rates, the poverty level, and so for some persons, you might think 10,000 or 5,000 is small, but to those people, they've not seen 10,000 naira in a month. And so it's huge. They are waiting. So let me just collect this one. If I don't collect it now, even when they get into office, you will never see them. You never hear from them again. So if this is the one I will collect, let me collect it. So that's why we need to vote in people who will not see, poverty as a weapon to continually flog the people. And then they give you a handout. They want you to celebrate them and see that you've done something. Oh, let us celebrate our amiable governor who has deemed its feet, as if he's using his money, And these things are done openly. It has become a tradition that when I see on the election day, I see EFCC trying to, or people say, no, they are the CCC somewhere trying to harass, 1 or 2%. I just laugh. I'm like, this thing why didn't you go to rallies to begin to collect, arrest people for sharing whatever they are sharing? Because indirectly, that's what they are doing. They are buying your votes.
Indeed. Let us try to connect back to Benin, where we have Hamzat Lawal, who is Chief Executive Connected Development. He's one of the observers in this election. Hi, Hamzat. Good to see you again. Been a long day. What have you observed thus far? What are the highlights for you concerning the polling units you visited today?
Thank you. Good to be back on the UVS Zoom. So what I've observed is that there's tension, of course, because there's a lot of uncertainty on what might become the outcome of this election. A lot of security on ground deployed, perimeter security by the military. I see men of DSS, I see police, I see civil defense. My major concern is voter inducement. The last time we spoke, interestingly, apparently, just by my corner, just by my side, about 1 meter away, was where they were. Where I set up was where they were doing sorting of money, counting, and also payment of votes. So they have a system where they verify who you vote for, and then you come and claim. Depends on your age and your status in society. You get 10,000, from 5,000, in between 5,000 to 15,000. Just when we finished speaking, I became so uncomfortable, so I had to move. Interestingly, the woman approached me because they actually recognized me from my TV appearances. And then they said, oh, yes, we know you. You're that guy that always talk. And they offered me money also, and even refreshment, so which I had to decline. So since they recognized me, I had to call for backup, and then had me moved away from that polling unit to other polling units. It's really interesting. And what baffles me is just a couple of meters from where they're sorting and sharing money, you have other security agencies. So I just wonder, I think that they've already compromised them to have a blind eye on what's going on, because if they can approach civil society observer, it's also certain that they've approached, because before I even left, I saw them talking to one of the security, the leader of one of the security group on the ground. So I was wondering what kind of negotiation was ongoing. So, but I had to leave for my own safety, because, from experience, I don't want to get caught up, in this, because they're very desperate, and they can actually, transfer physical harm to me.
I'm wondering how much exactly they were willing to offer you, which category you fit into in the amount they were sharing. But it's a very interesting story. Unfortunately, it's also the same story we've heard, year in, year out in election years. But how were they verifying who the voters actually voted for before giving them money?
Fantastic. So, just around the polling area, you have all the political party agents. So there are two systems. The first system is they give you a piece of paper. Once you cast your vote and they're able to verify who you vote for, the party agent will give you a piece of paper, in open space. So nobody can really say, oh, why are they giving piece of paper? But that piece of paper sort of verifies that you voted for their party, and then you can go to another corner, which is the corner where I set up to show this paper to, this payment agent, and then you get your cash. So that's one way they're verifying. The other way they're verifying is, of course, some of them know their party members. And then because sometimes when they come in, there's a way they greet themselves. When Electoral greets some people, and then you wonder, okay, they have their mobilization and identification strategy, and then the person casts their ballots. Let's even hang out around them. They were sharing refreshments. So they offered me gala and drink, the same thing they were sharing before money. And, I had to turn that down. So that's how they verified. I think that, and I was listening to the guest in your studio. You see, we're not serious. We're not serious because at first I would talk to INEC before I come to security. We had months and years knowing that this Edo election will be off-cycle elections. And I agree, you don't just start deploying men of EFCC on election day. For me, it's just a jamboree. Voter inducement starts even from before political party primaries. Because let's tell ourselves the truth. Yes, I listen and I agree that yes, this is how this candidate emerged through ward meetings, local government meeting, and even the state before even the national convention. But there is a level of voter inducement, even like your guest alluded, where they share rice and wrapper and whatnot. Then they come to the political party rallies. I've been going to political party rally when I was in secondary school, junior secondary school. I remember I'm even less. I was 15, 16 years, my first rally. And at that time, they were sharing kunu and pure water. But now they're so sophisticated. Nobody will collect kunu or pure water from you when you go to this rally. So it's a build-up of how society have literally lost its value. The fabric of society value have been lost, whereby, it's now about money politics. So INEC, INEC, if I would score INEC, I will not score them well. Because why would you delay deployment of materials for over 2 hours. You see, when I resumed this morning on your show, I was at a rack center that had over 11 polling units. And even as early as the time we connected, we still saw NYC corps members with sensitive and non-sensitive material still waiting. There was not enough bus, and they said they had to redeploy security people to come and escort them even when the bus came. And then you wonder, police said they've deployed over 35,000 men. You have civil defense, you have DSS, you even have road safety, you have correctional officials, and then you cannot see them mobilize effectively to escort personnel and their sensitive material to the field. It was just a shame. Why would we still have elections where we still have logistical glitches? And if you look at the budget of how much, monies were released for this election, then you can't just phantom why there are still this kind of challenge. Mind you, this is an off-cycle election and just one election today. Now, let's talk about security. Yes, there was a lot of security on the ground, which guaranteed the safety of lives and property and how people got confidence and turn out to vote. But at the early stage, I saw that, yes, there were a lot of voter turnout. But you see, when it was getting to, 1, 2, I think that we, and the numbers are not yet out because, again, we need to rely on the numbers of BVAS.
That's right.
To determine. I don't think we had a lot of turnout. I think there is some level of apathy. Yes, again, when I was on the field, 2 times I experienced rain. After we spoke, and then later on there was rain, and the second rain was really heavy, and it lingered for long. But again, we'll wait until the numbers come in, and then we know if there was voter apathy, a lot of
you think that the weather condition and perhaps delay on the part of INEC could have also, impacted on voter turnout?
I think delay of INEC. I don't think the weather condition. I also think that the environment before this election, the heated polity, the apprehension, the tension, and the beats and sounds from political spokespersons, candidates, and the political party. That atmosphere of not even signing the peace accord and what would be what would become of this election. Because the signal people were sending was, this was do or die affair. We're going to unleash mayhem. We're going to send our political machinery to interfere in the process. It was just a shit show, if you allow. Yeah.
But what's your evaluation of how violence-free the whole exercise has been relative to, all of this tension in the build-up?
Yeah, well, the election so far was violent-free. We've not seen any incident that is of serious concern, apart from of course the observer that was beat up, and some other people who EFCC have claimed to have arrested. That was inducing votes. I didn't take it serious because what happened in Ekiti? What happened to the people they apprehended? So yeah.
Hamza Dawal, Chief Executive, Connected Development, Election Observer in Benin. Thank you so much for the update.
My pleasure.
Well, let's return to the studio. Let's talk about the political component of this election for a bit, the political gladiators, and how you think voters, will decide. Let's begin with how issue-based you think this election has been. All of the 3 top contenders are relatively new. Okwebolo, who is a sitting senator, only won election last year. Aswa Igodalo is, newbie from corporate law. And then you have your colleague in the NBA, who's also testing waters for the first time. Some have said that perhaps we did not have enough robust conversations or hear them speak to the issues, that it's been about the politics and the political figures behind them, that this was an election to settle the scores between the likes of the Oshomole and Philip Shaibu of Edo.
For me, the only person that I dared to talk about issues was the Labour Party candidate, Olumide Akpata. Because
do you have a soft spot for him because you're a lawyer?
Not really. Yes, Olumide is my friend. Aswa is my friend.
Aswa is a lawyer too. That's true.
Yes, but I can tell you The two APC and PDP candidates, they are from the same pool, the same waters. One backed by Oshomole and the powers that be from Abuja, allegedly, and then the other one by the state governor. So
allegedly, because Abuja says
no. When I said Abuja, there's also the Senate president had been mentioned in all of these.
Okay.
The chief of staff to the president had been mentioned. So what you don't expect them to say? So our hands are not. But they settled the rift between the candidate and the running mate, and So, by the way, you say party, you don't expect them to fold their hands. But that said, you also would look at the PDP candidate. The PDP candidate is, that was what even led to the ouster of Philip Shaibu from the party. It's heavily backed by the governor. So that's why you have the APC, Oshomole, leading the charge in one area, and then the PDP, the governor, leading the charge on the other side. So when you have such a scenario, what you're going to have is brickbats. Why the PDP will attempt to rub mud on the APC's governance at the center and what is happening in Nigeria generally, the APC would also attempt to rub mud on the PDP on what is happening in Edo. That look, it has not been different. You have not been able to handle, so when you are expecting the issues, one would think they are discussing the issues by drawing from what is happening in Nigeria generally, APC being government at the center, while the APC will say, look at Edo, for the past 8 years, there's been no development. But in actual sense, you can't take one out of the other. They are all from the same pool. So that's why when Labour, Olumide Akpata also talks, you listen to him and he says, look, the issues are the fact that, for 8 years you've earned so and so, but you have abandoned governance, you've collected so and so loan, and so one would expect that election generally in Nigeria should be, not just about the problems, but about how we hope. That's what I call issue base. We all know the problem. The Nigerians, everybody in Nigeria knows the problem of Nigeria. But no politicians will tell you how they want to do it. You hear APC also say, when we come, the first 100 days we'll clear outstandings. With the first 100 days, we'll tire all the roads, we'll build bridges where there are no rivers, So, and then coupled with the fact that it is all talk at rallies. And those were said at rallies usually, they are like election campaign just thrown to the wind. You don't hold anybody accountable. There are no pacts signed with the people to say, yes, when I come, we should, even the town hall meetings that they had, we're held in Lagos, So it is not a... And
the debates held in Edo, many
of them
did not attend.
A lot of them didn't attend because they felt, look, in America they'll tell you debate don't win election, but it's also a way of people interacting with your mind and how you want to do it. For me, it should be about how. The hows are missing. What we basically do is come, talk about the problems, regurgitate the problems. Oh, there's so much suffering, there's so much this, there's so much that. And that's why when they win, they tell you they didn't know the problems were this enormous. Oh, I thought, but I didn't know it was this enormous, or would I came with. And then for the next 8 years, they throw blames at each other.
Hold that thought for a moment. We're going to talk more about the political dimensions to it, because some have said this is pretty much about some individuals fighting for their political survival. Where Edo State is concerned.
If either APC or PDP wins this election, at the end, it's going to be the fight that is currently happening will not end because you have a lot of interest, melted in one pot.
And there are some people who have come together for the purpose of the election. And then
how they are going to share the loot.
New troubles will begin thereafter. Nelson Okujibi is an election observer who is also joining us now. Hi, Nelson. Where are you currently? Walk us through the highlight of what you've observed today.
Well, thank you very much. I'm speaking to you from Ring Road, Benin City. That's in the Oredo local government area of Edo State, the state capital. And this morning, we all went out, just like the voters in Edo State, to monitor the process. And I can report to you that via physical observation as well as monitoring via the media, one can conclude that the election has been largely peaceful and successful. Why do I say this? We had INEC arriving early in some places, in many of the places, but in some few places, they arrived late. But as in the tradition of INEC, once they start late, then the time for closing of the polls must be extended.
That's right.
And a lot of voters said they spent just about less than 4 minutes to perform the exercise. And you saw INEC personnel who displayed a very clear understanding of their functions as well as their use of the equipments that they came with. Where a voter cannot be authenticated by the thumb, where after presentation of his PVC, he or she is authenticated through facial authentication. And in that way, reduce the stress, the time spent on the queue. You had party agents there jostling with one another. You had them speaking in their local languages. You could sense that something was going on, but because you don't understand the language, you can't go and employ an interpreter to come and tell you what is this man saying or this woman saying. But you know they were trying to induce voters. And you had INEC ensure that the materials arrived, and after voting, some left. Unfortunately for us here in Edo, Benin, it rained for most part of the day, and that in a way drove away the voters. I suspect, because as human beings, some persons because of the rain will tell you, I'm not going to vote. I don't want to get wet. And some have health conditions, while some are people like we say in Yoruba Palace, and somebody that does not want to go and vote before. So we have something to hold on to, that I'm not going to vote. Then you also had people who told you that they are afraid to come out. They want people to start voting before they come out to vote. That also tells us a lot about the violence that preceded today's election. By and large, results have been declared at the polling stations. For me, CATA have been entered into, signed and countersigned by the Electoral officer. Party agents have received copies.
Right.
A lot of polling stations are closed. We are expecting the collation of results to move to the ward levels.
Well, we have to take a break for the news at 7, but in the polling units where you visited, what was the average time for the conclusion of sorting and counting? And are there places where the voting exercise is still ongoing?
I suspect in some very few places where voting didn't start early, voting exercise could still be going on, because I don't have that fact for now. But I know very well that even INEC issued a statement that from Abuja that the INEC in Edo State should ensure that no voter is disenfranchised. And we have not had reports of people who told us that they waited that long, and because they arrived late, they were sent packing. So the information we have right now is that maybe voting has ended in those places and they have started, because officially the closing time of the poll was supposed to be 2:30, where they started early. Like that was what transferred in many of the polling stations. So for now, the sorting and counting of papers, I didn't take note of the time, but you can be rest assured that, like I said earlier on, the INEC personnel displayed excellent understanding of their functions. They displayed good understanding of the equipment they came with. It was not like they were asking anybody or they were fumbling with materials or not knowing what to do. Right. It went on smoothlessly, and that's why if you take reports from across the state, a lot of places election went on peacefully and orderly.
All right. That's pretty much our time, Nelson. We'll get back to you as we count down to the commencement of collation at the state level. Nelson Ekujime live for us at Ring Road area in Benin City, Edo State capital. Libros Oshoma is still right here with me. We'll continue our conversation about the political dynamics to this election, but we're going to take a short break for the news at 7, and we'll be right back.
And thank you for staying with us. On TVC News, live coverage of the Edo governorship election. Well, still on this matter, residents of Edo State trooped out in their numbers to cast their ballot for the candidate of the governorship in the governorship election. Well, let's take a look at the overview of the election in this package.
The exercise began with accreditation exercise before voting commenced. Election materials arrived late at most polling units across the Tsako West local government. The ad hoc staff of INEC began setting up at about 8:55 a.m. Still at Tsako West, voting started late in Zari West following the failure of the BVAS machine deployed to the unit. Similarly, voting in Ward 1, Unit 3, Iwohime, is a southeast local government area, started at exactly 11 a.m. with elderly people voting first. The rain was a challenge at Benin City as a downpour forced many voters to run for shelter, forcing many to stay away till the rain subsided.
It has been seamless. I came in just a few minutes ago and I've casted my vote. The only thing I can say is that the turnout is not that impressive. Unlike before, I know that when I come like this, times like this kind of election, we usually have crowd around, but probably because of the rain.
Governor of Edo State, Governor Obaseki, voted at Unit 19, Ward 4 of a radio local government area, where he expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the election.
For now, I'm glad with what I see. The process in my unit has been quite smooth and efficient. I just hope that the collation process will be the same.
Governorship candidate Monday Okwebolo cast his vote at Udomi Primary School. Mr. Okwebolo commended the exercise and dismissed rumors of insecurity during the exercise.
What I'm seeing here is like a testimony that INEC is getting it right. A couple of friends are calling me to say I'm getting a lot of votes from different places. But I'm not there. I'm here because this is my home.
Another governorship candidate, Asue Igodalo, expressed displeasure over INEC's lateness to polling centers.
Most definitely. If the INEC officials have just come, the process hasn't even started, so we're over 2 hours delayed. So the only fair thing would be for closure.
Olumide Akpata, who is also a governorship candidate, voted at polling unit 11 in Oredo local government area. Similarly, Senator representing Edo North Senatorial District, Adams Oshiomole, voted at Isako West local government area.
We must protect the system. The people want democracy. They don't want dictatorship, including civilian dictatorship. And civilian dictator is anyone who, through the instrument of gun or other violent means, prevent people from voting with a view to falsify outcome in his favor.
The Independent National Electoral Commission early announced extension of voting time in areas where the process commenced late. INEC stated that the election will continue in the affected areas until the last voter on the queue, who arrived at the polling unit by 2:30 p.m., has voted.
Meanwhile, the Nigeria Police Force said its personnel have arrested political thugs, 2 different at some locations across Edo. The police spokesperson, ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, said that 3 cut-to-size locally fabricated pistols and 1 locally made gun were recovered from the suspects. But in a different raid, police operatives have apprehended a fake journalists, some party loyalists and political thugs. Items recovered from the suspects include a list of voters' names with corresponding monetary value, a collection of pre-filled ballot papers, and a set of fake identification cards. The police spokesperson, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, joins me now for more updates on this latest development. Good to have you on the news at this time. So quite an discovery for the police to have arrested some individuals, some who have paraded themselves as fake journalists and, of course, with the fake identification cards. First off, give us your assessment of how the police has fared so far in the conduct of Edo State election.
Once again, we
The Nigerian Police Force and other security agencies from our side, we have perceived this election very okay, well secure, and of course, so far so good has been a success. We were able to do adequate deployment, and we've been able to carry out our duties as expected of us. With the record I have, we have almost 13 suspects arrested so far for various offenses, of course, majorly political thuggery, destruction of ballots, boxes, and papers, and of course, for vote buying. We have a suspect, one Ade Kemi, who claims to be a staff member of one of the leading television stations in Nigeria. He is with us, and we are trying to still work on her. She actually mentioned a particular TV station. We have contacted the headquarters of that TV station. They have denied it. They have denied her, but let us still wait to see if we can have more information about her. We were able to recover some arms from some of these talks. It's not just arresting these talks. It goes beyond mere thuggery, but where we have talks that are fully armed, and you can actually see from the arms recovered from them that they are newly fabricated arms, possibly for the purpose of this electoral process. So we have them with us, and we have recovered some ammunition of various calibers from these people. We're able to recover a huge amount of money for vote buying and papers, documents with the list of intending voters to actually induce. So we have some of these recoveries. We have a case where somebody in a particular ward in Edo State went to destroy the ballot box with already completed ballot papers. We've been able to recover this, and we have him in our custody. So right. It's a good thing so far, and we are ready now to have collation at the INEC office and all other collation centers. We have deployed our men to these places, and when you get to the INEC office, we are fully on ground. We have fortified that place. Right. We are ready for the collation, and of course to protect the returning officer and all his members to have proper collation from local government, and to do proper announcement. I think that is the last stage we are, and we are very ready, and we are good to go.
Right, well said. Now, in the issue of vote buying, you mentioned that the security operatives have done well enough to arrest those that found, intimidating voters for their votes. But talking about vote buying, there were reports that some locations, some local governments had incidents where votes were traded for as high as 10,000 naira under the presence of security personnel. How would you respond to this?
It's not true. That's not true, because vote buying is not what somebody will have megaphone or microphone, or to go invite a DJ to give him microphone to make announcements that I want to buy votes or I want to sell votes. It's always a silent operation, and the mere fact that police operatives or security operatives were there doesn't mean they were in the know of what is going on. We have always told our people that if they don't tell us, we won't know. These ones we have arrested, we acted on intelligence. And I'm sure you are aware that EFCC arrested some. They actually acted on intelligence. So for somebody to say policemen were there, how do you know? Did you raise any alarm? Have you raised any alarm and they refused to attend to it? Did you call the attention of INEC officials to this? Did you contact INEC officials and security operatives that were on ground? If no, so how do you want them to know? Silent operations are difficult for operatives to detect. And I'm sure that is what must have happened there. We said it yesterday that for people to call our attention to this and for us to do the needful in the case of vote buying, they need to give us intelligence, they need to raise alarm and call our attention to it. Nobody will come out with microphone or megaphone to say, please, bring your vote PVC I want to buy. I'm sure it's not done that way. So we are not aware, and so far so good. Our men they have not reported such a thing to us, and where we are able to get intelligence, we acted strictly, and that's why we are able to pick some of these elements we have picked. And I'm sure we are still collating cases of arrest I'm sure we are still going to have more figures because the IDP has been able to form a team to collate all electoral offenses and to investigate them, aided by a commissioner of police, and he has been collating all these cases, and we intend to update Nigerians as events unfold. So far so good, this is what we have, and we are not aware of such a thing. And where we are here, we are able to do the needful, and that's why I've been able to arrest all these ones.
All right, and that's where we have to leave it for now. Thank you so much, PRO Olumiyiwa Adejobi. We appreciate your insights on the news at this time. You're still on to TVC News. We'll have more stories after this break. Stay with us.
Hi, this is Dr. Abiola Salami, the world-class performance strategist, author of the best-selling book, The Magic of Emotional Intelligence, and the publisher of The Peak Performer Africa. I'm inviting all young emerging leaders, women in leadership, and C-level executives to the Peak Performer Festival 2024. The theme is Driving a Culture of Peak Performance in Africa, Leveraging the Magic of Emotional Intelligence. Date is 2nd to 4th of October 2024. We will be learning from top-tier experts from multiple industries across the globe. We have designed the Peak Performer Festival 2024 to deliver excellent return on investment for sponsors and organizations that want to leverage the event to engage customers and power up their staff for peak performance as follows. 1. The Emerging Leaders Summit, where we will equip young emerging leaders with emotional intelligence skills that will fast-track their career and enterprise growth. 2. The Women in Leadership Summit, where we will equip women with emotional intelligence skills that will position them to deliver excellence everywhere they lead. 3. The C-Suite Networking Breakfast, where we will equip leaders at the very top of the organization with emotional intelligence skills that will enable them drive sustainable growth for their organization. And finally, the Peak Performer Awards, where we will recognize legacy founders and peak performing organizations in both the public and private sector. Affordable sponsorship and corporate registration packages are available. You can reach out to us on team@tppafrica.com or call us on 090-91234-567. Or you can visit www.tppafrica.com for more information. The Peak Performer Festival is an initiative of Champ Global Leadership Consultancy, a world-class organization driving a culture of peak performance. Till the next time, keep rocking your world like a champion.
And cable, great quality, now with the new look.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, But the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Now, earlier, the governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, called for caution on the part of security agencies as residents came out to elect a new governor. And he gave his assessment of the election moments after casting his vote in Oredo local government area. Our correspondent, Uche Okuru, has more on this.
Voting was largely smooth and peaceful in parts of Benin City. Young, elderly and physically challenged voters showed up to exercise their franchise.
I came all the way from Etiti, very far, to my voting center. So I came out to come and discharge the duty of a citizen.
At my age, I've been voting right from the age they started democracy, and I hope the elderly ones should be given some little preference as regards voting accreditation, so that standing is our problem.
This election, there's no any stressful, and after I cast my vote, all what we need, especially the Edo people, all what we need is our good leadership. Anybody that won, we should do the needful. Inshallah.
3 hours after voting began, Governor Godwin Obaseki arrived Unit 19 in Ward 4.
I'm glad that the military is here as a backstop. But clearly, we're not too sure what the police is doing. Because as I speak, there are some people who claim that they're policemen at the Ogbe polling unit, fields today, trying to arrest people on election day in their polling units.
The governor was cautious about giving thumbs up to the exercise, knowing that it was far from over.
For now, I'm glad with what I see. The process in my unit has been quite smooth and efficient. I just hope that the collation process will be the same, that it will be peaceful, and that the results will be counted and there will be no disruptions.
As voting came to an end in parts of the state, the electorates were hopeful that the result would reflect the will of the people. Uche Okoro, TVC News, Benin City.
Now, TVC News also spoke with election observer from Yaga Africa on the conduct of the governorship election in Edo State so far.
Using social media as a tool, because we've also, from past experiences, know that social media is a huge tool when it comes to pushing misinformation and disinformation. And we're also using the same approach to let people know that this particular information you're seeing is not right. And we're not just telling them that it's not right, we're pushing out the right information. What exactly it is that is correct is what we are pushing out to them. We make social media cards to say, okay, this is false, and we lay out how we have gone around checking these claims, because we use publicly available evidence.
While still monitoring elections, Edo State, voters trooped out to exercise their franchise, and the chairman of the Economic Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, also shared his thoughts on this, saying that the commission have also been deployed to all local government areas in Edo State to tackle voters' inducement. And Mr. Olukoyede says EFCC is committed to the attainment of electoral integrity across the country, and he also warned against vote buying, describing the act as a financial crime that will not be allowed. Well, let's quickly go on a very quick break and return in just a moment. Stay with us.
Albert Chinua Lumogu Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the Nigerian Broadcasting Service, NBS, eventually becoming the head programmer for the discussion series. In 1956, he visited London for the first time to take a training course with the BBC. On returning, he moved to Enugu and edited and produced stories for the NBS. Achebe was unhappy with books about Africa written by British authors such as Joseph Conrad.
Well, as you know, voting process got off to a slow start, this according to Yaga Africa's midday situational statement, and by 7:30 a.m., INEC officials had arrived at only 43% of polling units by 8:30 a.m., and only 17% of units had commenced accreditation and voting, increasing to 65% by 9:30 a.m.
What we see here is anything to go by. INEC is striving to up the punctuality results. Punctuality to the point where at least we are seeing that this place is a rack center where the core members are picking up.
Well, for more perspective on the Edo governorship election, I'm being joined live, the Yaga Africa Director of Program, Cynthia Mbamalu, and she's giving her perspective right now for us. Good to have you on the news at this time, Cynthia. So let's get your perspective. We understand you've also released your midday situational report on the assessment of the Edo election. Give us a brief on what this contains.
Good evening and greetings from Benin City, Edo State. We observed the elections today, and the observation is still ongoing. Yaga Africa deployed observers to our 300 sample polling units across the 18 local government areas, and with 25 mobile observers roving across the 18 local government areas. Like you highlighted, part of our initial assessment was a slow-paced commencement rate across the state, actually. One of the ways we track early commencement is early arrival, and at 7:30, as the data indicated, only 43% of the polling units had INEC officials present. And until 10:30 a.m., you still had polling units that were yet to commence voting. Now, part of our observation, in addition to the late commencement of polls, was also polling units yet to commence as at 12 noon. Ordinarily, the idea is that by 12 noon, you should have at least every polling unit opened for voters to vote. But what we had seen earlier today, after our initial analysis, were that some polling units as at 12 noon were yet to commence voting, and some of them began after 12 noon. INEC had issued a statement asking, initiating or rather circulating a press release that the voting will be extended, voting time will be extended from 2:30 to later in the day. We went around again in the evening. One of the things we did see was that for some polling units, they closed earlier than we expected, while in some polling units, the voting time was extended. One major observation from these elections is the fact that while there were pre-elections demands on INEC to ensure that logistics issues were addressed, we still saw that in this election, which is what led to the late commencement in some locations. However, it was also a rainy day, and so the rain may have also contributed to the level of late commencement across board. The second is issue around deployment of material, and I think is to commend INEC, at least from our observation. The bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, was deployed across every polling unit where we observed. For the bimodal voter accreditation system, for some locations in about 6% of the polling units, we had two. That's more than one BVAS present. Only in about 2% were the BVAS not shown to have zero data as at commencement, because by the rule, the BVAS should have 0 for accredited data before commencement. And so beyond that, so we say for the deployment of materials, especially the BVAS, we did we did observe a good record of deployment of BVAS. However, in addition to that, one of the observations was that in some locations, there were attempts to bypass the BVAS. In fact, you had thugs who were intimidating officials to bypass the BVAS. And interestingly, as we observe the process, because now we're observing the counting process and then moving straight to collation, part of the observation is records of overvoting, which is what will happen if the BVAS is not deployed, because the BVAS ought to accredit voters, and only accredited voters ought to vote. But already one of the things we're beginning to see, and we're tracking that to understand if it's prevalent or if it's an isolated case, it's instances where result sheets at the polling unit have more number of voters, total number of votes higher than total number of accredited voters, which by law is an overvoting and ought to be cancelled for that particular polling unit. And I think this is the time to call INEC. In the pre-elections phase, one of the tests we had issued, we had said this election will be assessed on its integrity test on the Electoral Commission. And for us, integrity includes INEC ensuring that there is uniformity in the compliance and in the application of the rules of the game. So the Electoral Act and the INEC guideline for the elections. We expect that as the process continues, that INEC activates its oversight systems to ensure that the rule is applied, especially when it relates to overvoting, because the law is clear. When there's overvoting, where the number of votes is more than accredited voters, then the result for that unit ought to be null and void or invalid. Same also at the point of collation. We're observing that process currently, and I think if there's one thing we're calling on INEC is to ensure compliance to INEC's guideline and the Electoral Act on the collation process. Because that is also where we see a lot of infractions taking place, especially because it's happening into the night. Remember, we had a slow commencement, and so we expect a lot of collation to happen in the night. With the infrastructural challenges we have in Nigeria, especially in Edo State, the power situation, we also hope that the better provisions are made for the officials so that this process of collation is transparent and that there is clarity on the guidelines and that there is full compliance to the rule. I think in my final thoughts around some of our observations so far is on issues of deployment of security. We did observe an impressive number of security personnel deployed in the state. And from our data earlier in the day, 95% of polling units had security personnel. However, in 5%, there were no personnel, security officers present, which is a question to the Nigerian police and sister agencies, because we expected that at least every polling unit should have a minimum of 2 police officers, because the police had initially given the data of about 35,000 police officers deployed in the state. That is not including the sister agencies to support the deployment. And why this is important is because we did see the EFCC make some arrests of those trying to buy and sell votes, but our data also captured reports of some locations in different LGAs where political parties, agents were buying votes, and the minimum cost was 10,000 naira, and that in itself is a shame. So our electoral process is a huge embarrassment that you have political party, and let's put it out there, we recorded party agents, political party members of both the PDP and the APC buying votes in different locations. Right. What we're expecting was that for those locations, the police would make immediate arrests, and we hope that those arrests are made and prosecution commences immediately. Right, let me quickly come in here, Cynthia. You mentioned quite a lot of things. You've mentioned from your findings a lot of issues. You have issue of vote buying, you have delayed start of elections, due to logistical challenges, non-use of BVAS and all of that. But if you to juxtapose this year's election or Edo State election to previous election, how would you rate the performance of INEC so far? Would you say that they have done better than what we've seen in previous times? And also, of course, I'd like to hear from you before we let you go. What will be your preliminary
findings, or rather your preliminary recommendations on these elections before we let you go? Give us your brief on this two that I've asked you now.
Well, at this point, we can't, because you need to compare oranges with oranges. And so I would prefer to compare Edo 2024 with Edo 2022 and maybe 2016. That's one. But we also, to run an assessment, we need to conclude the process. That's what we can do a final comparison. But if I say as an initial point, it's quite saddening to see the level of logistics challenges experienced, because in 2020, while it was an elections conducted within the COVID, if you remember, it was the period of the COVID pandemic, and that was the first election post-lockdown was eased. We expected those challenges to exist. However, we're seeing that those challenges repeated again, and we're expecting an improvement rather than having repetition of things we've seen previously in these elections. And if you ask me my initial recommendations, I believe that was your next question. Honestly, the collation is the weakest point in our electoral process. And at this point, what we need is to ensure that the guidelines on collation and the electoral provisions on collation are strictly adhered to. We do not want a collation process where media personnel, media practitioners and observers are restricted access to observe. We want an open system where everyone who is accredited to observe can observe, but we also want to see transparency in that process. Already, if you go on the IREV, there are results already uploaded on the INEC result portal, but some of the results on the IREV, if you go through them, is actually, you could say that there's been overvoting in those polling units. And so if from an outsider point of view, without being within the Electoral Commission, you can see these cases where they are overvoting, I think it's also important for INEC to ensure that instances of overvoting is strictly adhered to when it comes to cancelling those polling units, so that you don't put any party at an advantage or another party at a disadvantage. So be seriously calling on INEC to ensure compliance with the rules. Security personnel, please protect and secure our INEC officials, but also do not intimidate people from observing. The media needs to be in the room, observers need to be in the room, and party agents also need to be in the room as the collation process goes on. And we call on citizens. I think this election, we saw a lot of resilience. We are worried about turnout, but at least within the period that we observed, even though it was raining, some voters were in the rain waiting to vote. And I think it's to commend Edo voters for a peaceful conduct so far, and for them to remain patient as the collation process continues until INEC announces the final results.
Cynthia Mbamalu, Director of Programs, Yaga Africa, thank you so much for your time with us on the news.
Thank you.
Now, away from Edo State governorship election, 7 years after it was last held, the people of Kwara State went to the polls today to elect local government chairmen and councillors across the 16 local government areas of the state. Well, our correspondent, Ibrahim Alege, has more on this.
It's election day in Kwara State. The eagerly anticipated election did not start on time due to the late arrival of materials in many polling centers.
Well, to the little places we have been so far, there was no problem so far. Only that there are some areas where materials go there lately, and when they go there, voting starts in minutes.
Governor Abdurrahman Abdulrazak and the senator representing Kwara Central, Senator Salu Mustafa, cast their votes at their respective polling units.
From what you can see here, we voted, the turnout is good, and we'll wait for the results to come out from various parts of the state.
Yeah. So far, so good. I will tell you, I'm really impressed with what has happened so far. Here, I came now, I'm not aware of any complaint, but even if there is, I can see that everything is going peacefully.
The election went well in many polling units without hitches.
We have witnessed appreciable security presence, which has guaranteed relative peace and security. And the electorate themselves, they have shown a lot of understanding among themselves, irrespective of political parties, that we are members of the same family.
They are here before 9 o'clock, and they started their process by 10 o'clock, and everything is going smoothly. There's no any issue. Security at alert, everybody's alert, and the patrol in the town, so far everything, there's no any complaint anywhere.
However, the poll was not without some complaints. For instance, some voters in Ilorin and Ofa complained about inadequate voting materials and non-existence of materials in some units.
Look at my brother now, none of them are able to vote, simply because we couldn't see the quamsec or the material they will use. And where they bring the material, the number is lesser than the number registered.
No results sheet, no ballot paper, no process has commenced. It's as good as there is no election in this local government today. We are calling on the State Electoral Commission to take the part of honor and announce the postponement of this process for another date.
The people of the state now patiently await the outcome of the election. Ibrahim Alige, TVC News, Ilorin.
Well, on in other news, President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians that his administration is focused on delivering tangible results and making a positive difference in the nation's infrastructure, food and energy security, education and long-term economic stability. At a meeting with the Forum of Former Presiding Officers of the National Assembly, led by former Senate President Ken Nnamani, the president emphasized that he is not in office for personal gain, but to serve the country. The meeting was attended by the 16 former presiding officers, including former Senate presidents, former speakers of the House of Representatives, former deputy Senate presidents, and former deputy speakers of the House of Representatives. Senator Nnamani, who spoke on behalf of the delegation, expressed full support for President Tinubu's administration and its efforts to address Nigeria's pressing challenges.
To me, nation building is what we are doing, regardless of party differences of the past and difficulty of the present. You still believe in me and what we all plan for this country. I thank you very much. No one would do it better than us.
Well, let's turn our eyes to Maiduguri, where in Borno State capital, where it has continued to receive succor from politicians, organizations, and philanthropists. Well, the latest is coming from Sheyi Tinubu, who made donations to victims of flood disaster worth more than 500 million naira. Also, over 200,000 victims of flood taking refugees in camps have continued to benefit from food assistance from philanthropists as humanitarian needs worsens. And TVC's senior reporter, Jessie Tafida, reports.
Sheyi Tinubu, alongside his brother Yinka, friends and associates, make their way into the government house, Maiduguri. They are here to commiserate with government and people of the state over the devastating flood that has displaced tens of thousands. According to Sheyi, his visit is also to contribute his quota towards cushioning the hardship caused by the flood on people of the state. He reveals that 50 medical personnel from across the northeast states have already been deployed to assist in catering the healthcare needs of victims, in addition to donation of non-food items to over 50,000 people.
But as members of a collective effort of young Nigerians to bring hope and relief to those who need it the most. This is a moment for solidarity, compassion, and immediate action. Maiduguri and Borno have rich histories and people who are incredibly resilient, especially concerning the challenges faced in the past few years. This is why when such a painful national tragedy occurred, it deserves our collective efforts, support, prayer, and even more active collaboration and contribution.
Governor Babagana Zulum is pleased with the visit and assured of judicious utilization of the gesture.
Let me most importantly commend
the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, your father, for the visit that he had to Maiduguri a few years ago, purposely to commiserate with us. He cut his journey short and then came back to Nigeria purposely to commiserate with us. People of Borno State have sincerely acknowledged.
From the government house, Sheikh, together with his team, also paid a sympathy visit to the Sheikh of Borno, Abubakar Ibn Umar Garbe Al-Kanami. There, he assured of more support to the government and people of the state. Jesse Tafida, TVC News, Maiduguri. Tens of thousands are forced out of their homes due to the flood waters in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. As temporary camps are overcrowded, the immediate need of victims is food. As government tries to feed the victims, the situation is becoming overwhelming. But citizens continue to compliment efforts of government by cooking to these victims. An elder statesman, Kashim Imam, leads this distribution exercise, feeding over 200,000 victims.
We are all saddened by the devastation that has befallen my hometown, Maiduguri. We, the indigenous, felt that we needed some remedial measures to alleviate the immediate sufferings. In line with the appeal of the governor, we felt that what was immediately needed is the most basic of all human needs, and that is just food and water. And we elected to focus on this. I'm happy to inform that we are providing a total of 200,000 food packs. We need more hands. The state and the people need much more assistance from all of us, from everybody that has something to give.
About 7,500 bags of rice will also be given to those willing to go back home as water receipts. Jesse Tafida, TVC News, Maiduguri.
Well, let's take you to Plateau State, where the state government has distributed about 6 trucks of fertilizers to local farmers in Shendam Council area. Well, this effort is to promote dry season farming in the area. A senior reporter, Funam Joshua, has warned us.
Local farmers in Shendam, Mikan, and Kwampang Council areas of southern Plateau have a reason to smile and celebrate again. Apart from insecurity in some parts of the state, the economic realities and climate change have affected these farmers in this area negatively. Also, the soar in prices of goods and services is preventing local farmers from accessing fertilizer, which has affected their usual farming activities for the season. Now that the dry season farming is approaching, a philanthropist and a lawmaker from the area is bringing succor by distributing free fertilizers and farm implements to local farmers in the communities.
We are serving humanity because in our mind we are serving God. And when you do things that satisfies humanity, I think you are also satisfying God. I hope so. Our people are agrarian, and so they need this. And it's something that is continuous. Some have dry season farming. Some do it seasonally. But there are people who do dry and wet seasons. We intend that before the end of this year, we'll still give more fertilizers because we think it's supposed to be a continuous thing. We are going to be doing it.
Some beneficiaries of the gesture have this to say.
He has demonstrated and recognizing the needs of the people. This is what is called human empowerment. Our people will go to farm, they will do dry season farming. The fertilizer is coming a little bit late into the season, but I know that it will help and enhance the dry season activity of our people.
I want to say, may God bless him. We are grateful. May God bless him.
It will help young people to make more money
from dry season farming. It will, by way of positive reaction, take away youths from other misdemeanor that the society frowns at.
This succor brought to these local farmers by the philanthropists is believed will go a long way in relieving them during this year's dry season farming. Funam Joshua, TVC News, Shandam.
Well, in other news now, the political tensions heightened in Edo State in the build-up to today's election, fueled by a wave of fake news targeting key players in the contest. Well, one of the most significant developments occurred when, well, let's quickly go back to another story earlier on, where taking you to Edo State now, where the governor, Mai Mala Buni, says education remains a priority of his administration, and he spoke at a reception organized in honor of 171 Yobe State students who were recently graduated from various universities in India. Well, TVC News' Michael Oshoma has details in this report.
The Governor Buni administration has sponsored about 233 Yobe State indigenes to study medical sciences, engineering, and other courses in India. Now, 171 out of the 233 students have completed their studies and are back home to serve the states. Kagu Abubakar, the Executive Secretary of the Yobe State Scholarship Board, speaks on the historic event.
The Boniface Scholarship Scheme is the most comprehensive, of course, of all the components of the Recovery Through Education and Scholarship Framework of His Excellency Honorable Mai Mala Buni.
The candidates are designed to fill critical gaps and add to the desired manpower in the state and certainly beyond. The Buni Foreign Scholarship Scheme, which includes this particular scholarship component, is a component of the Recovery Through Education and Scholarships, are popularly known as rhetoric.
In appreciation, one of the graduates thanked Governor Buni for granting them the privilege to benefit from the foreign scholarship.
We also extend our deepest appreciation to His Excellency, a man of excellence, a man of integrity, a man of grace, a visionary leader, Honorable Mai Mala Buni, whose vision for Yobe State motivated his willingness to sponsor our dreams.
In his remarks, Governor Buni says the foreign scholarship is a deliberate step to speedily recover and grow the state's economy.
It is pertinent to note that our huge investments in education is predicated on our firm belief in the direct relationship between education and development. That is to say, our collective ability to surmount challenges effectively lies in our efficiency and technical know-how to achieve our goals with the human and material resources at our disposal.
According to the governor, the state government has offered scholarships and bursaries to over 38,000 Yobe State students in various universities, colleges, and polytechnics across Nigeria. Michael Oshoma, TVC News, Damaturu, Yobe State.
Well, now, in a bold move to revolutionize the Nigerian beverage industry and in response to evolving consumer preference for innovative, health-conscious beverage options, the Seaway Foods and Beverages has unveiled 3 exciting new drink products: Cafe Coffee Milk, Fuji Probiotic, and Assam Milk Tea. We have the grand launch held over the weekend. We have more in this report.
In what can be described as a colorful unveiling of a new set of products, Seaway Foods is expanding its offerings to its numerous consumers and prospective ones with its Cafe Coffee Milk, Fuji Probiotic Drink, and Assam Milk Tea Drink. The event, which held at the weekend, had a huge turnout of stakeholders in the business, which include distributors, social media influencers, among others. The dramatic and captivating unveiling of the first of the three products got everyone thrilled as Seaway executives proudly read out the nutritional benefits of the first yogurt-flavored carbonated soft drink in Nigeria. For Seaway Foods, the extensive research and development process carried out has allowed its team to create beverages that suit the Nigerian taste while also meeting international quality standards.
Consistently, we have done the good survey, and based on that survey, we have developed this product. Each product have different characteristics. By looking at the consumer demands, we have designed this specific product, and definitely all consumers will enjoy this product.
So we have been a pioneer company in the beverages space. We have been launching products. You know our products like Nutrimilk, Nutrio, and to further excite the Nigerian consumers who are coming of age, we said we come up with new flavors. Coffee is one of them.
Assam is one of its kind. Milk tea, ready-to-drink beverage in Nigeria, the first of its kind.
This is a product that's good, that aids your digestion. So it's actually beneficial, you know, for you.
As of last 2 weeks, we have seen increase in orders. So I believe it's a product that will go far. It's a very good product.
Shegun Ibidapo is the brand and marketing manager for Fuji Probiotic Drink. He shares his excitement about bringing a premium probiotic drink to the Nigerian market.
A good thing about this product is that it not only refreshes, quenches your thirst, you know, does basically every other thing a typical CSD does, because it contains bifidobacterium, which are good bacteria that help to boost gut health. It also has a wellness benefit.
With the unveiling of these triple products, Seaway Foods says it is not only meeting expectations but also exceeding them by offering unparalleled quality at competitive prices.
Well, let's take you outside Nigeria, where the number of people killed in an Israeli airstrike in Beirut on Friday has risen significantly. Lebanese officials say that with several children and women among the dead. Well, all day on Saturday, rescuers searched through the rubble after a high-rise building collapsed and others were partially destroyed in the attack. Excavators were brought in to help clear the debris as medical staff surveyed the scene and people waited for news of those who were still missing. The attack, which hit the densely populated neighborhood of Dahir, a Hezbollah stronghold in southern Beirut, killed at least 37 people, including 3 children, and wounded dozens. Lebanese Health Ministry also said the airstrike was Israel's third on the Lebanese capital this year and has been seen as a major escalation in the region that has added to fears of an all-out war. A senior UN official, Rosemary DiCarlo, warned that the Middle East was at risk of a conflict that could dwarf the devastation witnessed in the region so far. And that's the news update this hour. Edo Decides continues after this break. Stay with us.
Global Entrepreneurship Festival, to be hosted at the Entrepreneurship Village in Nigeria, November 22nd to the 24th. Join world leaders, heads of state, diplomats, ministers, governors, investors, policymakers, tech leaders, organizations, startups, and entrepreneurs from all over the world. To attend, visit www.globalentrepreneurshipfestival.com. For partnerships, call 234-912-165-9914. Over 20 million viewers, 5,000 event participants, 200 exhibitors, 43 global speakers, and 12 events, which includes conferences, trade fairs, innovation and robotics expo, art and creative exhibitions, a dazzling fashion show, and a closing concert. All in one global festival. Don't miss it. Nigeria is a land filled with boundless potential, talent with brilliant ideas, in dire need of funding to scale up. Are you ready to make a personal impact and change lives? Introducing the iPhilanthropy platform from the Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investing, NPO, powered by Wema Bank. With donations starting at just $2 or 2,000 naira, you can support a project of your choice, help dreams become a reality, support startups, and fuel job creation in key sectors such as fashion, furniture, manufacturing, sustainable agribusiness, and renewable energy. It's about making dreams come true, creating job opportunities, all from a single, easy-to-use platform. Visit i-philanthropy.org today. iPhilanthropy. Together, we can create a brighter future for Nigeria, one job at a time.
Every weekday on Business Nigeria, we uncover the secrets of the financial world.
We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrencies.
We unveil and analyze complex policies of the CBN and other government parastatals as they affect your everyday life, keeping you a step ahead every time.
Okay, this is good. Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate fact from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life, helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
Muhammad Ali was born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky on January 17, 1942. His birth name was Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. He began training as an amateur boxer at age 12, and at 18 he won a gold medal in the light heavyweight division at the 1960 Summer Olympics and turned professional later that year. In his early years as a professional, Clay was more highly regarded for his charm and personality than for his ring skill.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
The whole process began with INEC officially declaring the election calendar for the Ondo and Edo election. Political parties took over by announcing how much each aspirant is going to pay for nomination and expression of interest forms. And then we saw the primary election followed by campaigns and more campaigns and all of the intrigues that followed. It's election day. Voting has now officially ended. Sorting and counting, we saw that earlier. The doors of the collation center in Benin City, the Edo State capital, is open. But exactly when collation will begin, I guess we'll have to find out. It's been a mixture of different experiences from all of our correspondents who have been reporting comprehensively across the state what they monitored in this election. There have been instances of vote buying, ballot box snatching in some areas. The police announced that it arrested some suspected political thugs overnight. Quite a number of arrests have also been made. We showed you some area surveillance by the police earlier. They say they're on top of the game. But this is the final laps and perhaps the most important part of it all, where collation have taken place already at the ward level. But we need to see the collation at the state level and then the final announcement, who is the next governor of Edo State. Libros Oshoma is right here with me in the studio. What an amazing experience we've had thus far. They say Edo people have shown so much courage and patience in the face of the rain and the delay they experienced with election materials. But let us look at the politics of things. Some still believe this is Oshomole versus Obaseki.
Yes,
and that whoever wins this one is going to make it loud. It's been a fierce battle between both of them. But we've also seen that this election has brought a lot of people together within the APC. And it's now a question of whether they will be able to summon enough numbers to win. Yeah. But what does this mean for governors moving forward, depending on who emerges winner?
It's all about governance, really. It's you can say Obaseki for 8 years didn't, raise the bar of governance above where he met it. But this election is not about governance for the two parties.
Some say that is relative. Obaseki actually built a refinery in Edo State, and no one is talking about that.
No, there was a private refinery, not Obaseki.
Yeah,
Obaseki didn't build a refinery.
When you talk about enabling environment and then the deals
that was telling me that Buhari or Tinubu built a refinery.
You don't think that this administration is going to, just like what we saw previously with the Dangote refinery? They will
that's what I'm saying. You can't say the federal government. That's why for Dangote it has been about Dangote. And then people are saying, look, you can't have 4 refineries you abandon and you want to be a distributor, a private refinery. So taking credit for a modular refinery, a state government taking credit for something that is not yours, for me is not. We shouldn't debase governance to that level, where we, even though we have taken it, to an all-time low, where we celebrate asphalting of roads as dividends of democracy. But that said, you see what is playing out here is the old struggle between old friends, the Obaseki camp, the old PDP, legacy PDP, and then the Oshomole factor.
That's right.
You saw the way the primaries went for the APC, the struggle between the erstwhile Oshomole's men, including Jareti Tenebe, the APC party chairman, who in the first primaries, openly disagreed with Oshomole, who, we all know these are people who would die before now for Oshomole and the rest. And, there were a lot of allegations that you could see the hand of Abuja in the emergence of the Okpewolo guy. And then Dennis, who Oshomole, campaigned for and supported, even though some people felt, no, look, it was the turn of those from the central, and that he fostered Obaseki on the party before then, and he shouldn't, also truncate that gentleman or written agreement that they have. But with the settlement that emerged between, the warring parties, also the president telling them, look, take a cue from Ganduje and Kwankwaso, they once, were contested primaries together. Eventually, they worked together. But eventually, 2 of them served out their term as governors in Kano State. So, and that, brought all of them together. And you saw them, including Belebe Izayamu, the former candidate of the APC. So, but the challenge that APC now, the PDP now had, was the fact that the legacy PDP members who, accepted Obaseki and Philip Shaibu, they saw themselves having abandoned after giving Obaseki an umbrella, when the rain, when they chased him out of the broom home. And they didn't like that. And that's why you see now, even in the election, when you discuss the election, the battleground is in Edo South, where that's where people are actually looking at. Nobody's looking at Edo North, for example. Unlike the 2022 election, where Edo North also was like a battleground, because you have Philip Shaibu, who is from there. You have Danobi, who's also from there. These people were clearly in PDP, and Oshomole in APC. But today, you have both Danobi, both Philip Shaibu, both Oshomole. Even though Danobi is still in PDP, though suspended, is in court, But
it is complicated now.
It is now like, you even though they are in PDP, you know where their mind is. That's right. You just have only Ogadume in that axis now, and who is also not too, politically, you can't compare him to an Oshomole in Edo North. So, and then you have the Minister for what do you call it, Niger Delta, who is also from, Edo North. So that's why when people talk about a vote for APC is like a continuation of Oshomole and co. A vote for PDP is a continuation of Obaseki, even though both candidates are from the center. That's right. So the both candidates are from the center. So anyhow you want to look at it, it is an ESA agenda. Therefore, Olumide Akpata, a new entrant in the race, and his campaign just typical of the Labour Party and the obedient movement. His campaign has been unique and different. He's trying to talk about the issues, but there is no way you can also rule out the influence of party membership in Nigerian politics. First and foremost, the opposition to Olumide's emergence was from the Labour Party.
How do you mean?
You remember, before the primaries, you had Maswagbon, the rice man, you had Seju Sogun, and then you have the chairman, the national chairman's factor, Abure, who, though the members of the Labour Party then did not agree, even though there were a lot of allegations of financial proprietary against him. Even the secretary, was it the secretary or the treasurer of the party, levied a lot of allegations against Abure. They lived in denial, and until Olumide emerged as the candidate. And now the Labour Party is still in that crisis. Even though you have the Peter Obi factor now trying to come back and take over maybe the structure, just the way Kenneth Okonkwo accused him of leaving the party after the election. Now trying to come back. You saw him come to Benin twice or thrice to campaign with Olumide, but it was not enough. Unlike where you have people who had been in PDP, people who had been in APC, who are looking to draw strength from appointment at the center, who are also looking to draw strength from appointment at the state level. So the governor has something to, negotiate with. The APC also has something to negotiate with. The Labour Party really didn't have that or doesn't have that. So if you look at the three, you would say that if the election had taken place with the general election, Labour would have had, a good show because of the obedient movement, because they actually won the Senate seat in Edo South in the general election. APC had 2 senators and Labour had 1.
But apart from the
PDP didn't even have
internal struggle of the Labour Party, I was thinking that the Eastern factor also counted.
Yes. Because people don't really look at. In Nigeria, we delude ourselves so much. When it favors us, we look for competence. When it doesn't, we can pander to, region, tribe, religion, and, whatever. Just look for something that suits your narrative. You say, oh, the ESA agenda. But I will ask you, for example, Aneni he bestrided the political landscape of Nigeria, then there, for a long time. He's an ESA man, what are the legacy in terms of infrastructure that he left in ESA, apart from empowering the people? Obaseki, for example, also, is from Benin. But can the Beninese really say Obaseki's administration was theirs? So apart from, yes, he's a Benin man, yes, he's the turn of the Beninese, but can you, in all honesty, say this administration, he favored, these people? It's just like saying Obasanjo was president of the country, but there was no road to his village in Ota. Goodluck Jonathan's presidency, apart from empowering some persons from Niger Delta, he didn't construct the road to Tuoke or the southeast road, the east-west road. So we always look at this. Oh, now is the turn of these people.
That's right.
Why the same people that are saying it's the turn of these persons, we laugh at an Emilokon who is saying, look, it's my turn. And so it's a turn by turn thing. And some people will say, yes, it gives a sense of belonging. And then after the election, these same people will complain and say, oh no, we should be talking about development, infrastructure, and the rest.
Right.
We should really choose the one that we want. So yes, I agree, the Benin factor. No, it's not the turn of a Benin man. A Benin man cannot hand over to another Benin man. Which also played against Oshomole in 2020. That before now, the Benin said, look, before now we're going to Esan to take instruction from Aneni. He became the godfather. Now you can't be a god. We can't be taking instruction from somebody from Edo North. Right. So we can't have another godfather. But it's the same role that they are all both trying to play now. What they criticize, Oshomole criticized Aneni for being a godfather. But he wanted to be a godfather by installing Ezeyamu. What do you call it? Obaseki criticized Oshomole for being a godfather. Now he wants to install Aswe. And then people will say, no, he's just supporting a good candidate. No. They've been friends for more than 40 years.
Hold that thought for a minute. Let's get back to the field. Sarah Ayeko is standing by at the State Collation Center in Benin City. I'm also joined by Ime Emmanuel, who is Operations Manager, ready to lead Africa. Sarah, must have been a long day for you covering this exercise. What's it like at the Collation Center? Does it look like we're going to start collation anytime soon?
Well, I don't think so, Nifemi. It's been a long day. Of course, from Auchi down to Benin City and then at the Collation Center, not a lot is happening. Just sound check, journalists waiting for any word from INEC officials. Even around the INEC premises, we've not seen any local government come in to attend their results, particularly considering the delayed election materials at the various polling units across the 18 local governments, logistics issue, the weather, and so all of these factors, playing out. And so, of course, it's expected, and you've heard from a lot of analysts, they've expected that this could cause a delay for the final collation. But we're here at the Collation Center in Benin City just to see if any local government has brought in their results already, because I tell you, the people of Benin, the people of Edo State are itching and waiting for the final results.
On that thought, Sarah, we're going to talk about the polling units you were earlier today. But let me bring in Ime Emmanuel, Operations Manager, ready to lead Africa, who is also one of the election observers in this exercise. What are the highlights for you today at those polling units you visited? What did you see for yourself?
Okay, thank you for having me again. Election. I mean, there was a whole lot of teams in the election, right? And of course, we also saw INEC doing what they have to do best. And even though there were quite a number of matches, but I mean, early this morning we had quite a number. Due to give us of course LG this word in that 1 p.m. which is also doing this announcement correction. Of course, and I can tell you that there was quite a number of late to for the day. So at 9:30 p.m. every morning, what we have observed is the field was right. And of course, there were quite a number of things again, regards to weather, regards to INEC logistics, and all of that.
Mr. Emmanuel, the visual is fine, but I can hardly hear you from here. Perhaps you should switch your audio connection from Bluetooth so that we can hear you clearer. While you're working at that, let's get back to Sarah, who is at the Collation Center in Benin City. Sarah, you reported that voting did not start until afternoon in some places that you visited. What happened afterwards? Because INEC did say everyone on the queue will vote. At what time did the exercise end in those places?
So Nifemi, today was pretty interesting, right? Before I get to the polling unit where the BVAS malfunctioned, let me take you back to Iamo, where we met one of the political weights in this election. He's not a contender, he's not on the ballot, but he's a weight to be reckoned with, just like the guest in the studio had talked about the deciders for this election, which is Senator Adams Oshiomhole. His mother had come out to vote. She says that she is the second oldest person in that community, like in that division in Isako West local government. And so for her to come out as early as 9 a.m. to vote spurred the senator to come out. And he said he was embarrassed seeing his mother on live TV voting, and then he was just at home. And so he came out, and it was pretty interesting, beautiful to see and watch how families come out to support one of their own, come out to support a candidate of their choice, come out to support who they feel would lead the state in the next 4 years. And that's what we see. That's what I saw today at that particular polling unit. The second polling unit, which incidentally is the polling unit of the reinstated deputy governor of the state as at now. And that's Mr. Philip Shuaibu. And at that polling unit, they were there from morning and they stayed hours until 12:30 p.m. That was when the BVAS started working. Just about 2-3 people had voted before the BVAS malfunctioned, and they waited all through that time till 12:30 p.m. for the BVAS to come up again. And then it came up, and then it went off again. And so there was just this back and forth. People were really eager to vote, but there was that BVAS malfunction. However, we could not wait until the end of the voting session, since we already heard from INEC that they would extend the time, since those who were on the queue before 2:30 will be allowed to vote. So we could not wait till that time because we had to be back at the collation center. But trust me, the people stayed there all through, got canopies, and thankfully, while it was raining in some parts of Benin, in Edo State, it didn't rain at all in Isako West. It rained in the morning, but like throughout the day, it was like clear skies, the sun was shining. It was more like the weather forecast didn't predict rain, So it was beautiful just to experience voting in Isako West, as against the previous predictions that Isako West would be a flashpoint for violence, a flashpoint. We heard, a lot of analysis about it being a flashpoint. That's out of 8 local governments. Isako West was mentioned to be one of the flashpoints for this election. And it was pretty beautiful to see people come out to vote for a candidate of their choice.
Awesome. I'm wondering if your concerns about the poor road network and bad weather actually impacted on INEC officials' arrival. But hold that thought. Sarah, we'll talk about it shortly. Ime Emmanuel is standing by, operations manager, ready to lead Africa. Mr. Emmanuel, can you recap? I was asking you about the highlights of what you observed today.
Okay, thank you for having me once again. So, like I earlier stated, right, in some areas, we had BVAS malfunctions. I was referring to the southeast ward in Isako West LGA, where at 1 p.m. Voting had not commenced, right? And then we have only 64% of late openings, right? As at 9:30 a.m., there were polling units that were still not open, right? And there was, it's beautiful for our democracy to see that despite all of the weather, the logistics, and we had people who came out to vote. But of course, there are challenges that are hitting us, right? Especially with INEC, right? That's why we as an observer, we observe the process, and of course we give INEC recommendation. For example, like adequate materials for voters, right? It was properly deployed to a large extent. We can definitely commend INEC for that. And guess what? INEC has stepped up a bit to carry along persons with disabilities. However, not largely, but to certain areas, we can see about 30%, less than 30% of polling units had the magnifying glass for persons not able to see properly, right? And the guide and how accessible is this polling units areas to persons with disabilities. And we can tell you that it has stepped up to 84% in this polling unit. And observation has been very, 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 very helpful. And we have seen an immense growth, a tremendous growth, because despite the BVAS still giving us issues in certain areas, which caused some voters to call for the bypass, right? And voters trying to intimidate INEC officials, political talks, chasing voters, and just trying to cause chaos because the BVAS are, especially in Esan Central LGA, right, in Ward 8, that's home in the LGA. And looking at all of this trajectory, it has not really affected the outcome of the election, because I can tell you for a fact that the people of Edo have imputed their thumbprints in their ballot papers, and of course we're looking forward to seeing certain results coming through tonight.
So in those places where delay was experienced, materials didn't come in until 9:30, can you confirm if INEC was able to make up for the time? Did everyone on queue eventually get to vote?
Yeah, so the voting was extended for people that were on the queue. Yeah, because our observers were there till late hours. We saw people voting even as at 4 p.m. because the queue had not ended. And I can tell you that, yes, we observed people still voting despite the close of the polling unit. But the law says that the last person on the queue must vote before the total closure. Of course, they were carried along.
What's your assessment of performance of security operatives in areas of electoral violence and incidences of vote buying?
Trying to. This is something that we have constantly spoke against about, right? Vote buying doesn't help our democracy. Of course, we saw party agents coming to intimidate voters or trying to bribe voters for 10,000 naira to sell their vote, right? And of course, they were reported, and kudos to the security agencies for tackling that issue, right? I can give you specifically in Iguben LGA, right? Idumoko Primary School polling unit. We saw that incident happen, and of course, the security agency stepped in to take care of that. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, hold that thought for a minute. Let me get back to my colleague, Sarah, who is at the Collation Center in Benin City. Sarah, you were just going to talk about your concerns about bad road network and how you think it impacted on INEC's efficiency today.
So there were like a lot of things, right, that I feel that INEC still needs to cross the T's and dot the I's again. So apart from the bad road network, which is, well, not their fault actually, apart from the road network, logistics issue, right? As of last night, when these materials, election materials, should have been, dispatched to the various wards, right? Most of the INEC ad hoc staff didn't have cars to go in. They didn't have vehicles that will transport them from the super rack to the wards. And you find that a lot of them were carrying their bags around the street, waiting. Even after the election today, Nifemi, people, at some point, residents were the ones getting motorbikes. They were getting motorcycles for the INEC ad hoc staff to get back to the racks. And that, I feel, is a bit disappointing. Particularly, it also opens room for any thug that would want to snatch ballot boxes, because these ballot boxes were just out there in the open, right? Because there were no transport, there was no transport, there were no vehicles that could transport the INEC ad hoc staff back to their wards and back to the rack centers, to the racks. And so that I feel INEC should work on more, apart from the delayed materials that got to the polling units. Logistics issue was a major one, and some persons were attributed to fuel scarcity, they were attributed to various things, but logistics today wasn't it at all, particularly for the INEC ad hoc staff. I was just pitying and feeling a lot of pity for the core members who were drafted into work for this election. I was pitying all of them, right, because they were not left in a very good condition. And I think for the people, you know, just like Yaga Africa said, would they have passed the resilience test? From my point of view, they passed the resilience test because they were there to help the INEC ad hoc staff. They were also there to ensure that the votes were transmitted from one polling unit to the racks.
Spoke with the resident electoral commissioner on election eve, who was quite confident about their logistics plans. You know, INEC had mentioned that they even had to raise the budget because of the hiking cost of transportation and the price of fuel. He was of the opinion that everything had been planned out and there was not going to be a challenge. But that didn't turn out exactly how he envisaged. But in the overalls, Sarah, do you think that this in any way affected the number of people who actually voted in the concerned areas?
I don't think it did, because even before the INEC ad hoc staff, right, people were at the various polling units waiting. And then when they heard that INEC ad hoc staff were at the polling units, they came out like in their numbers, the old, persons with disability. They came out in their numbers to vote. They came out in their numbers to also observe. And can I say that also that for the security operatives, at some point when it was a bit chaotic because people just wanted to get accredited and vote at the same time, they were not abiding by the rule, which is to stay on a queue. The security operatives came in to ensure that people went back to the queue, right? So, and there was no force, there was no chaos at the end of the day. It was smoothly done. And even the Nigerian army stayed away from the polling units, just observing how people went about, you know, the electoral process. And so in all of this, right, so I would say that for the people, it didn't stop them, because I feel like at this point in time, they wanted to make a change. They wanted their voices to be heard. They wanted to see what would happen if they come out in their numbers, which is from the awareness, from the sensitization from civil society organizations, that if you don't come out, your numbers won't translate to your decision, to your voice being heard. So people wanted their voices to be heard, and that's what we saw today at the polling units. Whether there was voter apathy or not, at the end of tonight or at the end of the final collation of results, we won't know if there was voter apathy, because you know, I told you yesterday that some persons that said they would not come out to vote, but out of, let's say, 5 people, right, 3 people had promised that they will come out to vote. So I think that's a good number.
Well, yes, I agree with you. We have to wait for the numbers and an accurate data to be able to measure how we are fared this year compared to the last 4 years. Briefly, Mr. Emmanuel, what do you think is the gap for the umpire here when you compare that preparation with what you saw on the ground? I understand it's no longer there. Sarah, what's happening there beyond, you know, cameramen setting their equipment? What else can you see at the collation center?
So what I can see right now is just journalists waiting for this to happen. Journalists, of course, people that are watching from home, expecting us to give them feedback, tell them what's happening at the collation center. So that's what's happening now. And I also know that what's happening now is at the various racks, collation of results is happening from the ward level to the racks and then to the local government level. So we're expecting all of that activity at the wards. Here at the headquarters of INEC, that's here in Benin City at the collation center, not a lot is happening. Of course, security outside is top-notch. Like if you don't have the accreditation card or any proper identification, you won't be allowed into the street where the INEC office is situated. And so security outside, it's top-notch. You have the Nigerian army first off. You can't get past them. So you have the police later on. And then here in the oil, it's just journalists waiting, election observers, just a few. I've seen 1 or 2 party agents come in just to check what's going on or keep space, because this is a really small hall. It won't occupy or take the number of persons that will be coming here when results start to come into Benin City.
Sarah, grab a cup of coffee or whatever you do. Looks like it's going to be a long night for everyone. We'll be back with you for more updates shortly. Thank you, Sarah, for the great work. Well, let's get back to the politics of things, Mr. Shoma. In Edo Central itself, because that's where 2 of the 3 main candidates are from, I hear that the APC candidate, for instance, is a member of the Senate, and that there is the politics of things as to, well, we will need to replace him if he wins this election. Yeah. How did that work either for or against Aswa Ighodalo?
First and foremost, you know, this election, there's a clear divide between the elites and the traditional politicians. For the elites, they feel, you know, we want to have a governor we can relate with, a governor who can relate with the outside world, who can, you know, who can communicate. The APC candidate does not have that gift of communication.
He shied away from every.
Let's not dance around it. Let's not dance around it. It's obvious. You see him. He takes time to pick his words. So you could say he doesn't have that gift of communication. And for the traditional politician, they will tell you, well, we've had governors who could communicate, but we didn't get it any better.
His party says his job is not a speech making.
Exactly. So for them, look, it's a candidate, they will have to sell him anyway. So, but the politics of, right from 1999, the Isam people, they are like the traditionals, the Southeast in Edo, where they have stayed true to type with PDP. PDP had been their stronghold. That's where Neni is from. But in 2023, what they've consistently had been, you know, rotational senates. You go do 2 term and come back. Go do 2 term and come back. And then the senator before now, you know, wanted to go for a 3rd term. And then the people said, no, he should move from your area now to another area. I think.
And that was a PDP member?
Yes, a PDP member. That's why I said they have always been in PDP. So, but I also think, including this candidate, also was in PDP. You know, so, look, let me tell you, all of them, apart from Oshomole and maybe Akpata, yes, Akpata, every other person in this race, we're all in PDP at some point. From 1999 to 2003, of Philip Shaibu, all these people were members of the State House of Assembly, all PDP. So it is one family, they just shared themselves.
But I thought Philip Shaibu had always been with AC.
No, Philip Shaibu was a PDP member in the House. It was when Oshomole came that all of them moved into ACN and then APC. You know, so, and this Okwewolo moved from PDP to APC, got the APC ticket, and he was able to relate both with the PDP people and the APC, and he got sympathy vote, and he got into Senate. And now, the people are stuck between 2 candidates. One, the grassroots man that they know, who is a current serving senator, and then their Western boy son, who can relate with the world, but who some people feel, look, really don't, you know. But then, head or tail, he's from amongst them. So the elite on one side will say, we want this as well. He's, though, you know, Edo State has never had the, you know, the, what do you call it, the privilege of having a handsome man as governor.
Whatever that means.
So, yes, this man, you know, good communication skills, a lawyer, investment banker, and, you know, all of
Even
that.
though the APC will tell you that he had to use interpreter when he goes home.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So that for the APC, no, this man is not a grassroots.
He's not a homeboy.
He's not a homeboy. He has no investment here. He has no, you know, connection here. So if you look at the traditional Esan politicians would say, this one is one of us. Forget the grammar. He's one of, so he could relate with them, both in APC and PDP. But then there are some persons also who feels, look, we have been in PDP, we have been with the governor, you know, it is time. If we go to APC, we're going to queue. So let us stay true to time. Then you had the Aslam Ujezu and co, who were with the governor also, who felt shortchanged, and, you know, would not forgive Obaseki for anything, who now also moved and looking in the direction of the party they were in, which is the APC, before they moved to PDP with, what do you call it, Obaseki. And then you now come to the center, where you have, you know, all the gladiators, like the melting pot. Yeah, you could say that's where the majority of the voters are, but you have, it's a metropolitan, you know, melting pot. You have the visitors. A lot of people from the southeast also resides there. You have people from, a lot of people from even the Edo Central are all in Benin. And then you have few from Edo North also in Benin. And then the 2, what do you call it, major candidates, they have their running mates also from Benin. One from Igbobaoka, the other one from Ovia. And mind you, the APC candidate that defeated the Igbinedions in Ovia. Igbinedions are known, the Ovia had been their stronghold. So he's from Ovia and he had defeated them twice. And then the politics of also replacing him in the House of Rep, because if they win, somebody will have to replace him. So you saw Omosede Igbenedio decamping from PDP to AP because she was in the House of Rep also. So also positioning to take that ticket. So if they are able to put their house together and assist them to win, then that means there's a slot opening. If the senator from the central also win, that means there's an opening. So people, will gravitate towards, unlike the PDP and Labour. So these are factors that some persons will look at. And that's what will determine whether they will put their money in the election also. But for the PDP, you have a sitting governor. You can't rule out the influence of a sitting governor who also has the state budget and pocket. You also cannot rule out how Aswe has been able to manage, the campaign, despite Obaseki's baggage. There are people who would say, well, I don't like Obaseki, but I think of the two candidates, they would prefer an Aswe. But they would have preferred an Olumide, but if not the fact that Olumide is from Benin. He's a homeboy in Benin, well known. Yeah. So there are some persons that came from America because of Olumide also, that you can't take away. But like I said, the traditional political structures, a man, let me give you an instance. Let me take this home. The grassroots people can relate with. Yeah. If you're a House of Assembly member, for example, from Edo State, you visit your constituency. The people will come to visit you. You share money. This is how the oil.
Just a minute, Mr. Soma. What you're seeing on your screen is the INEC portal, and it's interesting to see that the Independent National Electoral Commission has now uploaded as much as 98.3% of the results of this election on that portal. Results we understand from over 4,000 polling units where elections held across the state today have been successfully transmitted on that portal. The total submitted results you can see on your screen is 4,242 out of 4,519. So you're seeing percentage uploaded 93.87%. That's unprecedented, relative to the previous elections we have covered. Very interesting development. It means, therefore, that if you are very curious about seeing how this election turned out, you can visit that portal and see the pictures, the pictures of the result from all of the polling units. It's just that it's going to be a lot of work for you to do the calculation yourself.
Yeah, it doesn't, the results...
because you have to...
The portal does not collate.
It doesn't tabulate it.
You just view.
You have to do it yourself manually.
Take out the numbers manually.
But this is a good sign that perhaps we're going to have the collations start earlier than we all ever say.
Yeah, but because the portal is a viewing portal, so these are results already collated.
Yes.
So
at the ward level.
At the polling unit level.
At the polling unit level, yes.
So at the ward level, this result will also be, collated. It will be tabulated. At the rack level, they'll be tabulated, and then results signed at that rack level, what you call the ward level, and take it to the local government level. From the local government level, that's when they now begin to return the results to the state collation centers. So we'll probably be seeing the first result, depending, maybe from Oredo, because that's the Benin. We'll probably be seeing results from those areas, coming maybe around midnight. And then those people coming from Edo North and Esam, because of the bad roads, that's a very big logistic problem. And that is just one road. That Auchi-Lokoja road is terrible, terrible. It's a federal government road, though, but terrible state. So people that are going to bring materials from those areas, including those coming from, Uromi, Irua, and all of these places, will probably, if they are not in Benin now, because if they are still collating, then they're going to have problems, getting in. So as maybe you see, tomorrow morning you'll still be receiving results, coming from these places. But like I was saying...
you look at the figures again, real-time viewing on the screen, it has changed to 93.91%. Just a few minutes ago, it was just 93.87%. So we now have more results from 4,244 polling units out of the 4,519. I'm just a little bit curious, Mr. Shoma, if this is the result viewing portal of INEC. I'm wondering if pictures uploaded here are tenable in court as evidence if the figures collated at those centers do not tally.
Yeah, what usually happens, all of the political parties would have their situation rooms where, as the results are coming, they also set up their portals where they'll be collating results as they are coming. And so, the results collated from the polling unit, our experience from the Election Petition Tribunal, the challenge is irregularities are usually proved polling unit by polling unit.
Okay.
And so, you look at the polling unit where there are challenges, and those are the polling units you take out. The result is certified true copies of those Form EC 8A now, which are the result sheets. Those are the ones you tender to prove irregularity. But then, the big question is substantiality. If those irregularities are substantial enough to affect the overall outcome. So the result on the portal, because the result on you can't just lift result from the portal. You will also have to go get the hard copies certified from INEC. Those are what you would tender in court. And then the portal now becomes like, what do you call it now? A reference to say, well, we have this result. This is the manual result. But what is shown on the portal is different. But the Supreme Court also had discountenance all of that by saying the results, the primary evidence is the hard copies. Like in Oshu election matter, that the results on the portal is just for viewing purpose.
Absolutely.
And so if the result on the portal, if there's discrepancies between what is on the portal and the hard copy, you would have to have recourse to the hard copy and not what is on the portal. The portal is it's not a collation portal.
People take a picture of a polling unit and fly with it. I mean, that's just one out of over 4,000. And by the way, this is not the official results. Only INEC reserves the authority to announce the winner of this result after collation has been conducted. And then you will have a tabulation of all of the figures put together across the 17 political parties participating.
I can tell you that as we speak now, each of the political parties, with the percentage of results that have come in, each of the political parties already know the outcome.
But there shouldn't be discrepancy between what is on IREV and what is on the document that you're talking about.
There shouldn't be, because if the results are loaded right from the polling unit, and then figures, the essence of having to upload them on IREV is because before now, where they change result is between polling unit and collation center. So because nobody has seen those results, so by the time it's moving from the polling unit to the collation center, figures would automatically change. So INEC now, in their wisdom, said, look, we want the world to see the results so that you can't change them midway.
That's right.
So if you, after uploading them, you still allow room for manipulations and changes, and then the court says, well, it's just a viewing portal. For me, it defeats the essence of the transparency in the process.
The figure has changed now. It's now 94.1%. It means that at all of those, what do you call them? Those monitoring rooms of those political parties.
Yes,
you can tell by now.
Yes, the situation rooms of the political party will sit down. They have calculators. They have those that are statisticians who are collating. As a result, are coming from the portals. They also have their the more serious political parties all have their feed agents. So the feed agent will also send results to their collation centers. So they will tabulate the figures and wait to see if it tallies with INEC figures. But it is, the thing is, if this result are the result as posted from, there's no reason why it shouldn't tally. That was why, if you look at the 2020 governorship election result, it was very easy because the PDP that won that election, I saw some people bandy that same old result as, this result. It was easy. They had a situation room where they already tabulated the figures, and as INEC were releasing the figures, it was just tallying with what they have. So, and I hope that this will also be the same for all the political
What happens in court? Because, you know, Edo is having an off-cycle poll because of an election that was won in court.
Yes.
So if the figures from the certified true copy, you know, from all of the wards and state collation is different from what is on IREV, are you saying that these pictures cannot be used as evidence in court?
What, you know, unlike before now, let me tell you some of the challenges that we face at the election petition tribunals. Unlike before, when you have all the time in the world to call 300 witnesses. Shomole's case lasted for almost about a year plus, and that's why his swearing in, you know, is a year almost after the election. Right. Ngige's own was almost 3 years. So, at the election tribunal then, you had the last 1,000. So that's where the challenge is. So what the politicians do most times, in the areas where the areas of strength, they ramp up the numbers. You know, right from the polling unit, the numbers are ramped up. So that's why they say you only rig election where you are popular. So if this area is your stronghold, you score maybe 1,000 votes, and then your opposition will be scoring 4, 5, 27. But you also try as much as you can in their areas, in your opposition's areas, even when they defeat you, you try to ensure that you close the gap.
But how do you ramp up the numbers with the use of BVAS? The idea of the bimodal verification accreditation system.
That's what I was trying to explain
is to ensure that if you don't have a PVC,
that's what I was trying to explain to
count.
You. When politicians tell you they are oiling political machineries, if you're a member of the State House of Assembly, for example, they'll tell you must win your area. So why do you think they go home? You don't see them in constituency office. When they go home, they bring goods to share. You see their compound. I've been in a politician's house. I don't want to mention them. In the Edo State. Christmas, on the eve of Christmas, everybody was, in fact, the entire community came to visit. And so he was the one doing the sharing by himself. So he sat at the gate. They'll give you, you go out. They give you, you go out.
What was the sharing?
Was sharing money and small rice. So these people, they see him as their Lord and Savior. This is our leader. So when there is election, this man that has been coming to share,
they show up for him.
They show up for him. And that's why your reporter was saying, look, they came out to support
their own.
So this is our own. That's why when you see politicians, when they build houses, they have a large courtyard where they sit down and attend to, you know, followers. People come, oh, my son want to write WAEC. It's okay, take this. My child is looking for a job, so put his name down. When we get to Abuja, we'll see what we can do. So to the people, they are dispensing favor, not knowing that ordinarily these things are yours. So that's how they wrap up number. They are more interested in the polling units than the welfare of the people. So that's why they will impoverish you. So election time like this, they go around, they share money to leaders to also ensure this vote buying that we are talking about is a way of wrapping up the numbers. Vote for my party and show me the ballots. Show me, and then you go there and collect money. The kind of money that you can use to cook soup in this kind of hard time. So this is what they do. And then you expect that average woman who has not seen 5,000 naira will not collect. It will say, well, anyway, I like this candidate, but there are people who were not giving money on the day of election. So, but they gave us something for this one. And that's why for election year it's about money, and that's how they collect numbers.
We like to blame
in places where you have the educated, discerning,
yes,
where they all come out, they can sit down, afford their own drinks, vote, and throw banters. You will always see that those places, the candidates that will carry the day will be those candidates that can communicate, But at the end of the day, the majority of the people that are taking decisions do not care about whether you sit down under your tree and have coffee or drinks. All they're interested in what's in it for me today.
Absolutely.
So these are the ways they collect numbers. In some cases also, in areas where they know they are not popular, they go buy PVCs. they ramp up the PVCs.
So that
you
don't
disenfranchise people to collect, to vote. So you that is waiting for your people to come out on that day, they don't even have PVCs to vote.
They already bought the
PVCs, they mopped them up and, they kept them at home.
We blame the political class for taking advantage of, poverty and, do all these things you've talked about. But you consider a politician who doesn't do all these things, he eventually becomes unpopular even amongst his own people.
Listen, last week, Saturday, I took time, I was with Senator Shehu Sani, took time to listen to him for, and then I learned a lot of things also about the mindset of the average traditional politician. That is why, if you want to play politics in Nigeria, you don't know how to do these things. Peter Obi went far, I said we know they give shishi. But a lot of people were giving shishi on his behalf to ensure that, they're able to show up. People raised money, donated money to ensure that shishi will be given.
So the shishi thing is a function of the society.
It's a function of the society.
And we can't completely blame it on the politicians. Is that what you're saying?
You know where the blame is? Because the politicians are the leaders. They are to eradicate poverty. Let me give you an instance. I told somebody, I said, Europe, America, and the world, they've conquered poverty. How? You want to drive a Lamborghini if you have a job that can at least pay a mortgage for it, a deposit for it, the banks will give you. And you want to go on vacation, take credit card, and then be paying, you can be paying over 30 years. So you don't have the need to want to primitively acquire wealth so that your children can go to school, so that you can go on vacation just like the rich man. The rich man is going to buy designers. You also can use credit to buy. So at the end of the day, he can influence you. But here, those things are not available. So you hear the do you know who I am mentality. You want to be like that man. And the only way you can be like him is to, amass wealth also like him and keep. Because a lot of them now steal what they don't want. And then on election day, they begin to give you peanut. And that's why we blame them. But over time, we see ourselves doing like them. People those in government today were once critics of previous governments. And what they criticized, they get there, they find out that
they do the exact same
yes,
thing.
It's a societal thing. If you don't do it, there are people who are waiting to take your seat. Imagine going to the National Assembly and you say, this is what we earn. And then your colleague says, oh no, it is a taboo for you to do that. Instead of your constituency, right? Instead of them to praise you, there are people who are saying you went there to do activism. He's not representing us. He should come back because he wants to go. He wants to go and maintain conspiracy of silence. And that's why no matter the campaigns, no matter the noise, when they get there, they do almost the same thing. People go into politics in Nigeria because they don't believe in service. It is about, let me go and also make something for myself. And that's why you award a contract, you're asking what is in it for me. And then on election day, the people also ask you, what is in it for us? So the cycle continues like that. And with every election year, we expect things to be better. After the election, we complain that, oh, look, we didn't expect it this way. But all that said, it still boils down to all of us. The day we say, you know what, irrespective of the inducement, irrespective of what is happening, let us be involved in the local government election to start with.
We have completely run out of time.
Yes, I know.
We have to go now. We have our eyes on Edo State. Our reporters are live at the Collation Center in Benin City. And we'll be right back at 10 p.m. to continue our live coverage of the Edo election. Stay with us, everyone. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. Libros Oshoma, thank you so much.
excitement with Betano, the premier sports betting platform in Nigeria and proud official partner of Aston Villa. Enjoy our award-winning experience with fantastic betting options, cash out, and engaging missions. Discover even more exclusive features. Join now and receive a welcome bonus of up to 200,000 naira. Betano. The game starts now.
When you wake up in the morning, you want to start your day. Start with Kellogg's, with Kellogg's. You can read your grades, stay active and alert. Start your day right.
Because Kellogg's is fortified with the essential vitamins and minerals you need to start your day right. With Kellogg's, you can reach your grade.
The safest time is Kellogg's time.
This season of Big Brother Naija is a must follow. Follow every twist and turn with eyes wide open. Because even when the journey begins with chemistry, chaos follows. Strap in for 2 journeys in one house. Big Brother Naija Season 9, showing 24/7 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 49. Gold sponsor, Guinness. Black shines brightest.
And now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Hello out there and welcome to the program. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. I'm your regular host, Mamode Akuga. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ubuku, says the commission will continue to leverage on its public-private partnership PPP initiative to drive wealth creation and food sufficiency in the oil-rich Niger Delta region. Dr. Ubuku made the statement during the official launching of the Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprises Niger Delta Life ND project for Akwa Ibom, Imo, and River States, which took place last week at the Jay's Signature Hotel in Port Harcourt.
One of the key frameworks of the current leadership of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, is its public-private partnership PPP model aimed at fostering collaborative efforts to drive the sustainable development of the nation's oil-bearing region. This approach is designed to leverage the expertise, resources, and innovation of private sector partners in addressing critical issues such as infrastructure development, job creation, and economic growth in communities across the region. While many of these partnerships are currently in the pipeline, some, such as the Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprises Niger Delta Life ND initiative, involving the federal government, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, and the NDDC have successfully taken off. The Life ND project is aimed at improving the livelihoods of rural youth and women through sustainable agricultural enterprises, enhancing food security, and creating job opportunities across the Niger Delta region. The Life ND scheme, which was already operational in 6 states, was expanded last week to include Imo, Akwa Ibom, and River States. This development follows the NDDC's commitment to fulfill its counterpart funding of $30 million, making the project fully operational across all 9 states of the Niger Delta region. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ubuku, in his address at the event, underscored the importance of strategic partnerships and collaboration in fast-tracking development of the Niger Delta region.
Mr. President has declared state of emergency on agriculture,
And this is a laudable agricultural program that will benefit the people of the region. And how can we say we are NDDC, covering 9 states, when 6 states are already benefiting, and it seems we are depriving the other 3 states from benefiting? It is laudable enough for IFA to take up the percentage of $60 million and the partnership NDDCs to pay $30 million. They have done their best, and right now we are also matching them with our own best.
Earlier in her remarks, IFAD Country Director Mrs. Dede Ahoefa Ekoe commended the Dr. Obuku-led management for their unwavering commitment to the actualization of the initiative.
We will not stop congratulating and commending the NDDC Managing Director and CEO for opening this new chapter, because it is this disbursement and the additional commitment made to support LifeND financially that opened the way to the expansion of LifeND activities in the 3 new states.
Goodwill messages also came in from the governors of Imo, Akwa Ibom and River States, who said they are eagerly waiting to contribute to the success of the projects in their respective states.
I'd like to appreciate NDDC for including the remaining states, Akwa Ibom, Rivers and Imo states, in LifeND projects. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. We've lost 5 years, but it's better late than never.
Several distinguished guests at the event, including representatives of the Honorable Minister for Finance and Coordinating Minister for Economy, Wale Edun, and the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Abubakar Kyari, commended the NDDC for its strides at enhancing food security, job creation, and agricultural development in the region.
Inside the Niger Delta.
As sea levels continue to rise due to climate change and global warming, coastal communities in the oil-rich Niger Delta region have been grappling with coastal inundation and recurring floods. Obiofu community in Ogba, Egbema Ndoni local government area of River State, which sits on the bank of River Niger, is one of the many coastal communities facing an existential threat as sea levels rise, endangering homes and livelihoods of the people in the community. The community is urgently calling on the government at all levels to intervene before their land is completely eroded.
In recent years, several communities across the Niger Delta region, like Ayetoro in Edo State and Sangana Akasa in Bayelsa State, have lost a sizable chunk of their lands to rising sea levels. This comes with the loss of lives and valuables, further worsening the socio-economic fortunes of the people. Obiofu community in Ogba, Egbema, Ndoni local government area of River State, just on the brink of River Niger, faces the same existential threat. Once a vibrant fishing and farming hub, the community has lost over 60% of its land to coastal inundation. The livelihoods of its residents, like Mr. Emodi Loki, a retired headmaster, and Mr. Ogwa Duke, a former geography teacher, have been turned upside down by the encroaching waters.
My father's house is now more than the middle of the Niger. So many houses, if they share this community into 4 parts, only 1 part is now remaining.
When I came to this town, I knew the town was larger than this. In fact, most of the buildings are now in the middle of the River Niger. Why? Because of landslides.
As rising sea levels and heavy rains relentlessly threaten their homes, residents like Mrs. Ojebeshi Osemede now live in constant fear. Her house now teeters on the very edge of the river, with each passing day a waiting game of when the unforgiving sea will finally claim her home. She can only wish the waters could be held back, but the bleak reality looms closer with each passing day.
The problem now is election. I did my house, now farmer they do. And they do English work. See, we're very far. Now, I'm under problem now. Election won't carry my house. And no picking, nobody to help me. No husband self in short. Now that's what they pay me. No husband. Who they help me? You know they.
Before coming month, you will see water inside the community. All the backyard. Everywhere is water. And erosion is cutting seriously.
In the past, the Niger Delta Development Commission NDDC launched a shore protection project to reclaim the lands in Obiofo, raising hopes of a solution to the environmental threat. However, the project remains incomplete till this day, leaving the encroaching waves to explore the vulnerability of this coastal community. Desperate for relief, residents are calling on the NDDC to return and complete the shore protection project, which would prevent further erosion and safeguard what remains of their community.
We are pleading that NDDC should come and continue the good work they have started, so that the community can as well have good position. And also NDDC build Cottage Hospital, uncompleted. For years, we have been writing and calling for them to come and complete it.
We want government to intervene. Government should intervene. Things is very cost now. Coming to see that somebody will build a house, and all of a sudden, within a tickle of eye, the house will just fall inside river.
NDDC, I beg, they could help me. Come help me for this erection when one carry my house for my community. Everywhere don't occupy, nowhere we to stay. No good land, nothing. Election don't carry our house now. Now we are under crying.
More communities across the Niger Delta are on the brink of a similar fate, making it imperative for immediate and coordinated action from all development stakeholders. The preservation of these communities requires urgent intervention before they are lost to the ravaging waters.
Inside the Niger Delta.
As divestment trends and subsequent takeovers in Nigeria's oil and gas sector continue, Bayelsa State Governor Senator Doye Diri has urged companies acquiring exiting firms such as Oando Energy Resources Nigeria Limited, which recently took over the Nigerian Ajib Oil Company, to be prepared to shoulder the liabilities that come with their new acquisition. Governor Diri made this statement last week during a meeting with the management team of Oando Energy at the government house in Yenagoa.
Depending on the oil company in question, their operations in the oil fields of the Niger Delta region often comes with a host of legacy issues, such as neglect of corporate social responsibilities, oil facility failures leading to oil spills, and non-compliance with court orders or penalties, amongst many other concerns. These unresolved issues often lead to direct confrontations between the communities and the companies involved. It is against this backdrop that Bayelsa State Governor Senator Doye Diri last week called on the management of Oando Energy Resources Nigeria Limited, which is set to take over the assets of the Nigerian Ajib Oil Company, to be ready to shoulder its liabilities as well.
But there are a lot of frosty relationships between Ajib and several communities. Just some few weeks ago, we settled one here in Government House. As a state, we are happy that an indigenous company is now in charge. And please be reminded that you have not just acquired the assets only, you have also acquired the liabilities.
Senator Doye Diri also emphasized that qualified indigents should not be limited to lower-ranking positions within the company, but should also be considered for suitable roles at all levels of the oil firm. In his remarks, the Managing Director of Oando Energy Resources Nigeria Limited, Dr. Ainoje Irune, expressed optimism that the company would begin on a positive note with a focus on establishing a healthy and collaborative working relationship with the Bayelsa State government.
Your Excellency, my pledge to you today is that as Oando has taken over the operations of this asset, what you will see is a continuous rise in the economic prosperity of all of us, both the company and the community, the government, and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In a different development, Bayelsa State Governor Doediri has called on the federal government to consider an upward review of the 3% of oil proceeds for host communities as provided in the Petroleum Industry Act PIA to 10%. Senator Diri made the call during the inauguration of the Body of Neutrals for the Alternative Dispute Resolution Center in Yenagoa, the state capital, by the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe. He also called for the amendments to sections of the Act that exclude state and local governments, stressing that it was an oversight to exclude the two arms of government that directly administer the host communities.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Wife of the Delta State Governor, Dickiness Tobore Oborewori, has awarded grants totaling 10 million naira to 40 women farmers across the state. This initiative is in addition to the distribution of essential food items to 1,200 underprivileged households aimed at alleviating the hardship faced by indigent citizens. The disbursement exercise, which took place last week in Asaba, was a collaborative effort between Dickiness Oborewori's You Matter Charity Foundation and the Renewed Hope Initiative, RHI, a program spearheaded by Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu.
The You Matter Charity Foundation, led by Dickiness Tobore Oborewori, wife of the Delta State Governor, was established to uplift the vulnerable, especially women and children, by promoting their sense of value and self-worth, regardless of social status. Since its unveiling in August 2023, the foundation has consistently supported communities through women's empowerment, healthcare access, and education, as well as addressing other social issues across the state. Last week, in collaboration with the Renewed Hope Initiative of Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the foundation awarded cash grants of 250,000 naira each to 40 women, while 1,200 others received essential food items. Addressing the beneficiaries, Dickiness Oborewori urged them to invest the grant wisely to grow their businesses.
I wish to appeal that you make good use of what you will be given today. The farmers should please improve on their farms. With this token, do not eat your seed so that your harvest will be great. Let me again thank the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for always putting smiles on our faces.
The beneficiaries, brimming with excitement, expressed their gratitude to the State First Lady for her initiative, which they say is helping them navigate the current economic hardships.
I want to thank the First Lady very, very well, because he has done a lot for us. Because this item, food item that he gave to us now, will serve us in the long way. And our people will be very happy, and our children, they will be alive.
It will help me make a better life for my family, to make increase in my business.
I am very, very happy. My heart is full of joy.
This comes on the heels of the recent distribution of 50,000 naira business recapitalization grant to 1,000 women petty traders in the state by Senator Oluremi Tinubu, a figure that was doubled to 100,000 naira through support from Governor Sheriff Oborewori.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Standout Properties Limited presents a real estate opportunity of a lifetime. Bloom Towers, a waterfront twin high-rise buildings of 19 and 21 stories at the edge of the Atlantic Ocean in the prestigious Oniru area, Victoria Island, Lagos. Bloom Towers is a green and smart building project consisting of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments and maisonettes, as well as 10,300 square meters available space for commercial and corporate use. Built for completion completion in 2027. Bloom Towers has 236 units available for sale with a starting price of 100 million naira. Lock down a unit today with a down payment of 20% and spread the balance over the next 24 months. Contact us on 080-693-47063 or 091-22-656-975.
It is a project that will bring huge return on investment.
Bloom Towers, from foundation to skyline.
Ezekiel Group, oil and gas, dredging, power and air transportation. Ezekiel Group, petroleum product sufficiency, energy sustainability and infrastructure development.
Despite the controversies surrounding the Obi of Abo selection process in the ancient Abo Kingdom in Delta State, Chief Dr. Gregory Oputa, grandson of the renowned Obi Oputa II, has emerged as the chosen candidate to mount the exalted throne of his ancestors. Chief Oputa was last week chalked by the eldest man in the kingdom and the spiritual leader of Abo Kingdom, also known as the Odua. Chief Oputa, who is now the Obi of Abo designate, has since commenced traditional rites leading to his official coronation as the monarch of the kingdom.
The search for a new monarch to ascend the revered throne of Abo Kingdom in Ndokwa East local government area of Delta State has finally come to an end with the chalking of Chief Gregory Oputa, one of the many contenders to the throne. The chalking was performed by the Odua of Abo Kingdom, who is the oldest man in the kingdom and also serves as the spiritual leader of the people. The selection process was, however, rancorous and controversial as several youth groups staged demonstrations across the kingdom. While some protested against the kingmakers, accusing them of being compromised and doing the bidding of Chief Oputa, others took to the street to declare their support for him, describing Chief Oputa as a compassionate son of Abo Kingdom. Despite the controversies, Chief Oputa, who is the grandson of the renowned Obi Oputa II, a monarch who ruled the kingdom in the early 1900s, has now been chosen as the Obi of Abo. Following his emergence, he has commenced the traditional rites leading to his official coronation. These rites include the Uoma, a purification ritual that purges the Obi designate of past wrongdoings and aligns him with the ancestors of the land. The Ugwenyi rite followed, during which an eagle feather was placed on Chief Oputa's cap, symbolizing the immense responsibility he now bears on behalf of the kingdom. Over the weekend, Chief Oputa successfully completed the Ubonwe rite, after which he was officially crowned, assuming full authority and responsibility over Abo Kingdom, pending the presentation of the staff of office by the Delta State government. Speaking to Inside the Niger Delta, the new monarch, who has taken the title Obi Oputa III, declared that his sole mission is to unite the entire kingdom, paving the way for peace and harmony.
I've done a lot here, and now is the time to do more. By His grace, we will move this kingdom forward. Not just this kingdom. By the grace of God, Delta State also will move forward through us. Let us all live happily as one. Let us live in unity.
High Chief Paul Esumai hailed Obi Oputa III as a true son of the land, praising his passion for the kingdom's advancement.
We have been praying, crying to God to give us this opportunity for a very long time. Today we are very happy that we've gotten the type of king Abo has been looking for.
The Odua, who is very old and over 100 years, was unable to perform the crowning himself due to the burden of age and limited mobility. However, the Ozier of Abo Kingdom, Chief Kenneth Odili, who is next in command, stepped in to perform the crowning on his behalf.
And by the grace of God, it's me now, for now. So I take over whatever responsibilities assigned to the order. In his absence, I take over.
Following the crowning of His Royal Majesty Gregory Oputa as the Obi of Abo, congratulatory messages from Abo's sons and daughters have continued to pour in. Many of these well-wishers pledging their loyalty to the new Obi have also participated in a solidarity march to declare their support for Obi Oputa III. On Wednesday, September 18th, a group of Abo's indigents stormed the Delta State Government House in Asaba to express their gratitude to the state government and reaffirm that their entire kingdom stands united behind the new monarch. The Deputy Chief of Staff to Governor Sheriff Oboriowori, Honorable Ifanyo Osakwe, while welcoming the delegation, assured them that the state government is committed to ensuring that the will of the people prevails at all times and that the cultures and tradition of the people are equally upheld.
If it has gone through due process, it will end in due process. So, I want to assure you of the Sheriff Oboriowori's government support for Abo Kingdom.
The indigents then proceeded to the office of the Special Advisor to Governor Sheriff Oboriowori on Investment, Dr. Tony Amechi, who is also the Adjoint of Abo Kingdom.
I have no doubt in my mind that Greg has the capacity to do great things in Abo. And because I know the kind of man he is, because I know the kind of heart he has, I know that Abo today has a king that will make each and every one of you proud.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Well, it is on that note we draw the curtain on the program. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region will be back same time, same station next week. Until then, you can follow us on our social media handles shown right now on your screens. And please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel at NDNTV Nigeria for these stories and many more. Until next week, I am Mahmoud Akuga thanking you for staying tuned. Bye for now.
Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel. TVC News. First with breaking news.
The Shared Prosperity Weekly TV series on TVC News. It is through this telecast the viewers get to know what is happening in the prosperity government of His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodinma, the Executive Governor of Imo State. Through this program, all questions agitating the minds of citizens and residents of Imo State are answered in details with documentary evidence. Don't miss it. Keep a date with us every Sunday on TVC News by 9 p.m.
Get ready to drive into the world of the Nigerian Navy as Nigerian Navy in Focus, a captivating TV program, takes you deep into the heart of the activities of the nation's maritime centennial. Join us as we navigate the waters alongside the brave men and women of the Nigerian Navy who have dedicated their lives to this noble cause. Their hopes, dreams, sacrifices, and triumphs. Experience their courage, their resilience, and their unwavering commitment to serving the nation and protecting her waters, and relentless pursuit of safeguarding our maritime borders. Let Nigerian Navy in Focus transport you to the seas, where bravery meets honor and the depths hold countless untold stories. Don't miss out on this unmissable TV experience. It is the Nigerian Navy in Focus, every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. on Television Continental TVC.
For God so loved the world, and he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in should not perish, but have everlasting life. In Proverbs 28 verse 13, the Bible says, he that covereth his sin shall not prosper, but whosoever confess them and forsake them shall have mercy. Unbelief is sin, unforgiveness is sin, selfishness is sin. I want to let you know, pride is sin, contention, strife, giving malice, bearing grudge, lusting after evil thing, covetousness, love of money, love of the world, insincerity, disobedience, blasphemy, anger, envy, speaking evil of other people, backbiting, murmuring, cursing people, swearing with heaven and earth. All these are terrible sins. You must confess them, renounce them, and promise God no more.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
Welcome to Labor Lens. I am Sharon Ijason. On this week's edition of the program, we'll be discussing about the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund and its role towards nation building, especially their role towards workers. We also have new stories for you. We will be right back. The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) is taking another step towards ensuring that workers across Nigeria benefit from the 2024 National Minimum Wage Act. The two-day workshop with the theme Strategies for Effective Implementation of the National Minimum Wage Act brings union members and employers together to discuss tools and information needed to enforce the new wage structure.
The effort of the national to get a new minimum wage will amount to nothing if people who will be directly involved in the implementation at the state level are not equipped with the necessary knowledge, information, and experiences. And so that's why we are supporting these activities. We want to thank the leadership for thinking about this, and we hope that in these 2 days it will be worth our while. It's a long walk to freedom.
President of NLC Joe Ajero stressed that the union's role does not end with negotiation for the minimum wage, but extends to ensuring its full implementation.
Even when you cage labor and would say we are not doing anything, any day people come out from their house, they don't have food to eat. They will say, today we are going out, if we die, we die. That is not what this country needs. There should be people who will be interfacing between the common man, as you rightly pointed out, and the state, who will tell them how people are feeling, who will tell them the impact of certain policies, to the people. And the way Naira is going down now, I'm not sure any Nigerian is happy over it. The way foodstuff, is getting high, I'm not sure anybody. People are eating lizard as the easiest source of protein. People are using mango leaves as vegetable today. So is that what we are supposed to do with the whole endowment we have in this country.
We are waiting for the template for the consequential adjustment table, and some of the states we still have work to do, because we have seen some of the state governments that are already, complaining that they might not be able to meet up with 70,000, some of the private sector, but it has not become a law in the country that any employer of labor, either the state, the federal, or the private sector, if you are not paying, you risk going to jail, because if you are not paying, that means you are against the law of the country.
The workshop aims to outline strategies that will ensure that employers in the public and private sector comply with the Act.
The Dock Workers celebration is a tribute to the essential contributions dock workers make to the maritime industry. The event saw high-profile attendance, including representatives from the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, various port agencies, and other key stakeholders. Speakers throughout the event underscored the vital role dock workers play in facilitating international trade.
Your dedication to the cause of the industry ensures the seamless operations of our ports and the steady flow of goods essential for national trade and prosperity. By facilitating smooth handling of cargo, you are instrumental to boosting international trade, contributing significantly to the Nigerians' GDP and attracting foreign investment.
That is one other good side of port reform. They are getting the very best, but they aren't there yet. There is still a lot that needs to be done, particularly in terms of their training, exposure, and remuneration.
Emphasis was placed on the importance of continuous training and prioritizing investment in the welfare of dock workers to ensure their efficiency.
We need to enhance their welfare, and we should continue to invest in their training and in safety standards to ensure that their productivity improves and that our port is made more and more competitive.
It is important that we pay a lot of attention to their welfare services, to their training, how we can, actually improve their working conditions, how we can improve, how they do their work and make it a seamless process for them.
If you don't train me, how do I perform? How do I work? And they have gotten an opportunity to train us to a standard where we are today. So ours is to make sure that this training, this will expand it, not only the headman, including the port workers at the various terminals.
The Shipping Correspondents Association of Nigeria was applauded for championing the interests of dock workers and fostering greater collaboration within the maritime sector.
On the Profile Interview segment this week, I'll be speaking with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, NSITF. He explains to us the role of NSITF towards nation building while expatiating on some of the key roles, which are preventive measures, rehabilitation, and also compensation of workers that might have been injured. It's good to have you on the program.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your appointment as the Managing Director of NSITF. It's less than 3 months and a lot has been happening in your sector already. The one I was part of was the collaboration with stakeholders. Would you know if you'd like to give us feedback on what has transpired after that meeting?
You were at the retreat in Lagos, where we gathered our critical stakeholders, the members of the National Assembly, specifically the committees that supervise and undertake oversight activities over us. That's the House Committee on Labor and Productivity and the Senate Committee on Labor and Productivity. And that exercise was undertaken with a bid for us to engage much more deeply, for them to understand some of the things we do, so that they are able to then provide one, effective oversight, and of course they give us the required support that we need to undertake our mandate effectively. And it was a worthwhile experience from both sides, if I may say so. I think one of the most rewarding feedback that I got was the statement from one or two honorable members that were keen to then take us to their respective constituencies for us to better explain the benefits of the employee compensation scheme to their members of their constituency. And I thought that, you know, if it kind of showed me that what we intended was achieved, because we had educated them much more deeply as to the benefits, and they saw those benefits, they understood it, and they wished for their members to also understand it in that light. And so that was a good one from that.
Are there any plans by NSITF to ensure that it's not just the public and private sector workers that are aware of the benefits of you know, being part of NSITF by contributing their own quota to the system? What is the plan of NSITF towards capturing informal workers?
In my view, the informal sector are part of the private sector. So from our perspective, there's the public sector, which comprises the federal government, state government, local government employees, you know, and then there's the private sectors, which is everybody that is not part of that public sector setup. So an informal sector will be part of that. So within that informal sector, within that private sector is the informal sector, which in our estimation is the most critical element of, you know, of that private sector, because when you look at the workforce, Nigerian workforce, the informal sector constitutes almost 70% of that, you know, that setup. And if we're able to crack that, if we're able to provide the necessary you know, cover for them, then we would have, you know, been able to, you know, reach a very large segment of our people. But I think the critical nature of it is that because they are of different nature, you must be able to tailor, you know, and some form of product that suits that what will work for an Okada rider will not work for a tailor, for instance, because they are, you know, prone to all sorts of different accidents framework. So, but we're thinking about it. You know, we hopefully will be engaging with Smiden to really use their database and use their own platform to also push the agenda. Part of our efforts with regards to informal sector is also to undertake certain health and safety training and awareness, so that we can reduce the threshold for accidents and incidents around where they work and all of that. And one of the things that we're also thinking about is also to engage from an association-led relationship, because you find from the informal sector, you find association of Okada riders, association of tailors. So given the loose nature of their setup, I think we're better off approaching it from that you know, association level, so that then they can really, you know, dovetail back into the informal sector. But that's really without a doubt a critical part of where we are looking at in order to boost compliance across the country.
With the rate of poverty level in the country, there is that growing need of social security. And I wouldn't know if NSITF can also provide such services. Yes, we can. And, you know, when we speak about social security in a broader sense, there are different elements to it. There is out of work, you know, depending on, you know, where you are. There is, you know, out of work social support. There is child benefit. There are, you know, so what we focus on at the moment is employee compensation, which is that if you're working and you're injured
there is accident, death, or injury as a result of your work, then we will provide a social insurance, a compensation or claim in that regard. That's an element of, social security. But I mean, if you look at NSITF Act in itself, it has made provision for a robust, social security services, that cuts across all of these, part of social security that I spoke about. But from my own perspective is that we need to focus on the employee compensation scheme and do it well. If we do it well, we will be seen to contribute our quota to the economic productivity of Nigeria, and then everybody can take benefit of that. And if you do it well, it might also require less of other auxiliary social, security that is required. There's no need. If you look at the structure that we provide, if you're injured as a result of work, we'll provide you with, disability support and all of that. Then there's no need for you to be claiming out of work, benefits. There's no need for you to claim certain benefits if those things are there. So they can actually work to reduce dependency on other sort of claims that are there. But we don't have those sort of claims in Nigeria. So the one that is mandated, let us do it well, let us effectively do it. And then, of course, I know that government is working on other aspects of social security, all of the poverty alleviation initiatives that there are. All of those can take care of, some other aspect of it. But for those that are working and contributing to the productivity, I think this is an important social safety net for them. Translates to about 130,000 employees. We paid billions in compensation. In terms of health and safety, we've trained over 25,000 employers in terms of health and safety initiatives. But that's a far cry from where we want to be. If you understand that all of the public sector, with the exception of the Nigerian military or the Nigerian armed forces, are supposed to be, subscribers to this, then you understand that it's a far cry. If you understand that all of the state governments, all of the local governments, every employer of labor above 5, anybody that employs above 5 employees are supposed to be subscribers. So your tailors with 5, tailors in the office, your fashion designer with 10 people, everybody is supposed to be. So it's really a far cry from where we want to be. But I think that one of the mitigating or militating factor against that is lack of awareness. I think that from the feedback that I get in engaging with people, when you tell them what those benefits are, when you tell them, look, we can do this, we're doing that, then they really want to be part of it. So what we've committed to doing going forward is to increase our awareness initiatives, to let people understand what they stand to benefit if they subscribe to the scheme, and that's what we'll be doing going. Public sector side, we're also committed to undertaking a lot of engagement with the key critical stakeholders, from of course the head of service to the secretary to the government of the federation, to the head of different ministries, departments and agencies, to state governors, to local government chairmen. We'll be reaching out to not necessarily but to show what the benefits are. And I think in a very simple term, from the micro and macro level, is that whatever we do does have an impact on productivity of the community, of the states, and of the nation. And it's a win-win for everybody. So we hope to be making that point aggressively.
Talking about implications, you spoke very well about the implications of more subscribers coming on board to join NSITF. Any legal backing towards ensuring that the NSITF exercises powers or its role in the society? The
positive implication for compliance is that the more the fund has, the more we're able to undertake, make claims and compensation and relieve some of this burden even from the employers, because I mean, typically what will happen if your employee is injured as a result of working for you, they will come for you for some form of payments. You'll be responsible for their hospital bills, you'll be responsible for, you know, all of those associated costs. And we're saying that we can bear that with minimal cost to you, just a percentage of the 1% of the payroll. So the positive implication is there. Of course, the legal implication of your non-compliance is that we can, of course, sue you. We can claim those payments, you know, in arrears, and because we have the power to inspect your books, we have the power to enter into your premises, and you know, and look at your books and determine whether you are paying the appropriate amount. And of course, there is incarceration, you know, that goes with that if any person or director, or, you know, is found to be you know, willfully disobeying the law. And part of our engagement, if you recollect, with the National Assembly is also to look for more, you know, enforcement teeth, so to speak, to get people, you know, because I believe that we need much more legal backing to undertake much more vigorous enforcement, because you're not doing anybody a favor. It's really for the entire ecosystem, and the more we all contribute into that fund, the more we are safeguarding and sustaining our, you know, our economic, you know, productivity and economic sustainability. So we would engage with the National Assembly to look at it. Presently, arising from that engagement, we're also looking at the law to look at, you know, all of the aspects of our operations to see where we can, given our experience in operating that scheme in the last, you know, decade, to see what we need to do to then amend the law to bring it to reality. And part of that will be robust enforcement of the law, you know, and the mechanisms to do that.
Is there any case you'd like to share with us that probably caught your attention and you would like to share to the public so people will understand the role of NSITF?
There are several. I mean, like I said, these are not just numbers. These are people's lives that are impacted on a daily basis. And until you see that close up, until you feel, you know, from where I stand, I understand the importance of that. And then we will hear from people that are benefiting from that. You will know that the work that we do here can be impactful to people. I make particular reference to the video that I saw at the retreat about a couple of people, but there was one particular one that resonated with me about a woman that has lost her husband. Their husband was killed while going to work early in the morning, and I mean that the experience, the killing itself was, of course, the fact was traumatizing, but I think it was the effect of this, compensations that came with it, and the, continuous compensation that she gets to, get her body and soul together, send her family to school, was touching. And that's when it dawned on me that, look, we're doing, something good, and we can do more if all stakeholders, and including employers, employees, and everybody understand the importance and the impact that those supports have on particularly affected families. And we are committed to doing more. We're committed to improving our services. We're committed to meeting the challenges of doing all of this work. We're also committed to get the feedback from doing it, because there are, from our side, there are a lot of improvements that we must make to bring us, up to speed with people's expectation. So we're committed to all of that, and we will continue to focus on those issues.
So finally, what should subscribers be expecting from NSITF, and those that are also willing to subscribe, what should be their expectations from you, maybe in the next 2 years?
Yes, so I mean, from an expectation angle is for us, we want to be an organization that is easily accessible, so to speak. We want to make our processes much more nimble, much more user-friendly, such that people are able to come to us, interact with our platform in a much more easy way. So in that regard, part of our initiative is to digitalize some of our operations such that you don't have to, stress whenever you engage with us. Most importantly is to see enhanced and increased claims payment. Of course, I understand from feedback that those claims process may be a bit cumbersome. We're looking to, streamline them to make them, quicker, faster, and more accessible. In a whole, I also imagine that they will see a much more changed organization. The culture will be much more private sector driven, given that yes, a large percentage of our activities will be, undertaking interfacing with the private sector, either informal sector, either the established formal sectors, and all of that. So we want to have an organization that is dynamic enough to interact both with the public and the private sector, using cutting edge technology to do that, and basically see an organization that they can be proud to associate with, and we're committed to taking this organization to that level.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
And that's all we can take on today's edition of the program. Join us next week for a fresh edition of the show. I am Sharon Ijason. Thanks for watching, and remember that labor creates wealth.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known, for when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
When you wake up in the morning, you want to start your day, start with Kellogg's, with Kellogg's. You can reach your grades, stay active and alert, start your day right.
Because Kellogg's is fortified with the essential vitamins and minerals you need to start your day right. With Kellogg's, you can reach your grade.
The breakfast time is Kellogg's time.
We are live from the open market for Epic 10X Challenge.
My people, today now.
Today, I will show you how the power of new Epic 10X gives your toilet a better cleaning than bleach.
Than bleach?
Yes, so.
Impossible.
Toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively. But Epic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10X better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs.
Oh, wow.
You can now see that Epic is better than bleach.
Join the excitement with Betano, the premier sports betting platform in Nigeria and proud official partner of Aston Villa. Enjoy our award-winning experience with fantastic betting options, cash out, and engaging missions. Discover even more exclusive features. Join now and receive a welcome bonus of up to 200,000 naira. Betano. The game starts now.
Muhammad Ali was born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky on January 17, 1942. His birth name was Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. He began training as an amateur boxer at age 12, and at 18 he won a gold medal in the light heavyweight division at the 1960 Summer Olympics and turned professional later that year. In his early years as a professional, Clay was more highly regarded for his charm and personality than for his ring skills. He sought to raise public interest in his fights by reading childlike poetry and spouting self-descriptive phrases like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. On February 25, 1964, at age 22, he pulled off a major upset, defeating Sonny Liston to win the World Heavyweight Championship. That same year, he shocked the boxing establishment again by denouncing his birth name as a slave name and formally took the name Muhammad Ali, which was given to him by his spiritual mentor Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Nation of Islam. For the next 3 years, Ali dominated the boxing arena. Muhammad Ali retired from boxing in 1981 and focused on his religion, philanthropy, and activism. In 1984, he made public his diagnosis of Parkinson's syndrome, which some reports attributed to boxing-related injuries, though he and his specialist physicians disputed this. He remained an active public figure globally, but in his later years made fewer public appearances as his condition worsened and he was cared for by his family. Ali was chosen to light the Olympic flame at the start of the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta, Georgia. He died on June 3rd, 2016.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
We begin tonight with a coverage of the Edo Governorship election, where residents of the state earlier today trooped out in their numbers to cast their ballot for the candidate in the governorship election. Let's take a look at the overview of the election in this package.
The exercise began with accreditation exercise before voting commenced.
Zero accreditation.
Election materials arrived late at most polling units across the Tsako West local government. The ad hoc staff of INEC began setting up at about 8:55 a.m. Still at Tsako West, voting started late in Zari West following the failure of the BVAS machine deployed to the unit. Similarly, voting in Ward 1, Unit 3, Iwohime, Eastern Southeast local government area started at exactly 11 a.m. with elderly people voting first. The rain was a challenge at Benin City as a downpour forced many voters to run for shelter, forcing many to stay away till the rain subsided.
It has been seamless. I came in just a few minutes ago and I've casted my vote. The only thing I can say is that the turnout is not that impressive. Unlike before, I know that when I come like this, times like this kind of election, we usually have crowd around, but probably because of the rain.
Governor of Edo State, Governor Obaseki, voted at Unit 19, Ward 4 of a radio local government area, where he expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the election.
For now, I'm glad with what I see. The process in my unit has been quite smooth and efficient. I just hope that the collation process will be the same.
Governorship candidate Monday Okpebolo cast his vote at Udomi Primary School. Mr. Okpebolo commended the exercise and dismissed rumors of insecurity during the exercise.
What I'm seeing here is like a testimony that INEC is getting it right. A couple of friends are calling me to say I'm getting a lot of votes from different places. But I'm not there. I'm here because this is my home.
Another governorship candidate, Asue Igodalo, expressed displeasure over INEC's lateness to polling centers.
Most definitely. If the INEC officials have just come, the process hasn't even started, so we're over 2 hours delayed. So the only fair thing would be for closure.
Olumide Akpata, who is also a governorship candidate, voted at polling unit 11 in Oredo local government area. Similarly, Senator representing Edo North Senatorial District, Adams Oshiomole, voted at Isako West local government area.
We must protect the system. The people want democracy. They don't want dictatorship, including civilian dictatorship. And civilian dictator is anyone who, through the instrument of gun or other violent means, prevent people from voting with a view to falsify outcome in his favor.
The Independent National Electoral Commission early announced extension of voting time in areas where the process commenced late. INEC stated that the election will continue in the affected areas until the last voter on the queue, who arrived at the polling unit by 2:30 p.m., has voted.
Meanwhile, the police says its personnel have arrested political thugs in some locations across Edo State. The force spokesman, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, said 3 cut-to-size locally fabricated pistols and 1 locally made gun were recovered from the suspects. He also confirmed that some suspects were arrested for vote buying. Items recovered from the suspects include a list of voters' names with corresponding monetary values, a collection of pre-filled ballot papers, and a set of fake identification cards. The force spokesman, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, was earlier on TVC News, and he gives this update.
We're able to do adequate deployment, and we've been able to carry out our duties as expected of us. With the record I have, we have almost 13 suspects arrested so far for various offences, of course, majorly political thuggery, destruction of ballots, boxes and papers, and of course, vote buying. So we have them with us, and we have recovered some ammunition of various calibers from these people.
Now, earlier, the governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, and the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Monday Okpebolo, assessed the process, describing it as seamless. And he gave his assessment of the election moments after casting his vote. We have more in this report.
Voting was largely smooth and peaceful in parts of Benin City. Young, elderly and physically challenged voters showed up to exercise their franchise.
I came all the way from Etiti, very far, to my voting center. So I came out to come and discharge the duty of a citizen.
At my age, I've been voting right from the age they started democracy, and I hope the elderly ones should be given some little preference as regards voting accreditation, so that standing is our problem.
This election, there's no any stressful, and after I cast my vote, all what we need, especially the Edo people, all what we need is our good leadership. Anybody that won, we should do the needful. Inshallah.
3 hours after voting began, Governor Godwin Obaseki arrived Unit 19 in Ward 4.
I'm glad that the military is here as a backstop. But clearly, we're not too sure what the police is doing. Because as I speak, there are some people who claim that they are policemen at the Ugbe polling polling fields today, trying to arrest people on election day in their polling units.
The governor was cautious about giving thumbs up to the exercise, knowing that it was far from over.
For now, I'm glad with what I see. The process in my unit has been quite smooth and efficient. I just hope that the collation process will be the same, that it will be peaceful and that the results will be counted and there will be no disruptions.
As voting came to an end in parts of the state, the electorates were hopeful that the result would reflect the will of the people. Uche Okoro, TVC News, Benin City.
It was a rainy Saturday as our team was caught up in the rain on our way to the polling unit of the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Monday Okpebolo. The team had to navigate several bad roads which led to difficulty in getting to the polling unit on time. Finally, we arrived at Udomi Primary School, Uwesa. This is where the governorship candidate of the APC is to cast his ballot. He stayed on the queue till it was his turn to vote, after which he spoke to newsmen.
I'm rating INEC very high. Reasons because everything is moving smoothly and the BVAS is working perfectly. You see it very as if you have not done it, you have done nothing. So it's like just go there and vote. That is how it is right now. I believe the way it is, it should be like that everywhere.
The process seems to be seamless, as explained by some residents in the area.
It's like the atmosphere is filled up with the brothers and sisters. So there's no sign of violence. Even the INEC org, they are all compliant to make sure that everything will work out smoothly.
No single problem at all. As you can see, the process is going on smoothly. Even the network is stable. So to my observation, the whole place is calm. Security tight, everywhere is okay.
Did the BVAS work for everybody?
For the people that would have voted in my own unit, there are no single problem there. No single one. There's no problem at all.
The process so far has been seamless, and our main concern is for women, and for the purpose of this election, women. And so far, the turnout have been impressive. There's no violence so far in these units. One thing that was very impressive is that the INEC officials came on time.
While many wait to cast their ballot, others that have done that are saying that they will stay to monitor the process and ensure that their vote is defended. Theophilus Ilama, TVC News, Irua, Edo State.
Well, for more updates on this developing story, I'm being joined by our senior correspondent, Solomon Ajizioku, and senior reporter, Ikenna Amechi. Good to have you both on the news, but you understand it must have been quite an exhausting moment for you and the team monitoring the election since the start of the day. But first off, give us a heads up of how things are looking at the moment ahead of the collation of the results.
All right, Esther, if you're talking to me,
All right, Solomon, let's quickly have your perspective first on this.
Okay, thanks, Esther. There. Well, I'm here at the Irokocha Hall of the Oredo local government area of Edo State, where collation is presently ongoing in there. As the RA supervisors, we call them the RA collation officers, from the wards arrive, they are ushered into the hall behind me. The door is locked at the moment. And they go there to present the results, announcing all of the figures of all of the 18 parties which contested the elections here, the governorship election 2024 here in Edo State. A couple of results have been announced from the different wards, and the returning or the collation, LG collation officer is receiving them at the moment. It took so long for this collation to start. It started about a few minutes to 10 p.m. this night. And then one would wonder that if the LGA collation of results is going on at this moment, when would they then round up for onward movement to the State Collation Center for this from this local government to the INEC State Collation Center. But then the collation of the result is going on. It's an e-result form, as it were. The ROA collation officers, that's from the wards, the 12 wards in order to do local government area, will present their results there. And then the ICT people at the Independent National Electoral Commission at the local government here will then, check them off and see that the results tally and there is no deficit and all of it. If there is any, then they will have to make the reconciliation. The parties, the agents are also here, and they are witnessing this. If they have any objection to the result, then they will voice that. So the Oredo local government area collation of governorship 2024 elections in Edo is ongoing at the moment.
All right, let me quickly come to Ikenna Amechi to give us updates on what he's been monitoring so far from the local government he's reporting. Ikenna, quickly give us a heads up of how things are and how residents have, taken part in this exercise so far. What reactions have you been getting since the conduct of these elections?
All right, Esther, the election I monitored in Esan Southeast local government area, which is the central area of Edo State, experienced delay in officials arriving quite late. In some places, they arrive as late as 10:30 a.m. and voting and accreditation, started around 11, and so that actually delayed, the process into beyond the 2:30 p.m. time of actually close of voting for collation and other processes of election to continue. So in those areas, definitely are those which might be affecting the result collation here at the collation center, the state collation center. Know that you have to collate at the polling unit, then take it to the rack before going to the local government and then coming to the state for the collation of the 18 local government areas, and of course for the result to be announced and the winner will be announced as well. So it is all those processes when there's a delay in the process of voting and accreditation, or as in the case of Esan Southeast that I monitored, where the officials arrived quite late and they attributed it to logistic problem getting, and then the rain actually affected them, their movement from the local government headquarters in Obiaja to that particular area, which is Ehohimi, and of course all those other processes. But I can tell you categorically that turnout of voters, in spite of the rain that came early, was actually very impressive. I wouldn't know how that will translate in the results when we start seeing them, but the turnout from what we see physically is quite impressive for an election, an off-cycle election. We know that voter apathy is a problem in Nigeria that has to be solved, but we saw that physically the turnout was actually impressive. But how will that translate to the voting, to the results, is what we are yet to see. And we are still awaiting the collation here at the State Collation Center. Esther.
Right. While you await the collation to begin begin at the location you're in, let's quickly move down to our correspondent, Solomon Ajuzigu, for more on updates on what he's been giving us so far. Solomon, you talked about the residents, just still at the election at the center where you are, casting their ballot, or rather taking their votes, rather. But tell us, give us an insight of what their perception has been so far since the conduct of the election. Are they satisfied, the party agents? What are you hearing? What can you tell us?
Well, I think that the party agents in Edo South generally seem a lot more satisfied with the results. It seems fair, even though they would have wished that the voters turned out much more than this. First, when we visited Ward 6, where the LP candidate voted at Ward 6 unit, polling unit 11, that's where the LP candidate voted today. Before the rain came, the crowd was massive because you have 28 polling units at the New Benin 1. It is called New Benin 1. That's the name of that ward. That's within that Ward 6. And it had, 28 polling units. That's in the Ministry of Education at Iyaro, opposite EDR College. That's a massive place, a remodeled and reconstructed Ministry of Education complex. The crowd was massive. Then the rain came, and it was during the rain that the candidate of the LP arrived to cast his ballot there. That created a sort of problem because people had to try to run for cover, take cover to avoid being wet. Some probably left for home and could not come until the rain subsided. And by the time the rain subsided, the challenge was that not many of the people who went back home returned to come cast their ballot, because when the rain subsided, it seemed some people tried to come, but it was a little running too late because time was almost going towards the end of the casting, accreditation and casting of ballots to the sorting and counting of the votes in those places. So that's been a major challenge. So the parties which did not perform well, and the agents aren't particularly happy, have to, were seen licking their wounds, as it were, but there was no overt reaction as to conflict or anything. They just took it in good faith. Maybe if the voters had turned out much more than this, maybe it would have been better for them. But I must confess that even some of the people I spoke to were like, well, the turnout wasn't as impressive as the previous ones in some of their centers, whether it was at Forestry Road, where Forestry Road near New Mission Road, very close to Ring Road here, or whether it was at New Benin at Iyaro there, or at Ikobaoka at Itoha Girls Grammar School, right, where we also went to. The crowd was low, but right, then people were like, they took it in good faith.
Right. Thank you so much, Solomon, giving us updates there. Let's quickly move on to Ikenna Ameji, who is at the collation center. Ikenna, we are yet to see the results being collated, and from what you're saying, it might be a long night. What are you hearing?
Of course, Esther, it might be a long night, and journalists that are here seems to be ready for what will be a very, very long night, because at the moment we have not heard anything from INEC on when the collation will actually start, because they are still expecting results from the 18 local government areas of the state, and if they don't have a result, definitely they won't have anything to announce yet. So like as I said, it's going to be a long night of waiting for results from the 18 local government areas, and we supposed to be hearing whether it could be shifted to tomorrow, or there will be results tripling in tonight. We're yet to hear anything of such from INEC to know if the collation will begin tonight or will be postponed till tomorrow. But we're going to still wait and see, because what we are here for is not just for the voting process of people casting their vote, but we want to get the result, and everyone, including those who are supporting and those who contested, they are eagerly waiting for the result to be announced by INEC. and that is what we are here to bring to everyone. But at the moment, no results yet, and then no result to announce from INEC. Esther.
Thank you so much, our correspondent live for us in Edo State, Solomon Ajuziogu and Imkena Amici. We appreciate the insight so far. We'll keep a tabs on you as developments unfold in the areas you are reporting. Still talking the Edo State elections, political tensions heightened in the state in the build-up to today's election, fueled by a wave of fake news targeting key players in the contest. One of the most significant developments occurred when Olumide Akpata, the Labour Party candidate, was the subject of widespread rumors claiming he had withdrawn from the race. And during our earlier programming, we spoke with a researcher from Africa Check, Catherine Adini, who was able to clear the air on some rumors circulating the social media space.
We are using social media as a tool because we've also, from past experiences, know that social media is a huge tool when it comes to pushing misinformation and disinformation. And we're also using the same approach to let people know that this particular information you're seeing is not right. And we're not just telling them that it's not right. We're pushing out the right information. What exactly it is that is correct is what we are pushing out to them. We make social media cards to say, okay, this is false, and we lay out how we have gone around checking these claims because we use publicly available evidence.
Well, as you know, the voting process got off to a slow start, and this is according to Yiaga Africa's situational statement. By 7:30 a.m., INEC officials had arrived at only 43% of polling units, and by 8:30 a.m., only 17% of units had commenced accreditation, and voting increasing to 65% by 9:30 a.m. Director of Program Yiaga Africa, Cynthia Bamalu, who was on TVC News earlier today, gave an update on the conduct of the governorship election in Edo State.
One major observation from these elections is the fact that while there were pre-elections demands on INEC to ensure that logistics issues were addressed, we still saw that in this election, which is what led to the late commencement in some locations. However, it was also a rainy day, and so the rain may have also contributed to the level of commencement across board. The second is issue around deployment of material, and I think is to commend INEC, at least from our observation. The bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, was deployed across every polling unit where we observed.
Still on to TVC News. We'll have more stories just ahead. Stay with us.
Hi, this is Dr. Abiola Salami, the world-class performance strategist, author of the best-selling book, The Magic of Emotional Intelligence, and the publisher of The Peak Performer Africa. I'm inviting all young emerging leaders, women in leadership, and C-level executives to the Peak Performer Festival 2024. The theme is Driving a Culture of Peak Performance in Africa, Leveraging the Magic of Emotional Intelligence. Date is 2nd to 4th of October 2024. We will be learning from top-tier experts from multiple industries across the globe. We have designed the Peak Performer Festival 2024 to deliver excellent return on investment for sponsors and organizations that want to leverage the event to engage customers and power up their staff for peak performance as follows. 1. The Emerging Leaders Summit, where we will equip young emerging leaders with emotional intelligence skills that will fast-track their career and enterprise growth. 2. The Women in Leadership Summit, where we will equip women with emotional intelligence skills that will position them to deliver excellence everywhere they lead. 3. The C-Suite Networking Breakfast, where we will equip leaders at the very top of the organization with emotional intelligence skills that will enable them drive sustainable growth for their organization. And finally, the Peak Performer Awards, where we will recognize legacy founders and peak performing organizations in both the public and private sector. Affordable sponsorship and corporate registration packages are available. You can reach out to us on team@tppafrica.com or call us on 090-91234-567. or you can visit www.tppafrica.com for more information. The Peak Performer Festival is an initiative of Champ Global Leadership Consultancy, a world-class organization driving a culture of peak performance. Till the next time, keep rocking your world like a champion.
Now, away from the Edo State governorship election 7 years after it was last held, the people of Kwara State went to the polls on Saturday, that's today, to elect local government chairman and councillors across the 16 local government areas of the state. Well, let's take you to Imo State, where the Edo governorship elections, away from the Edo governorship elections, where the local government election held has continued to generate mixed reactions among some opposition candidates that took part in the poll, describing it as a charade. But the ruling All Progressives Congress commended the process, saying it is credible. And senior reporter Prince Uba has more on the story.
Low turnout of voters and late arrival of materials in some polling units were part of the challenges that affected the conduct of local government election in Imo State. Although there were strong presence of security operatives at strategic points to ensure a smooth conduct of the poll.
The situation is calm, and we have over 5,000 police personnel deployed. We have other sister agencies too. We have enough deployment to all polling units.
The chairmanship candidates of All Progressives Grand Alliance, ABGA for Abombise, and his People's Democratic Party, PDP counterparts, with their supporters, who were at the local government headquarters, waiting for the election materials, were all disappointed.
The people of Abombise expected that this exercise would have started since morning, at least 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. Up to this time, we do not have any sort of material on ground in any of the polling units. We waited and we waited. We did not get any material. We did not see the staffs.
I must say categorically that what has happened here today is a travesty. I have never witnessed this type of botched electoral process in my entire life. How can you say that you want to run an election today and you didn't publish the list of ad hoc staff? We don't know any ad hoc staff. You didn't get the list of party agents.
The ruling APC dismissed the claims, saying that the process was transparent and rancor-free.
The opposition will always oppose. They will never see anything good in any process. But I can assure you that the INEC went through the due process and procedure, did all they should do according to the guidelines.
As you can see for yourself, it's really peaceful and quite overwhelming. And actually, a good number of people came to exercise their franchise.
With allegations and counter-allegations from the political gladiators, what is topmost in the minds of Imo people is a functional local government system. Prince Uba, TVC News, Owerri.
In other news, experts have called on the federal government to initiate plans that will ensure the smooth implementation of the Supreme Court judgment on the local government autonomy. Olaide Oyewole has more.
A few months ago, the Supreme Court granted financial autonomy to the 774 local governments in Nigeria.
It's an affront on the Constitution.
While Nigerians still await the full implementation of this policy, experts comprising legal practitioners, scholars and other stakeholders are gathered here to discuss and reflect on the verdict at this seminar.
The general agreement is that
Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research commended the verdict for dismantling the long-standing financial structure that gave the state governors absolute control over local governments. But she believes the government must put in place actionable plans to make this policy a success.
include development of actionable plans to drive effective implementation of the Supreme Court ruling, as well as to identify potential opportunities and challenges in the transition to financial and administrative autonomy for local governments.
The keynote speaker, renowned lawyer Niyi Akintola, believes that while the policy has the potential to drive national growth, constitutional amendments are necessary to prevent it from being merely a symbolic judgment.
And today's paper capture vividly our past over the issue. It didn't start today. And perhaps if the issue that arose between 1988 and 1999 that brought about zero allocation to the local governments, perhaps the judgment will have addressed that. It is very pragmatic, very good judgment. But those areas it left out are the areas that the present government is trying to cover by setting up a committee to address it. And we do hope that committee will come up with something pragmatic.
Organizers of this seminar believe that the success of this policy will depend on the ability of local government to mobilize resources, manage finances efficiently, and provide essential services to their communities. Oladio Yewole, TVC News, Ibadan.
Well, let's take you to Borno State, Maiduguri capital, where the issue has continued in regards to flood situation, where the latest is coming from Sheyi Tinubu, who made donations to victims of the flood disaster worth more than 500 million naira. And TVC News senior reporter Jessie Tafida has more on this.
Sheyi Tinubu, alongside his brother Yinka, friends and associates, make their way into the government house, Maiduguri. They are here to commiserate with government and people of the state over the devastating flood that has displaced tens of thousands. According to Sheyi, his visit is also to contribute his quota towards cushioning the hardship caused by the flood on people of the state. He reveals that 50 medical personnel from across the northeast states have already been deployed to assist in catering the healthcare needs of victims, in addition to donation of non-food items to over 50,000 people.
But as members of a collective effort of young Nigerians to bring hope and relief to those who need it the most. This is a moment for solidarity, compassion, and immediate action. Maiduguri and Borno have rich histories and people who are incredibly resilient, especially concerning the challenges faced in the last few years. This is why when such a painful national tragedy occurred, it deserves our collective efforts, support, prayer, and even more active collaboration and contribution.
Governor Babagana Zulum is pleased with the visit and assured of judicious utilization of the gesture.
Let me most importantly commend the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, your father, for the visit that he had to Maiduguri a few years ago, purposely to commiserate with us. He cut his journey short and then came back to Nigeria purposely to commiserate with us. People of Borno State have sincerely acknowledged.
From the government house, Sheyi, together with his team, also paid a sympathy visit to the Shehu of Borno, Abubakar Ibn Umar Garbe El-Kanami. There, he assured of more support to the government and people of the state. Jessie Tafida, TVC News, Maiduguri.
Away from that, let's take you to Benue, where the Chief of Air Staff, Hassan Abubakar, says the federal government has procured 12 aircraft for the Nigerian Air Force in the last 1 year. Air Vice Marshal Abubakar said this at Makurdi at the Air War Course, a graduation ceremony of the Air Force War College, Nigeria, in Makurdi. Mayawa Okwato reports.
In line with the federal government's resolve to adequately equip the Nigerian Air Force for the safe conduct of training and agile air power employment to meet the nation's security challenges, it is disclosed that between the last Air War course graduation in September 2023 and this year, the Nigerian Air Force had taken delivery of 12 new platforms. These include 4 Diamond 62 surveillance aircraft, 2 King Air 360 light transport aircraft, 4 T-129 attack helicopter, and 2 Usta Westland 109 Tracker. Earlier, the special guest of honor and the Minister of Defense, Mr. Mohammed Abubakar, said the nation was currently facing multifaceted security challenges which were threatening the country's peace and unity. Represented by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Ibrahim Kana, urged armed forces to provide innovations and proactive methods to combat the rise of criminality in the country.
Our nation faces multifaceted security challenges which threaten our peace, unity, and of course our prosperity. Therefore, we need innovative and proactive methods to combat the rise of these violent non-state actors, asymmetric warfare, and complex security threats.
Aside the first course that had about 30 participants, all other courses in this college has had less than 20 participants, except this present graduating course. It's clear evidence that this commendable initiative has taken root, contributing significantly to the advancement of the Nigerian Air Force, our beloved nation, and also to some of our neighboring countries.
AVM Kende said the 10th set comprises of 17 representatives of the Nigerian Air Force, 2 each from the Nigerian Army and Nigerian Air Force, 2 from the National Defense College, 1 from Ghana Air Force, and 2 from the Cameroon Air Force. It disclosed that the next course, which would commence in January 2025, would have representatives from 5 additional countries. Mayowa Okwato, TVC News, Makadi.
Now, farmers in Niger State are being empowered to adopt climate-smart practices aimed at restoring 100 hectares of degraded land. Chenami Bamiyi reports.
As the world continues to battle the effects of climate change, farmers in Nigeria are facing severe challenges due to drought and unpredictable rainfall patterns. According to the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, rainfall in northern Nigeria has decreased by nearly 20% over the last decade, while extreme heat events have increased, worsening desertification and reducing crop yields. Decades of deforestation have also led to significant land degradation, accelerating desert encroachment in northern Nigeria, where over 350,000 hectares of land are lost annually to desertification. The Agroclimatic Resilience in Semi-Arid Landscapes project is reclaiming 100 hectares of degradable land in Niger State. The initiative focuses on engaging women and youth in sustainable agriculture. In partnership with the Niger State government, 10 tractors have been provided to farmers and 100 boreholes are being drilled to address the water scarcity caused by insufficient rainfall.
It is essential to understand that this project will support our initiative to develop multi-sectoral approaches for the desiccation, control, and landscape management in the states, thereby improving community resilience and enhance livelihood of our rural communities.
And what we intend doing is by next year, 2 years, when they will have started producing these low-hanging fruits, we, the Agresa project, will be their off-takers. We will be buying the seedlings from them to go and implement in our site.
That's a significant step towards building climate-resilient economy through community empowerment and fostering sustainable agricultural practices across the state.
The Electoral project aims to combat land degradation and climate change across 19 northern states, including the Federal Capital Territory, by scaling up sustainable land management practices. Chenemi Bami, TVC News, Mina.
And to Jigawa State, where the Nigerian Medical Association has raised concerns over the shortage of medical doctors in the state, citing low remuneration as the primary cause. Chairman of NMA in Jigawa, Dr. Omar Abdulbasid, who disclosed this in Dutse, said with a population of more than 7 million, Jigawa has only 300 doctors, which is a ratio of 1 doctor to 50,000. He said this falls short of the World Health Organization's recommended standard of 1 doctor to 600 people. He warned that without better working conditions and competitive salaries, attracting and retaining qualified medical personnel will be challenging, ultimately affecting patient care.
We understand that the welfare of doctors is directly linked to the quality of healthcare delivery. Ensuring competitive salaries, better working conditions, and professional development opportunities are all essential to stopping the internal migration of our healthcare professionals. Doctors who feel valued and supported will stay and contribute to building a stronger healthcare system in Jigawa rather than seeking opportunities elsewhere. Our goal is simple: to create an environment where doctors can perform at their best and where the healthcare needs of the people are met with quality, efficiency, and compassion.
And now the wife of Ekiti State Governor, Dr. Olayemi Oyebanji, has called for a united front in the fight against gender-based violence within the state. She emphasized the need for collaborative efforts from various sectors of society to tackle this pressing issue, which continues to erode the dignity of individuals and hinder societal progress. Dr. Oyebanji was represented by the head of service, Dr. Folakemi Unumojobi, while during the opening ceremony of a 2-day workshop on gender-based violence held in Ado-Ekiti. The Deputy Governor of Ekiti State, Munisade Afuye, echoed these sentiments, describing gender-based violence as a destructive force that has devastated countless families and communities.
I wish to commend the Ministry of Local Government Affairs and the Office of our First Lady for organizing this workshop on this very important subject that has been a burning issue in our society for a long time. It is sad to know that in spite of the good investment of the subject, we have continued to experience cases of violence against women and girls in our communities. I want to particularly commend the organizer for taking this campaign to the local government as it will address the problem in our local government communities.
Gender-based violence is a menace, and we strongly also know that it's facilitated by women. It's against women. It's also facilitated by women in a number of cases.
The economic situation has brought about another dimension to human reactions to situation. And we discovered that for us at the level of the Ministry of Local Government, there is a need for us to enlighten our people and get them more informed about the prevailing and the scourge that is on as at now.
Gender-based violence in Ekiti has always been top-notch. It has always been sensitized, and a lot of our people know about it. But now, I'm happy that we are taking it to the local government, which is the grassroots.
You're still on to TVC News. We'll have more stories in just a moment. Stay with us.
Every weekday on Business Nigeria, we uncover the secrets of the financial world.
We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrencies.
We unveil and analyze complex policies of the CBN and other government parastatals as they affect your everyday life, keeping you a step ahead every time.
Okay. This is incredible. Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate facts from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life
helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape. Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Now, young people took center stage at the UN headquarters on Friday in the lead-up to the Summit of the Future, an unprecedented opportunity for world leaders to address current and emerging global challenges and reform outdated international institutions. In an interactive dialogue today, youth advocates and the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, unpacked what the implementation of Chapter 4 of the Pact for the Future means in practice. The senior correspondent, Femi Akonde, has more on this.
This interactive dialogue is part of the first day of the Action Days. It is gaining momentum for the Summit of the Future. Caleb Braithwaite, president of the Barbados Youth Development Council, says youth must hold government accountable, especially in ensuring inclusion.
We must keep our government's feet to the fire to ensure that that part of the future in relation to Chapter 4 is really actualized and realized for young people around the world. That is how we will turn this mere agreement, Chapter 4 and the Pact for the Future, into action.
The summit emphasized that youth are not merely the leaders of tomorrow, but also the change makers of today. It's called for actively involving young people in decision-making processes at local, national, and global levels.
Truly, it's time for the people who do so much of the talking to do less of the talking, and for the people who don't get to do as much of that talking to take center stage and to have the voices of my generation, the generation that has fueled the Summit of the Future, that has fueled the UN Youth Office to lead.
Taking part in the frank conversation with the youth advocates, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, reiterated one of the key reforms that needs to be implemented at all levels.
Free the young people, to let young people strive, to let the potential of young people be multiplied. I encourage young people not to be afraid to fight for their rights.
The Action Days will focus on multi-stakeholder partnership and action, paving a way towards a next chapter of multilateralism that is more inclusive and networked. The Summit of the Future is to accelerate the achievement and complete implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, but also to ensure that youth are the core of propelling global change. Femi Akonde, TVC News, New York.
Also, sports news. Liverpool has gone top of the English Premier League table after bashing Bournemouth 3-0 at Anfield. A brace by Luis Diaz and another by Darwin Núñez in the first half of the game gave the Reds all 3 points, which was a perfect response to their surprise home loss to Nottingham Forest last weekend. Elsewhere, Nicholas Jackson scored a brace as Chelsea humiliated West Ham 3-0 away, while Tottenham came from behind to beat visiting Brentford 3-1. In other results, Crystal Palace forced Manchester United to a barren stalemate, and Leicester and Everton settled for a 1-1 draw. Fulham edged Newcastle 3-1, and Aston Villa defeated Wolves by same margin. While in the Spanish La Liga, Girona's losing streak continued after a 2-0 loss away to Valencia. And elsewhere, Nigeria's Umar Sadiq was an 81st-minute substitute in Real Sociedad's goalless draw away to Real Valladolid, while Osasuna edged Las Palmas 2-1. In Germany, Bayern Munich's high goal scoring form continued with another 5-0 drubbing of Werder Bremen. In other games, Freiburg humbled Heidenheim 3-0, Union Berlin edged Hoffenheim 2-1, while Bochum and newly promoted Holstein Kiel settled for a 2-all draw. And outside Nigeria, where the number of people killed in an Israeli airstrike in Beirut on Friday has risen significantly, Lebanese officials say, with several children and women among the dead. All day on Saturday, rescuers searched through the rubble after a high-rise building collapsed and others were partially destroyed in the attack. Excavators were brought in to help clear the debris as medical staff surveyed the scene, and people waited for news of those who were still missing. The attack, which hit the densely populated neighborhood of Dahir, a Hezbollah stronghold in southern Beirut, killed at least 37 people, including 3 children, and wounded dozens. Lebanon's health ministry said the airstrike was Israel's third on the Lebanese capital this year and has been seen as a major escalation in the region that has added to fears of an all-out war. A senior UN official warned that Middle East was at risk of a conflict that could dwarf the devastation witnessed in the region so far. And finally, President Bola Tinubu has celebrated his wife, Remi Tinubu, as she marks her 61st birthday. In an emotional-laden message, the president said, quote, "Every step of the way you have shown unwavering strength, grace, and love to me, our family, and our beloved nation. You are the heart of our home, the light guiding me through the most challenging days, and the embodiment of kindness and wisdom. Your compassion, generosity, and dedication inspire millions of Nigerians and me, especially our young women who look up to you as their first lady," end quote. Well, the president also took the moment to tell his wife how truly blessed he feels to walk his path beside her. And all of us at TVC News wish the first lady a happy birthday. Right, we're still on TVC News, and Edo Decides continues at the top of the hour. To stay with us.
Join the excitement with Betano, the premier sports betting platform in Nigeria and proud official partner of Aston Villa. Enjoy our award-winning experience with fantastic betting options, cash out, and engaging missions. Discover even more exclusive features. Join now and receive a welcome bonus of up to 200,000 naira. Betano, the game starts now.
We are live in the open market for Epic 10X Challenge. My people, today now. Today, I will show you how the power of new Epic 10X gives your toilet a better cleaning than bleach.
Than bleach?
Yes, so.
Impossible.
Toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively. But Epic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10X better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs.
Oh, wow.
You can now see that Epic is better than bleach.
Akiwande Oluwole Soyinka was born on 13th July 1934 in Abeokuta, Nigeria, to parents Samuel and Grace Soyinka. His education began with the Christian lessons of his parents as well as the more traditional Yoruba spiritual customs taught to him by his grandfather. He had his preparatory university studies at Government College Ibadan in 1954, subsequently University College Ibadan, and he continued at the University of Leeds, earned a bachelor's degree in English literature. Soyinka's master's degree focused on projects combining his Yoruba culture with traditional British theatre traditions. He later returned to school in Nigeria to study African theatre, during which time he continued to produce poems and plays, one of which appeared on Nigerian television. Shortly after, he became the chief of the Cathedral of Drama at the University of Ibadan. Nigeria had only recently gained independence from Britain and political corruption was at a high. Soyinka's plays and poems became increasingly political and he began giving speeches protesting government corruption. He was accused of conspiring with the Biafra rebels. He was therefore arrested and imprisoned in 1967 for almost 2 years during the Civil War, but managed during his time to write numerous poems. He was finally released in 1969 after a brief period in France. He returned to his position at the university where he founded the magazine Black Orpheus. He left his position and Nigeria in 1971, wary of the political climate of the country. During this time, he published books of poetry and essays. His plays were collected and published, and newer plays were staged. In 1986, he was the first African to win the Nobel Prize in Literature for a wide cultural perspective and with poetic overtones fashioning the drama of existence. He dedicated his acceptance speech to Nelson Mandela and used the platform to criticize apartheid. Later that same year, Soyinka was awarded the Ajib Prize and in 1988 published his book Mandela's Earth and all the poems as well as art, dialogue, and outrage, essays on literature and culture. He also accepted a position at Cornell University. Throughout his life, he has served as a spokesman against apartheid and government corruption. He has won numerous other awards for his work, including the Anisfield Wolf Book Award, the Academy of Achievement Golden Plate Award, and the Ajib Prize for Literature. And he has taught at many prestigious universities, including Emory University, Harvard, and Obafemi Awolowo University. In his lifetime, Soyinka has published 2 novels, 3 collections of short stories, made 3 movies, translated 2 novels, 5 memoirs, 7 poetry collections, 13 essay collections, and produced nearly 30 plays. He holds honorary doctorates from numerous universities and has been invited to teach in schools around the world. He continues to write prolifically in spite of a bout with prostate cancer in 2014. Wole Soyinka, the Nigerian playwright and political activist, has positioned himself as a voice of the voiceless through his piece of art. He has distinguished himself as the African icon that continuously makes a mark in African literature and the world at large.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
Get ready to dive into the world of the Nigerian Navy as Nigerian Navy in Focus. A captivating TV program takes you deep into the heart of the activities of the nation's maritime centennial. Join us as we navigate the waters alongside the brave men and women of the Nigerian Navy who have dedicated their lives to this noble cause. Their hopes, dreams, sacrifices, and triumphs. Experience their courage, their resilience, and their unwavering commitment to serving the nation and protecting her waters and relentless pursuit of safeguarding our maritime borders. Let Nigerian Navy in Focus transport you to the seas, where bravery meets honor and the depths hold countless untold stories. Don't miss out on this unmissable TV experience. It is the Nigerian Navy in Focus, every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. on Television Continental TVC.
For God so loved the world, and he gave his only
Well, they say election is a process that begins long before the primary election, and then you see candidates taking over from there with campaigns. We saw the election, the voting exercise today across Edo State. We are now in the most critical phase of it. It's called collation, right? So the collation begins right at the polling unit. We expect some of it at the ward. We're just getting news that the collation at the Edo local government area has now been suspended. We'll be speaking with our correspondent there to understand why and how long it will take to have all of the results get to the State Collation Center in Benin City. They say Edo voters have been very patient through the process. Some delay earlier on today in some of the polling units where voting was delayed as long as 2 hours in some units. Logistics challenge raised its ugly head again, and it was also a raining day as well. We talked about the bad road network, especially in Edo North, which could have impacted on logistics on INEC side. We spoke earlier with the resident electoral commissioner who said there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps the brightest side of today's exercise is the INEC viewing portal, which is now which has recorded 96.7% of uploaded results. It means we now have results from 4,373 polling units out of 4,519. When will the collation begin? We don't know yet, but we have our correspondents there in Edo, and we'll be talking to them very shortly. Welcome to the last laps. Hopefully that the collation begins tonight. I'm joined by Dr. Jide Johnson, who is Chief Lecturer at NIJ. I also have with me Olufemi Lawson, Public Affairs Analyst. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the program this evening.
With a pleasure. It's a Johnson and Lawson affair. Thank you for having us.
Well, I should find a song. How do I do that? Nifemi sing.
It's allowed.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Oh, what a day it's been. INEC came up with the usual story we tell of logistics challenge again today. And, well, from the feedback, they say that may not have completely impacted on the number of turnout. But with time, we can tell if the voter turnout is better this time. It doesn't look like it, though. The last election in Edo, less than 30% of registered voters actually turn out. From the look of things, what's your evaluation of the process?
I think the most important thing for me so far is the fact that unlike the atmosphere that we witnessed over the last couple of days, yes, particularly during the campaign and statements by political actors in the build-up to the election, one would have thought today would have been about bloodshed, violence. And it's good that the people of Edo State has proven that, of course, irrespective of the emotion of politicians, that they can conduct themselves peacefully, that they can peacefully choose candidate of their choice, hoping that their choice is reflected in the outcome of this election. But ultimately that there were no significant cases of violence, despite the tension in the build-up to this election, is something worthy of note.
We heard about do-or-die affair.
Yes.
The PDP candidate refused to sign the peace accord. But we must give it to the security operatives as well. Over the night, they made some significant arrests and a couple of arrests in the course of the day. What do you think, Dr. Johnson?
Yeah, when the agencies that are meant to ensure that there is free and fair election comply with the rules and regulations that guides the conduct of the election, this is the type of outcome you get. And at the end of the day, it becomes pretty difficult to challenge that outcome. It will reduce the number of days, resources we spend on litigation. Most of the outcome of our election are determined by the courts, because we provided clue for that during the conduct of the election. So a situation whereby you have the agencies, the security agencies, the supervising electoral body for the election, complying with laid down rules and procedure, when it is pretty difficult for you to manipulate the process as business as usual, then you comply with what is on ground. And this is what we want for our election to be. Election should be a carnival. It should be a contest in which you win, you lose. It shouldn't be a do or die affair. And if you lose, you know the reason why you lose. And if you win, you know the reason why you win. You won the election. The challenge we have had is people have won election in this country through the judiciary. As a result of that, their legitimacy did not directly come from the people. So how would they be responsible to the people? I think if we follow this template that we have, if you take this election and you situate it with the off-cycle election we had in Imo, in Bayelsa, and in Kogi State, you know that this is an improvement concerning what we had in those three states.
We have some updates from Oredo where collation of results there has been suspended after some delay. We understand that collation had been ongoing at the Urokota Hall at the Oredo Local Government Secretariat, but after 3 of the wards had presented their results, the collation officer for the local government area announced that it was no longer safe to continue the collation after word and violence from Ikpobaoha filtered in. They have now moved already results collation to the state center, also in Ikpobaoha. They say it gets a little bit more dicey now. Long after the voting has been done, this is where the real collation takes place. So fear of violence is beginning to affect the timing of the collation.
Yes, it's looking like that, but I think this is a time that the security agencies on ground must now take full charge of the process, not by interfering, but ensuring that this last phase of the process is allowed to run smoothly. Even though we've had over 90% of the results already posted on the portal, the law is that the results are going to be announced legally at the collation center. And that is why, irrespective of what we have seen on the portal, where these results are going to be announced must be secured, and that is the collation centers. And if it's not going to be safe to continue that in the dead of the night, I don't think it is going to be too much for people who have roles to play, particularly the political party agents and security agencies, to protect and secure these centers. Then maybe when it's done, collation can resume.
Solomon Adozogu is standing by with more updates on what's happening in Oradell. We're hearing that the collation at the local government level has been suspended for fear of violence. Give us more context to what's happening there, Solomon.
We were just at the Oredo, the Urokota Hall in Oredo LGA, the collation center for the local government. After a brief delay, some of the officers began, some of the supervisors began coming in, and then the collation of results at the local government level commenced a few minutes to 10 p.m. Tonight. But then after three wards, we had 12 wards in Oredo LGA. After the announcement of about 3 results, the collation officer just had to put a stop to the announcement when words filtered in from a place called Igbebe in Ikpobaoha, that violence had erupted there. Presumably that may be a collation center in that local government. Don't forget that Oredo local government and Ikpobaoha, both of them are the largest voting local governments in Edo State. And much was expected to come from there. Much votes were expected to come from there, from the 2 local governments. Just while the announcement of this one here in Oredo was going on, then issues came up. Even around the hall, the Urokota Hall, where the announcement of the collation of the results for the local government was going on. You could see some strange-looking individuals around there. Even by the time I got there, someone had given me a hint to be very careful that thugs were milling around. And it was a bit scary even around there while the announcement was going on, despite the heavy presence of security agents at the hall. Right now, the collation for the Oredo elections, the governorship elections in Oredo, has been moved to the INEC State Collation Center. Curiously, That's also in Ikpo local government. You know, that's where the INEC office is along the Aduwawa way. If people outside Ikpo do not feel safe collating their results in Oredo, how would they feel safe if they are now going into Ikpo? Well, you say it's the INEC State Collation Center, which might be a much better secured place. But as it is right now, the collation of governorship election results in Oredo local government has been moved to the State Collation Center.
But Solomon, can you confirm if all the results are in from the wards in this local government?
Well, at the point, the collation officers from the wards were already seated, and the collation officer at the local government was inviting them one after the other. And it was on the third one that he stopped, announcing, telling them that he no longer felt safe around there, and it was not advisable to continue collating the results there at Turokota Hall in Oredo. And so they all moved out with all the security agents with them to the State Collation Center.
So I'm wondering what security presence was like at the local government collation center. Was it that the thugs were going to overwhelm them? 35,000 police personnel were deployed for this exercise. What did you see as regards security infrastructure around that facility while the collation was ongoing?
Well, it felt we had so many security men there, but I think a sticking point there was that it was too dark around the hall.
Okay.
It's a well-built hall, beautiful hall. You must have seen the shots of the hall that we sent from here. Well laid out hall, but outside it, all of it surrounded. It's just by the ring road there, very close to the Oba's Palace. It's just there by the ring road. And the amazing thing is that all of the surroundings are dark. The ring road is lighted, everywhere you can see almost a pin, on the ground there. But around the Iropota Hall is too dark. The parking lots are too dark. And I was wondering, okay, so if you have a collation center here, one of the most important points about security is light. So you don't have light at the Iropota Hall, and this is the collation center for this local government. This is not the first time it's been used. It's always been the collation center for the local government. You would have expected better light all around that hall, especially at a time like this when results will be collated there. And so some of these people were milling around. Even when the INEC officials were moving out of the hall and going out, we saw residue of some of the young men around, milling around, and you were wondering, who are these people? There were so many of them around there. Even though they did not appear to follow the INEC officials and the security officials to where they were going, they took their own time and sat back and waited there. But it could be scary watching them, and some of us had to quickly take our leave from there.
So, Solomon, what do you envisage will happen now? Will they create a section for Oredo local government within the State Collation Center for their own collation to happen? And how would that impact on the timing for the state collation?
Maybe this shouldn't be hard. No, now, what happened in Oredo generally in all the 12 wards was that they broke their own collation centers in the local government from the wards in the local government into regions and zones. So you had a collation center of 5 wards or 3 wards in a particular area. So wards 4, 5, and 6, where we went to had their collation center at EDR College. And you had a lot of space there, a lot of halls, a lot of classrooms there, where each of the wards could actually collate their own results there and then bring it together to their own supervisors, who would then bring, all of this to the LG Collation Center. That can be replicated at the State Collation Center, where you have various halls. They can have a separate hall in INEC there, where they can announce their own results, and then join the others at the main hall at the INEC state headquarters to collate the entire results.
Do you think the collation at the state level will commence before dawn?
Collation at the state headquarters is dependent on the arrival
Well, we have to get back to
results from the local government. Now,
we'll probably have to get back to Solomon
the closest
subsequently.
Local government to this worker, of course.
Solomon, hold that thought. We have to work on your connection to get back to you. Thank you for the update there. We'll talk to you much later. Dr. Johnson, what do you think? What do you make of the security threat? Okay, let's begin with the light issue. There is no light.
It's nothing new. And then you wonder the resources that is earmarked for the election, and you wonder how INEC can justify the resources. You look at even places that are used for collation, just getting a small generator to power for the World Collation Center. The World Collation Center is the starting point from all the polling units in the world. In that particular local government, there are 12 wards. Now, 12 wards, and he said in one particular area there are 4 wards. 3 wards where 3, 4, 5, 6 are collating their result in the same compound. That itself is an invitation to chaos. So we need to ask this question about INEC. How do they justify, 1, the resources they spend on logistics? 2, how do they justify the resources they spend on the collation centers? When you look at the collation center we use for our election, if it's for them to do a social function, election is like an event. Now, if for them to do a party or to do a social function, they will get the gen, they will decorate the place, they will do all of it. Compare the local government collation center, both the security, both the light, with the state collation center. It's a complete 360 turn around. Why wouldn't you have light where you are collating the result? How much will it cost INEC to get a gen to power that particular center? Well, when men went to sleep, the enemy came to shoot us. So a lot of things happen in the dark. People that have sinister motive will always pray for something to be in the dark. If it's only those that have something to hide that do something in the dark. And what is happening is just strategic. If you have an understanding of the trappings of election, like some of us that have participated in election before, I'll tell you, the game is a game that is going on over there. It's a game. Now, if you collate Edo result, which is, 1, the local government of the governor, which is one of the largest local government of the local government. If you know the game we play in Nigeria, you understand. I won't say more than that.
I'm wondering who is playing this game.
I won't say more than that.
But let us just wrap up with Solomon. You were talking about expectation as to when collation can resume or commence rather at the state headquarters.
Right. So we did not start collation at Oredo until the results came in. The officers came in with their result sheets. So at the state headquarters, collation cannot start if you do not have results to announce. So the best way to start is for those that are closer to the state headquarters, which you have Ikpobaoka, then you have Oredo, then the entire Edo South, Ihuwande local government, and Orionwo, Ego, and the rest of them, before you now begin to bring in the results from Edo Central and then Edo North. So first the close by local governments and then the far-flung ones. So until those results come in, if the one in Oredo here hasn't been concluded, they cannot step up to the national collations, to the state collation center to begin collation of results the state collation to begin there. It's those who are ready, and those coming from far-flung places, from Edo North and from Central. Well, that's some logistical challenge. Hopefully, the journey will continue all through the night, and as they come, the results will be announced. If they have one or two, they could begin the announcement and wait for the others to arrive. Once they arrive, then they take them up. Once they finish 1 or 2, 3, and the others haven't arrived, they take a break and wait for them to arrive, and then they continue announcement. That's the way it goes actually.
Well, there are about 7 local government areas in the Edo South, Oredo, Ovia Southwest, Ego, Ipobaoa, Onwade. Hopefully, we'll get some results in from them to the State Collation Center. But we'll see how it goes. Solomon Adozego, thank you for your coverage. It's probably going to be a long night. We're also waiting to hear from INEC as to the way forward from here. We'll get back to you shortly, Solomon. There's a lot of talks now as to, we're going to get back to the infrastructure. He was talking about the resources that have been at INEC's disposal. You have covered election for a while. Can we blame all of this on INEC? We've seen the State Collation Center itself. Our correspondent was talking about how small the space is, and she was saying she's not sure this place would take all of the stakeholders who would want to be there.
It's not just about the inability of INEC to cater for its logistic needs, but also it really exposes even the decadence in our public infrastructures. Because it is not until we have elections that we should begin to realize that these are public spaces that ordinarily should be put in shape. It tells you that a lot of those public spaces, particularly in the state where election is being conducted today, are not even fit for human habitation. I know there are states in Nigeria today where you can conduct election and collate even in this very hour. It tells about the level of development of our states. It tells about the fact that election is exposing the decadence in our public infrastructures. So this is not, I don't think there's any magic INEC could have done to provide power, because I find it because if you look at the cost of elections, and we now begin to add the purchase of 232 generators for 232 ward collation, it may even require some polling, wards, having to wait for collation from polling units. Do we also power them, using generators? So it tells about how much more we have to invest in our public infrastructures, so that beyond elections, if there are also very important needs for us to use our public infrastructure at any time of the day, it should be readily available.
By the way, we may not even have had the issue of light if voting started on time, if the election materials got into the...
No, collation in most instances have always ended up at this time of the day.
I'm saying at the ward and the local government areas. Elections usually end by 2:30 p.m. 2, 3 sometimes,
but there were extensions not everywhere. In this case, only in some places.
Because of delayed arrival.
But some of the factors responsible for this, just like I said, are also public infrastructures. There are places that you may not have to travel to if you don't have access to a motorcycle or other means of transportation. There are places where even you have to travel hours to get to the local government headquarters because of the bad state of public infrastructures like road. So a lot of these things are connected to how efficient INEC can be during elections.
Let us talk about IRA for a bit, Dr. Johnson. A few hours ago, INEC Nigeria tweeted, breaking news, the Commission's attention has been drawn to an allegation of wrong figures entered into polling unit result sheets in the ongoing Edo State Governorship election. This is the second complaint we have received out of the 4,519 polling units used for the election. The Commission will immediately investigate the matter and deal with any proven infraction. So as we speak, 97% of those results have been uploaded on INEC's viewing portal. What's the implication of this if we have 100% and collation has not started, and then people are noticing some discrepancies in the figures?
You see, you raised an issue earlier. Election ends by 2:30. And I think we provide time for voting. It's high time we provide time for collation. Any result that is not collated within a time frame will not be received. if we could provide time frame that, okay, voting and accreditation starts by 8 a.m., it ends by 2:30 p.m., then collation at the ward level, should be a 2-hour spectrum. If you are traveling within a ward, you can't spend, there's no ward in Nigeria that you spend 2 hours to travel from the polling unit to the ward. So those that are closer, you'll have been collating them. Then the ones that will come later, you had it. So we provide a time frame that, okay, between 3 and 5:30 p.m., ward results should be ready. Then between 6 and 8 p.m., the local government result should be ready. There is no local government in Nigeria that it will take you 4 hours to travel to the local government, to get to the local government secretariat. Now we put a time frame on voters, but when it comes, the real election actually is the collation. Now you are seeing INEC saying that they've entered some fake results. You and I witnessed it here in the last election, whereby the result that people contested, the result that was being declared at the local government collation center, as against the one that the original that they have at the polling unit and the ward unit. So look, I'm not excusing INEC from some of the things. How many times have we done election? How many? This is even an off-cycle election. It's just one state. If INEC should deploy all its resources to ensure that there is due diligence, and they use this as a test case to deal with the weaknesses they observe in the election in Imo, in Bayelsa, and in Kogi State, and even in 2023. Don't forget that in 2023 gubernatorial election in Nasarawa State, the election was won with one result from one ward, which was in Lafia, which got to the Lafia is the state collation center. That ward, the result of that ward did not get to the collation center until the second day. So it's important look, if you are using this technology, which one, if this is the backup and it has been uploaded, and then you have your BVAS and you have all of that, whatever is here, I believe is authentic compared to whatever anybody is writing, is writing on any reason.
Unfortunately, I don't think this one can be tendered in court.
Of course, the law is very clear. The law has already stated that result would be announced at the collation center.
Yes.
Whatever the returning officer announces, that is the result. That is what's not what I read. But this is going to provide some level of transparency and caution to people who may be intending.
So that at least you will know that there's a limit to which you can read.
Yes. And I think INEC is working in the direction of transparency by ensuring that its portal has worked to the extent that we could have 97% of result already displayed.
The portal was not used in the last off-cycle election.
No, we're looking at the portal right now. It's saying 97.08%. We now have total submitted results from 4,387 polling units out of 4,590. Do you consider this unprecedented that by 11:31 we already have 97 results? I mean, 97% of results.
It's an improvement. You know, when INEC started this deployment of this tool, it was first used during a state constituency election in Nasarawa State. The next was Edo 2020 Guba election. That's at 7 p.m. in 2020. A good number of results, though not as much as we had as at 7 p.m. this evening. Well, so INEC had used Edo in 2020 to set a good record for the deployment of this tool. And I think today is an improvement. And I think INEC should consolidate on this and avoid a situation whereby we go back to the era of unavailability, just like Doctor said, in Kogi. You know, this was not available for use. In Bayelsa, this was not available for use.
I'm just wondering, what we are scared about, really, Dr. Johnson. Because right now, this is 97%. It means, therefore, that if this thing is electronic, we can have real-time 97% of all the results across the polling units. Instead of bringing it back to using white and black pen to tabulate it, what's the challenge here?
It's very clear. There's no law backing it up, and the Supreme Court has ruled on that matter. And then what we expect from the 10 national assemblies for them to come up with a law to back this up, and that this result validates. What if this result validates what is being declared? This becomes the authentic result, because this is uploaded in real time. This is what happened at the polling unit. As soon as you are through with the election, you upload the result on the IRF. So I think we should appeal to the members of the National Assembly.
Do you think the political will is there to make
for the you see, look, we keep appealing to them because we must get it right. You see, people keep complaining that they are not getting. We like using this word dividend. I don't like dividends because you'll be talking about. That's why they give people crumbs and deliverables. When you promise, you deliver. So that's the reason why we don't get deliverables of democracy, because people that are elected ultimately know quite all right that in most cases their election happens through the court system and through the collation system. It's clear there are thousands of results that we have, evidences that we have with respect to what happened during the day and what happened in the cool of the night through collation. And it is whatever is collated that is declared. And once you are declared as the winner, you have to go to court. And we had a case of a senator, you recall, in 2019 that won the election. It was a sitting governor. He won election into the Senate, and then the INEC official, the return, said gun was pointed to his head to declare this. The guy served 4 years in the Senate, and nothing happened to that. And so we must tidy up this system. If we don't tidy up our electoral system, we will never get deliverables of democracy.
You know, I've been covering elections for a few years now, and it's always burdensome. This is the most burdensome part of the election. I mean, how can you have computers and you still insist on writing it on paper?
Pen and paper.
It is turning logic on its head.
There's just a simple way forward. The electronic voting system must be consolidated upon to accommodate electronic computation of result. Because now we have advanced. In truth, we're making progress, because in the past, you have to resort to pen and paper for accreditation. You have to look at pictures compared to, now there's an advancement. Even RF is an advancement. So we must begin to demand, or continue to demand, that we improve on the existing introduction of technology into election to the extent that now we cannot accommodate electronic computation of result. And that is the only way we can move from using it for accreditation, for voting, for uploading of result, but not using it to authenticate result.
Let us get feedback from some of the stakeholders in this election. The PDP governorship candidate Aswa Ighodalo has reacted just after he cast, was it before or after? But let's hear from him what he thinks about the whole process.
I'm not very happy with the process that delayed the coming of materials. Again, this is a single state election. INEC has had all the time to prepare, all the resources, and so we shouldn't have had some of the problems we had today. But having said that, the good thing is that the people have been calm, the people have remained very patient, the people are steadfast, and they've made up their mind that they will stay here, they will wait the process, and they will cast their vote. And nothing's going to deter them. So that's good. But then people don't need to go through that hassle and suffering to be able to cast their votes. It's not necessary. But by and large, on balance, our exit polls just show what we knew. So we expect that we will win this election hands down by a landslide. And we'll see what happens, Thereafter, we will settle with the people of Edo State, and we will make sure that we move our state to the next level by God's grace. I'm very proud. The Nigerian military has made me extremely proud. They've taken charge. They've shown great responsibility. They've shown that they can protect their people, and I'm extremely proud. And our military, in years gone by, they've always accredited themselves with the best anywhere in the world, and I think they're going back to those days, and I'm truly proud. So all the other people that have been funny in the way they've been carrying out their duties, the military has neutralized them, and I'm so proud. And like I said, the INEC chairman has assured and promised us that there is not going to be any such collusion in this process. Again, I believe him until he proves otherwise. So, by and large, what time is it now? 12:20 today. We're confident, we're okay, we're hopeful. We're not happy about a few ongoings in some places, but we remain confident. Well, if it's the election, we will win, hands down.
He is not much of a politician, but it sounds like he's sounding like one who understands the temperature of politics. They say you don't completely load the umpire until you know whether the result is swinging your way. He said a lot of things about how he felt as regards the position of security operatives. We didn't capture everything he said, but he was concerned about what he called partisan support on the part of police personnel. Some huge allegations he made earlier on. What do you make of his reaction to this process?
Well, I think that he commended the military for maintaining neutrality and balance, and what we expect of the police and what we expect of INEC and security agencies is for them to be neutral. And now I've said it over time, until we allow the security agencies to vote through whether early voting or whatever, because they don't participate in the process. Journalists don't participate in the process. We just cover the event. Military don't participate in the process. Police don't participate in the process. So they are not stakeholder. So if you had voted earlier and you are going to monitor the votes, you protect the vote because you are a stakeholder. So in most cases, the critical stakeholder to ensure neutrality and compliance with the law don't have any stake in the election because they don't vote. They don't actually vote, so they don't have any stake. So I'm looking forward to us having an electoral reform that allows journalists, that allows people in security agencies to vote early before the election. So when you vote early and you see that you have voted in one direction and somebody is trying to compromise that election, you protect it because you're a stakeholder. But in this situation, they are no stakeholders. They are detached. And as long as they are detached, it's like a pendulum. Anything can swing them to whichever side you want them to be swung to.
Mr. Lawson, the PDP candidate had some delay in his own polling unit. I recall that he was asking INEC to ensure that the timing is extended. But what did you see from his body language? It was midday and he was still talking about the confidence of winning this election.
Well, the delay is not peculiar to this election. It has become a culture during our elections. And the INEC heeded to the call, extended voting time in places where they were delaying the deployment of election materials. And I think that should be enough to address whatever concern he had, just like some of the persons who had concern about the actual time for voting. For his confidence level, he must have been assessing it from the point of the effort his party has invested into the process prior to today's election. But that was not just limited to him. Even I listened to the Labour Party candidate, even the candidate of the APC. They all sound confident that this election will turn out in their favor. But the ultimate decider are the people who have voted, while, of course, we also do hope that has been expressed at the polling stations reflecting the results that we announced.
They all sound confident until the results start coming in, because only one person will win this election, not two. But let's hear from Adam Soshomale, who is a former governor and who they say is a critical stakeholder in this election. We'll probably have heard from him more than we've heard from the APC candidate. He also reacted to the process.
These people are here, and I know that our next standard policy is that once you have showed up, they will not stop you from voting. I think that has always been their standard thing. Now the people are here. I don't see anybody who is going to tell them not to vote. So I think the problem will due to the media. Don't focus on the alleged negative. Because what you are telling me now, I have not seen it in the camera. Talk to me about what you are seeing here. Eyewitness, not here, see. You understand? So, but my happiness is that these people who are the forgotten majority of rural people are showing to the elite hunger is not a reason for us to sell our votes. We will queue. We will not fight. Some people said this election will not take place. There will be do or die. Other people say they will blood. So whatever has to be done to put those guys who want to disrupt peaceful. Now, these guys are here peacefully. If they find somebody planning somewhere how to come and hijack this outcome, it makes sense to prevent him from doing so. We will allow one person to veto what hundreds or thousands of people are doing. So for me, that is it. You know, we must protect the system. The people want democracy. They don't want dictatorship, including civilian dictatorship. And civilian dictator is anyone who, through the instrument of gun or other violent means, prevent people from voting with a view to falsify outcome in his favor. And everything has to be done to put those minority, no more than 0.0001% of people who want to undermine democracy, they have to be dealt with so that the majority of the people's interests can be protected and the will of the people prevail.
The comrade governor, who is now a senator, they say Shomole knows how to win elections. He fought his victory in court the first time, won a second time, got his godson to succeed him. They fell out, and then he lost in 2020 thereabout. But he's won election in Edo North, and this time around, do you agree with the school of thought that this election is actually between Oshomole and Obaseki?
He campaigned more than the governor himself. He appeared at media interviews. He did more media rounds than Obapolo, and he seems to be more the face of APC in contesting the election in Edo State compared to the candidate himself. So he's more or less like the critical stakeholder. It's like a contest between the godfather and the godson, deciding who succeed them. You know, Obaseki succeeded Oshiomhole before they fell out. So I think that whether we like it or not, the issue of godfatherism is still prevalent in our polity, and even some of the statement made by the comrade governor are self-indicting statement with respect to talking about the silent majority and the elite. Is the governor not an elite? He's talking about, and then for me, I think that the political class need to sit down and look into the mirror and reflect. If you look at the places where elections are conducted, they find it easy to go to those places to cast their votes every 4 years. And then after that election, do they remember to go back and put some certain infrastructure? That's the polling unit of a two-term governor, of a sitting senator, of a national party chairman. You could see the polling unit. The polling unit is a primary school. You could see the premises of that primary. It's an indictment of the entire political class. Now you will see where the governor actually voted to, Obaseki. The polling unit he voted. You look at the primary school to which he voted. We are going to see the primary school in which Obapolo, the APC governor, gubernatorial candidate, voted to. So you see when the political class come and they try to gaslight with the media that the media are not doing this, the media are not doing that. What else does he want the media to do than what they are doing by asking questions and putting it on them as regards what they are going to do for the populace? The question we need to ask is, who are the silent majority? Who are the silent minority that is talking about? And who are the elites that is talking about? It is not about wearing khaki left, right, and center that makes you to be an elite. So all this populist idea will not help us in this country. We have seen populism. Where has it taken us to? The bottom line is those that we have elected into public office, let them deliver for the people. If you don't deliver, you don't deserve.
Very interesting development in Edo State. My previous guest was talking about how Oshomole became governor on the back of fighting godfatherism. And then you recall that even in the last election, that was what Obaseki talked about. Both of them seem to be in the same situation now, trying to front for another person to succeed them.
Yes, just like you earlier said, even though we didn't say much of the APC candidates, during media round, during the campaign, same of comrade, you also agree that Mr. Obaseki appeared on a number of times as if he was actually the candidate for this election also, even though his candidate was visible and was seen all over the media. So it was a battle of survival for these political godfathers, as the case may be, while Comrade Adams want to, affirm his authority and sustain his political leadership. the outgoing governor is also trying to build the same culture, thereby nullifying the claim earlier that, no, this was about defeating a godfather, because here is another emerging godfather. And I think this is synonymous to our politics. It has become like the norm. And in few instances where a candidate emerges as winner of an election without the support of his predecessor, you realize that such states are practically turned into a theater of discordance and war throughout the tenure of such governor. It is because largely our people are not taking the center stage, are not showing enough strength in establishing the fact that they should be the real godfathers to candidates, to political parties. The people have taken the back seat, allowing very few influential individuals to take the driver's seat and begin to, dictate what becomes the fortune of a candidate, what ordinarily should be the dictate of the mass population of the people.
Absolutely.
It's becoming...
One would have thought that with what we saw in Rivers State and a couple of other states, that politicians will be less interested in the person who succeeds them, because the fact that your candidate wins doesn't necessarily mean that you will win that person's loyalty forever. But I'm concerned about what this means for continuity in governance. I was speaking with Philip Shoaibu the other day about Obaseki's master plan that is expected to guide governance in the coming tenors and what have you. And he was saying that he disagreed completely with him, that how can you bring up a master plan 2 or 3 months before the expiration of your tenure? You can already feel the sense that if another party emerges, it's probably going to rubbish everything that's been done in the past years.
Even if the same party emerge, after the election, the guy will start his own project. I just returned from Kaduna this evening. I was in Kaduna for more than a week. Basoni succeeded El Rufai, and then the projects that El Rufai started, Basoni has not touched. So some of them, that's even from the same party, from the same political family. So what the fact that even if Azwe should win this election, or if Obiakpolo should win, they are not bound to follow.
Okwebolo.
Oh, sorry. On Monday, I'll use Monday. Monday, Senator. I'll use the senator for him. I'll use senator so that I don't suffer the problem. A lot of Americans are suffering. Trying to pronounce Kamala Harris, whether it's Kamala or Kamala or whatever. So Senator, please, I apologize. Senator Monday, if he wins the election, he's not duty bound to go by what Obaseki has laid down and then Obaseki is trying to play smart. Why wait to 3 months to the end of your administration before you come up with a master plan? But the real issue is the challenge you have had from 1999 to date is about continuity in government. People tend to personalize governance. You knew a lot of things that are also initiated in Ogun State in terms of those. You can see those monuments, those bridges in Akute, in Alagbole, everywhere. You can see them all over the states. As soon as the new governor came in, he didn't touch it. He will start his own project. And whose fund is being wasted? And I think that we need to look into that. Probably the National Assembly need to look into that and legislate on that particular matter. That once at the expiration of any administration, any project that is budgeted for, you can't do a project without a budget. The budget is a law. It's a bill that has been passed into an act of the parliament to be complied with the successor. And then we begin to have meaningful development across the state. Otherwise, we have stopgap project. Now, this project is started. There's one project that Amici started from
monorail.
Exactly, from the airport down to in Port Harcourt. Wike did not touch it for 8 years. And whose fund was invested in that? It was River State fund. It was not Amici's fund. It was not Wike's fund. There's every likelihood that Fubarachu will not touch some of the projects that Wike left behind. It's the personalization of governance. Governance shouldn't be personalized. You are contesting election to win and to run for the larger interest of the populace. And it is public fund that is being expended. It's not your father's money. So once someone starts a project, you can complete the project. It's on record that, okay, so person started this project, so person completed the project. I recall there was a crisis when the dancing governor, his first 100 days, you know what he did when he first became governor was to complete the project that Electoral started, initiated, and people said, "Oh, he did not start. He did not do any project in his first one." And it created a paradigm shift in his approach. But that's the way governance should be. I shouldn't be afraid or too proud to continue the project you have started.
Isn't that even the wise thing to do? It saves you money. I mean, it saves you time. Something that's already started, you finish. I think Fubara also did that with some of the projects. But looking beyond all of these, what do you think is the problem? Is it a legislative issue or just a problem with the leadership?
It's about the problem of institution. What we call master plan in most cases are merely individual ambition of people who occupy position. Like for instance, you're governor for 8 years, you're bringing a plan in 3 months. It's just about your individual ambition. Master plan in the real sense of it are state policies, the institutional plans that whoever becomes whatever must work with, irrespective of where it's coming from, irrespective of the political family or, party is coming. But when we misinterpret individual ambitions or individual plan as state master plans, then you continue to have what we are saying all over the place. A lot is invested in a project, and that is why Lagos is always an example. Whether you like it or not today, this is one of the very few states where you've not had the tragedy of abandoned projects. Because it is beyond the fact that when Ashwaju became governor in 1999 to 2007, that he's an ambitious person, he has his ambition. I think the state has been able to adopt, and that is why if anybody becomes the governor of Lagos State today and now begin to initiate the culture of abandoned project, it will look so alien to the people that it will be very easy to call such a person out.
That's right.
But in most cases, people come with their individual ambitions, something they have dreamt about in the corner of their bedroom, and they bring it up as a master plan, and the moment they leave, the successor comes in and have his own dream again from the comfort of his bedroom and call it the state master plan. And we have had all sorts of master plans for one state, none of which has ever been successfully executed. So just like Doctor said, we must be able to define what is called a master plan. It must be institutionalized to the extent that there are laws that must back it up. That if there are policies established by our predecessors, if there are projects initiated by, as a matter of state principle, such projects must not be abandoned. Because these are not your personal projects or personal dreams, as long as they are funded by the commonwealth of the people.
Absolutely.
Let me just quickly add this. On that note, we are telling the governor of Lagos State, come and help us do the Fagba Bridge. That project was initiated. It was initiated in 2015. So that Fagba Bridge, to cross over the rail and to provide leverage for that particular, that project has been on the drawing paper for close to 8 years now. We need that bridge to be done.
In the spirit of continuity.
In the spirit, thank you very much.
In the spirit of continuity. Let us talk about zoning and power sharing in Edo State, because that played a significant role. The sentiment that power must return to Edo Central, where they have not produced a governor in so many years, and APC and PDP complied, except for the Labour Party that went with Edo South. How much do you think that we have reached that gentleman agreement, across board, where we can tell that it is my time, it is your turn? We've had this conversation about it's about competence. And then the other people will say you can find competence in all of the regions. That doesn't mean you should neglect a region forever.
Who are those that created the Edo South, the Edo North, Edo what have you? I love the system they adopt in the United States. If you are contesting for the Senate, it's a statewide office. You contest throughout the state. You are senator representing Texas, senator representing what have you, not the senator representing a particular. Those senatorial districts were creation of military regime. They were not creation of the people. It was not people that bound them together. Don't forget that the constitution we are using is 1999, is a byproduct of the 1995 Constituent Assembly, which was meant to perpetuate Abacha in power forever, and that was given to Justice Nikitobi and 13 others to review, which gave us the 1999 Constitution as amended. When you look at this senatorial district, let me talk about, in Lagos State, for example, there are 20 local governments. But you know, in Lagos West, how many local governments constitute Lagos West? It's 10. And 5 for the others. So if I'm senator representing Lagos West, I have to do twice as much as what 2 others. And so you see, all of these creation, they were artificial creation for political expediencies by the political class. As far as governance is concerned, governance does not look at you whether you are from Edo South, Edo North, or Edo East, or whether you are from the North or you are from the South. I keep telling people, at a point in time in the old Oyo State, the governor and the deputy were from the same division. They were from the same division. Bola Ige and Afolabi, SM Afolabi. In 79, Babaja Konde and Chief Rafiu Javojo. Babaja Konde ran from Ilupeju, which is Mushin. Mushin is under Lagos, what you call Lagos West. Agege is under Lagos West. Both of them ran from that same. You see, all of this does not help us. We must get to the point in which that whoever the best man, let the best man do the job. When it comes to governance, governance does not distinguish between North, East, West, or what have you. These are just artificial. Again,
it is what is ideal versus what is real. Because I'm wondering what happened between that time that is referring and this time where it actually matters to the people, or is it the politicians that have so much emphasized beyond the reality of the people? No.
It's beyond political manipulation. Between the period of 1973 and now, our country, whether we like it or not, has become so polarized in a manner it was never within those periods.
Along ethnic and
to the extent that we have become so sensitive to our ethnic, to our religions. But in actual fact, it has gotten to a point that when it is now zoned to those senatorial districts as artificially created, then you now begin to say the former one was a Christian, now he should be a Muslim. That is how terrible it has gone. And it is a reality that we are currently living with. Because ordinarily, one would have expected that a democracy that is growing should continue to advance to the extent that we can operate on the basis of merit and collective aspiration as a people. But until we address the divisions that have been created between that period and now, along ethnic, along religious sentiment, and some other factors that have polarized our people, we may not be able to go back to those days where we look at our best from wherever they are coming from and make them governors, president, or whatever.
Or maybe we've also not had excellent leadership to model, leadership across board. Because the reason why people in a particular ethnic zone will want someone from their midst to become governor is perhaps what they think they will benefit directly from him because of ethnic affiliation.
If you have had credible leadership that are excellent in performance, people will not be so much concerned about having their brother or their constituent as emerging as governor, whatever.
Some have made reference to how universities came into their town because of the governor who was a power.
Okay, it's good. Very, very good. And after the university came to their town, everybody in the town became a university.
Got a job.
That's, like he said, I didn't tip that even if you want to become a VC, a vice chancellor of the Ivory Tower, it depends on the local government you come from. Even if you are from the same state, it happened in University of Obafemi Awolowo University, where we were saying that the person is even from Osun State, but it's not an Ife indigene. That they wanted, you could imagine how we have micromanaged all of this. You see, the bottom line is the presidency has been to Katsina twice. Have you traveled through the road that leads to Katsina? The presidency has been to Bayelsa. The presidency has been to Abeokuta. Try and go to Abeokuta through water. The presidency, in this dispensation, the presidency has been to Abeokuta. The speaker has been to Abeokuta. Dimeji Bankole, Obasanjo. Try and go to Ota through try and go to Abeokuta through Songota, if you can go through it. Now, have you traveled through Abuja, Kaduna?
By road?
Have you traveled through it before? Ask those that have traveled through it. You wonder, that's the pass way from the Federal Capital Territory to the north. That road is a disservice to everybody that has ever occupied any position in Nigeria from the north. That Abuja, Kaduna, that's the pathway. You know, Kaduna is to the north what Ibadan, what Lagos is to the west. And Kano is to the north what Ibadan is. So you need to go to that, and you wonder that, oh, you have had presidents, you have had ministers of works, minister of this, minister of that. I'm talking presently, just go through that route. And you wonder that, you mean, and you see leaders that have occupied different positions in Nigeria, passing through that same, so that the governor is coming from your village or is coming from your town does not solve the problem of your town. And the reason why people clamor for it's our turn is because probably what you said earlier, so that university can come to our town. When University of Ibadan was established, when it was established, Awolowo was not from Ibadan. When UI, when the first stadium in Africa, the first TV station in Africa, the tallest building in Africa were built, it was not built in Remo. It was not built in it was not built in Remo land. It was not built in, I want to remember Baba Awolowo's hometown now.
Ikene.
It was not built in Ikene. Go to Ikene and show me any structure that Awolowo put there, that they put in place there. But till date, everybody still make reference. If you still want to travel to Ibadan through Ijebu side, the road that was constructed by Western Regional Government is still far better than most of in terms of the quality of that road, than most of the roads that we have now. And until we change that perspective, that, it must come from my town, it must come from my village, it must come from this, we will not make any meaningful progress. When people talk about those zones, it's for their own selfish interest. It's not for the larger interest of the people. Okay, we saw while your reporter was going to cover, while we were monitoring the news, when he was going to cover, you know how many hours it took them to get to where the senator voted because of the poor state of the. On that note, the governor's candidate shouldn't even win the election in terms of the quality of roads that you have in Edo State.
Very, very, very interesting development. I like the way you put it, but I'm just considering what do we do from where we are to where we're supposed to get. But we're going to discuss that shortly. Let's return to the field where Theophilus Elama is standing by. It's been a long day. Theo, where are you and what's happened where you are? Theophilus, are you there? All right. While we're waiting to connect with Theophilus, and I believe Ikena Amechi, Ikena is also standing by in Benin. Recall that on election eve, we just got a letter that Olubide Akpata had stepped down for another candidate. Unfortunately, it was on a day where NBC had instructed that television and radio stations cannot mention party names and what have you. I'm sure you're used to such political dynamics on election eve. Do they really impact on the chances of a candidate?
It's the evil of one of those evils that the social media has brought upon us as a society, and it has often not, made any impact because it is not coming out for the first time. It has often been on election eve. You hear announcement through the social media or some other unconventional platforms about people stepping down for one. So I don't think that has any significant effect, especially on the likely generation of people that would have voted for him, because a lot of them are conversant with this tradition of fake news and are conscious of the fact that if that would happen, there are channels that are authentic, that would have come from, not from all those faceless handles and platforms.
You agree with him that people are not that gullible?
Yeah, to a large extent, people are conscious of what, even whatever you see on social media, they want to validate from the mainstream media. The mainstream media still remains the validation for a lot of people, for them to validate whatever they are exposed to. So everybody take whatever he or she sees on with a pinch of salt, and then begin to question, is this true? Could this be true? And then, the verification process starts, and people start asking questions, and before you know it, the rumor is dispelled. And we've seen this type of deep fakes over time, and that on the eve of the election, so the president has stepped down, that it has become a common knowledge to everybody that these are games and gimmicks that some people are playing. But my own take on this matter is, there is someone that generated this first. This person can be trapped and should be prosecuted. Whoever is responsible for this is subverging the democratic process. When you subvert the democratic process, it's treason and felony. We need to establish that. When you snatch ballot box, it is treason and felony. It's not different from someone that uses a gun to topple a government, because in democracy, power comes from the ballot box. And if you subvert that process, you are committing treason and felony. And that needs to be established. And these are the ways in which we deepen democracy. I hope those that have been arrested for sharing money in this election will be prosecuted. It will not be the business as usual that the police will tell us, EFCC has arrested this, and at the end of the day, not a single person will be prosecuted. Where is Audu Abubakar, the INEC commissioner for Adamawa State? What has happened to that case?
Theophilus is back. Hi, Theophilus, where are you? And what's the update where you are?
All right, Nifemi, we are at the collation center in Edo State here to do our axis, and of course we are hearing, of course, that's information we have from a reporter hall that the collation center, the collation there has been brought down to this particular INEC office here, and we saw some of the officials just some minutes ago coming in to continue the collation. And of course we see that nothing has started here at this point. Journalists are waiting and eagerly waiting for news from INEC officials as to the next thing that we're going to do. But right now I have a colleague of mine, Ike Namichi, who've been covering the elections since morning all the way here. Ikena was at Uromi this morning, and we covered all the way into Benin City. First of all, how was it covering elections in Uromi and coming here this evening?
Right, so we actually started coverage in
Ewohimi, yeah.
And of course, that's where one of the leading or a major political party candidate hails from. And of course, it was delayed because officials of INEC didn't arrive early, and no thanks to the rain, that actually set out very early in that area. They said for some time it has not rained, only for it to rain that morning, and it actually affected the movement of logistics to that area, and of course affected the time that the process started at about 11 o'clock. At about 11 o'clock, and we found out that it affected the whole process because the people were eager to actually come out, even while it was raining, to exercise their franchise, but they were not to do so early enough because of the fact that the INEC officials couldn't arrive on time. And generally, it was people trying to vote and election materials not arriving late all through Ewohimi. Ewohimi has two wards, and that was just what played out in that area. And coming from Ewohimi to Ubiaja, the local government headquarters of Esan South East, is still the same ball game. And while we were returning, because it took some time before the process started, and so when it started, we needed to just gain some time before we went into other areas. And in covering other areas, it was just like the same phenomenon, just played across Ubeji and Uromi. But while coming down to Benin, we saw that some people started quite early and they finished on time, and collation has already been done. So sometimes we wonder why, if those areas have concluded their, results in that polling station, why is the results not trickling in right now?